What unbeatable service and legendary results are all about.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, you're in the red zone for every college rivalry and divisional matchup all season long. I mean, where else are the scenic views as good as your view of the game? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
By now, you guys know how I feel about my fashion. However, did you know that I care about your fashion choices? Cargo shorts are out, flip-flops are only appropriate on the boat, and please throw away that stained t-shirt from college. You may be thinking, EG, that's all I own. What do I do? Here's what you do. Go to nextround.store and fill your cart with a wardrobe that is approved by me. Stock up on logo t-shirts, hoodies for football season, and hats for every day of the week. Trust me on this one and head over to nextround.store to get stocked up for this season.
Just because you've quit going to the gym, it doesn't mean that you have to quit gym altogether. Dunaway, that is. With our Next Round podcasts open 24/7, 365, you can access gym anytime you'd like. While you may have done away with your treadmill routine, our version of Dunaway is standing by ready to get you back to your absolute best. Find all that lovely Jimmy D-led content on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, and in the podcast section of nextroundlive.com. This message is sponsored by Jimmy Crypto Inc. and Jimmy Crypto for President. The World Wide Web is a large place. Find all your favorite people and content in the same spot. Nextroundlive.com is full of wonderful tidbits about the show you know and love. Find our gear, listen to your favorite personalities, follow our socials, and enjoy your trip to nextroundlive.com.
Hang out with the Next Round on the go. Whether you're driving to work, running errands, sitting on the beach, or you just need a break from the real world, we can keep you company. Check out the Next Round, Mystery Fifth Hour, and our other shows on your favorite podcast app. We'll meet you there.
Do you have a weird dog story? An odd memory about the 5th grade? Or an actor whose movies you just can't stand? Then listen to the Mystery Fifth Hour, where topics such as these are tackled at all angles. Check it out and subscribe to the Next Round YouTube channel.
All right, week 2 of the Middle 8. He is Brandon Marcello of CBS Sports 24/7. I'm Ryan Brown. Thank you for joining us. Brandon, as you can tell, is on the road. He's actually on assignment today. Because of that, we're going to have to cram an hour of his thoughts into 30 minutes. We'll do an hour-long show, but Brandon only with us for the first half hour. What is up, Brandon? How are you today?
Not much. Yeah, sorry I can only be here 30 minutes, but I couldn't pass up an opportunity for this assignment today. So let's go.
So super mysterious. I cannot wait to see what this assignment is. I mean, you've given us no hints by your background. Like if the Rocky Mountains were in the background, I'm like, oh, he's got an exclusive sit down with Deion Sanders or whatever. But you've given us no hints. I mean, it's just a generic background, so we got no clue where you are.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what to say. This background might actually give it away a little bit, but maybe not so much. I'm in a soundproof room right now, one of many rooms of where I'm at right now.
Okay, all right. So Brandon will be with us for the first half hour, so let's make the most of it. The middle eight presented by MyBookie.ag. Code next round when you sign on at MyBookie.ag. They will double that initial deposit. A good time to play week 3 of college football. Coming up week 2 of the NFL. Still time to play week 1 of the NFL. Monday Night Football tonight. MyBookie.ag. Code next round when you sign up. MyBookie.ag. Code next round. All right, let's get to it. Let's start with the biggest game in the nation. Texas was at Michigan, and it would have been hard to be more impressive than Texas was, Brandon, especially in the first half. I mean, you watched that game in the first half. It was abundantly clear who the best team was on the field.
Yeah, most definitely. And, I think a lot of people kind of expected in the back of their mind that was going to end up happening. I mean, Michigan, as good as they are defensively, especially that defensive front, Texas is just so much more experienced in those big environments. And once again, Quinn Ewers just comes up big when you need him to in big moments against a top 10 opponent. He's the first quarterback in the last 30 years to beat a top 10 team on the road in back-to-back years. Elite stuff, if you didn't already know about Quinn Ewers. And I think this game, more so than it is about what the hell's happened to Michigan, is more or less about let's stop the naysayers about Quinn Ewers for whatever reason. Why are people still questioning Quinn Ewers? Why are there are even some people there, Texas even going, well, maybe, Arch Manning might end up starting at some point this season. We just have one loss. Like, no, Quinn Ewers is your guy. He is on the same page with those receivers. They haven't missed a beat since last season. If anything, they've gotten better. And the one concern I had about Texas going into this year was that defensive line in the middle. They had 2 generational players there, Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy, playing next to each other every snap. They seem fine, don't they? Absolutely. But also, Michigan's got big problems offensively. We knew that because they couldn't figure out what they're going to do at quarterback. They still don't know what they're doing there. Bad times coming in Ann Arbor this year. They may not be finishing the season in the rankings, but Texas, they're up there, man. They look like a national title contender on every side of the ball.
Yeah, we'll look at Brandon's top 12 before the end of the half hour here, and we'll see if Texas did enough to advance to number 1 there. You mentioned the quarterback situation. There were a lot of people on our show on the next round that were like, this is a Trojan horse. They have not shown Alex Orji. They're going to roll him out against Texas, and that's going to be his coming of age. That did not happen. It is abundantly clear now they don't think Alex Orji can run a passing offense, that he is a change-of-pace quarterback, and that's all he's going to be for them.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and that's the issue. He's always been a change-of-pace quarterback for them. I mean, about 3 weeks before the season, we kept hearing things like, he's not doing so well. He's not able to throw the ball on time, in rhythm. He's missing too many guys out there. And they're saying, well, maybe Davis Warren is the guy. Former walk-on. At this point, you're just going to have to roll with Davis Warren and put Alex in as a change-of-pace guy, almost like as a wildcat player if you need to. They're in a bad spot there at quarterback. They had another guy, obviously, that was injured in the offseason, Jake Tuttle. Who knows what his status is for the rest of the year, but this could be an ongoing situation unless they just give the keys to Davis Warren moving forward, which I think they're going to have to do, and try to work up that running game. Donovan Edwards was supposed to be the guy, supposed to be a game breaker for him. We haven't quite seen that yet, but that's going to be more difficult for them because they've become so one-dimensional what they're doing offensively.
The other thing I'll say about Texas, they came into this year painfully thin at running back and because of injury, and then Blue goes out in the game. I mean, they were, but there was like no fall off. I mean, it's kind of like watching what Alabama and Georgia were, that one guy gets hurt and it looks like just another 5-star jumps in.
Yep, and that's the depth Texas has built over these last few years under Steve Sarkisian. I mean, it's still crazy to me that just 3 years ago, I watched Texas just get their ass walloped by Arkansas on the road, getting pushed around offensively and defensively on the lines of scrimmage. But they fixed that in a hurry. They fixed it quickly, and now what they're running. But I'm telling you, they've just built that type of depth along the offensive line to where in that offense with Quinn Ewers being as good as he is, it's going to be very difficult for a running back not to have some big games this year for Texas.
Yeah, so that is Texas and Michigan. Just a very impressive win for the Texas Longhorns. And we'll see Michigan where they go from here, 31-12. Texas wins that game on the road in the big house. It was a great atmosphere, though. I'll give, that stadium takes a lot of crap about not being loud, and it's big and it's not intimidating. I mean, early on, their fans were in it. They were making it tough on Texas.
Oh, certainly. I wonder how the fans are going to be here in a few weeks, though, potentially. I think a lot of Michigan fans have already resigned themselves to the fact that they're going to lose Ohio State at the end of the year. And why not? I mean, Ohio State's killing it, but Michigan just, I don't know. That's going to be a very hard fall for them this year.
Yeah.
I think a lot of us, when we looked at the top 10, that was like the one team, maybe Mizzou, but Michigan was mine. That was like, they're going to fall out so fast and so hard. And sure enough, here we are after 10. I mean, I think before the year, we thought Texas would go in there, maybe win by a touchdown, but not to get obliterated the way they did. I mean, there's been two damn good, impressive performances, complete performances this year. And that's been Texas against Michigan and Georgia against Clemson week 1.
Brandon Marcello and me do the middle 8 every single day. Brandon Marcello and I. What are you laughing at? Dunaway in here, the peanut gallery. I don't need you. You can leave. Brandon Marcello and I do the middle 8 every single Monday at 8 o'clock. You can get all of Brandon's thoughts at B. Marcello on social media and see him on CBS Sports 24/7. The show presented by MyBookie.ag. Code next round when you sign on at MyBookie.ag. Get that sign-on bonus. They will double your initial deposit right now at MyBookie.ag. Code next round when you use that code. Code next round at MyBookie.ag. Also, Roback.com. Don't forget all that great Roback gear. Code TNR20 in your initial order there. Save 20% at Roback.com when you use code TNR20. Roback.com bringing you the show as well. So last week I sat here and I was like, man, we go ahead and punch Notre Dame's ticket into this playoff. Look at that. They've earned this playoff already. I forgot that Marcus Freeman's kryptonite is massive underdogs that he's facing. I mean, this is 3 now, Brandon, that are 2 touchdowns or more that have beaten them in South Bend. Why can Marcus Freeman, why does he do well everywhere else, but he struggles against these type of teams?
I don't know, but the fingers all go back to him. He's the head coach. He's managing the game. He's preparing that program for those games. And as high as everybody was, including me, on Notre Dame for going into Texas A&M and handling that environment, pulling off a gritty win, the exact opposite happened. They were in just like a mud slinging match against Northern Illinois, and Northern Illinois was able to out-physical them, capitalize on those mistakes, block 2 field goals. I mean, perfectly symmetrical game for Northern Illinois. In the first half of the blocked field goal, in the game with a blocked field goal. You got to start questioning what's going to happen there. I think a lot of people, I don't think it's a stretch to say that maybe Marcus Freeman already sealed his fate at Notre Dame as a head coach.
Wow.
You cannot lose 3 games in 3 seasons as a double-digit favorite against an unranked team at home. He's lost to 2 MAC teams, Marshall and now Northern Illinois. And this wasn't just any old win. Northern Illinois the MAC had never beaten a top 5 team ever. They were 0-51. Notre Dame now is that victim. That record's now 1-51. Now, when I say that Freeman may have sealed his fate, I'm not saying he's going to get fired this year, but going into next year, the heat is going to be on, and all it's going to take is one more bad loss, really, to get him done and make the moves there. But you got to wonder about them extending his contract and all that stuff and all the talk around that recently. Just a bad look overall for Notre Dame. And, there's just top 30.
Yeah.
Mostly because I didn't know what the health of Riley Leonard was and what he looked like, what that offense was going to look like. Obviously, that's not affecting them right now. Riley Leonard's healthy, but I just got all these questions about Freeman and the way he's handling that program right now, which I just hate to say it. He's a great defensive coordinator, but, man, you go in the portal, you go get a top-quality quarterback in Riley Leonard, you replace all those receivers. They had 4 receivers leave in the offseason that they didn't think fit their system. They got better guys. I think they did upgrade at receiver. You go get the hottest coordinator in all of college football, Mike Denbrock from LSU, and this is what you put on the field in week 2. No bueno.
They go to Purdue next, and Purdue's only played the 1 game against Indiana State and then had a bye, so they sat at home and watched Notre Dame lose this game. I don't know if they like doing that or not. But I mean, all of a sudden, this schedule that you looked at and you're like, boy, this is just a cakewalk for Notre Dame. Now you start to wonder, I mean, can they manage at Purdue? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to make of this team now.
I don't either, but the schedule's cake for them the rest of the way for the most part. And because of this 12-team playoff era, if they win out, they're probably still in the playoff.
Yeah.
What
if they're 10-2? What if they're 10-2 though? And that's, you're in that group of
Probably
10
not.
and 2. Yeah, you're in that group of 10-2 teams with a Big Ten 10-2 and an SEC 10-2. And one of your losses is Northern Illinois. I mean, that's
yeah, they're out.
Yeah,
they're out in
that
that
hurts.
situation, and they've still got very tough games. I say that the schedule's cake, but they've obviously got to play USC near the end of the year. You got Louisville. I think but the good thing for them, I think Louisville goes to Notre Dame. But I've got Louisville on the rise in my rankings right now. I've got them beating Notre Dame at this point there. So it's I mean. It's so crazy. Week 1, we penciled in Notre Dame in the playoff. We're like, that's scheduled. The way they played against A&M, they'll be in the playoff. Now they got to win out. Now they're not going to win out.
Yeah, it doesn't. But that team certainly is not. And I guess maybe we overlooked some of their offensive numbers because we're like, they were at College Station and Mike Elko's defense is good. Maybe we gave a little too much credit to Mike Elko in that defense. Maybe that is just an offense that is not going to be very productive this year. I mean, that's kind of the question I come away with that game.
I think they're trying to do things with Riley Leonard that just do not fit him right now. And he's making some bad throws too. I mean, that one throw that got picked off there in the fourth quarter to set up Northern Illinois for its game-winning field goal. He had a guy wide open coming across the middle of the field underneath the safety, and he instead decides to attack the safety with another receiver who's converging into two men and throws the pick. Like, what are you doing? That's not necessarily scheming. That's just the quarterback's decision making. And again, it's not Riley Leonard's strength throwing the ball down the field.
Yeah, it absolutely is not. Is there a chance Northern Illinois is the group of 5 are up though? I mean, I guess crazier things have happened. Maybe that helps Notre Dame's argument.
They gotta win the MAC.
Yeah.
Obviously. I mean, they got to do that. But right now, they're your top 3 teams in the group of 5 that are contending right now are UNLV, Boise State, obviously, after doing what they did at Oregon, and Northern Illinois.
MyBookie.ag, code next round. That's who brings you the middle 8. Don't forget to jump on right now for Monday Night Football and get ready for Week 3 of college, Week 2 of the NFL. MyBookie.ag, when you use code next round, they double that initial sign-on bonus. That is free money to play with right away. MyBookie.ag, code next round. As impressive as Texas looked, they were playing a quality opponent on the road. This was a neutral site game, but equally impressive for Tennessee. The way they just demolished NC State. I mean, without any remorse, they just ran NC State out of Bank of America Stadium there in Charlotte. Hard to be much more impressive than what the Vols did Saturday night.
Yeah, Tennessee puts up 51 points, and their quarterback, Nico Iamaleava, I want Jim Dunaway to hear that, so he knows how to pronounce it. Throws 2 interceptions, and yet they put up those type of points, and that's because that defense is damn elite, all right? That defensive line, 13 tackles for loss, talking about havoc plays. I mean, North Carolina State couldn't really get into a rhythm. They couldn't get much done, and I think we're starting to see that Grayson McCall, when he is not at Coastal Carolina, being coached by Jamie Chadwell, much different quarterback, right? They're having some issues there at NC State offensively that's going to creep up on them again and again in the ACC with their schedule. And boy, Clemson's got to be licking their chops to get after NC State after the way NC State treated Clemson last year. NC State looks to me like a 4-loss team at this point, but Tennessee looks like a playoff team. I jumped them high in my rankings because NC State's defense is pretty damn good. And for you to put up 51 points, which included a pick 6, but you put up 51 points when your quarterback throws 2 picks, you're living good.
Yeah, it was very impressive. Just NC State never had a shot in that game. It was over at halftime. I know a lot of people, I was doing what a lot of people were doing, obviously, here in Alabama. I was paying attention to Alabama, South Florida, but I was also watching that Nebraska-Colorado game at the same time, and it seemed like every time I would swap over to the Tennessee-NC State game, Tennessee was just going up and down the field, and NC State was doing nothing. And again, that was one of those things where a lot of people excused NC State because it was Western Carolina, and it's kind of a blah game. But some of the same issues they faced there were magnified against Tennessee. And I'm like you. I think NC State's got to take a long, hard look in the mirror right now.
Yeah, absolutely. But my biggest takeaway from that game is just Tennessee's defensive line is just filled with studs, and they're deep. They're incredible. We knew Pierce was good, but they're good all over the field defensively. And with the pace they play offensively, if they get that thing going, they're going to just break teams in the first half. I thought they broke NC State. I just think they broke them. And Tennessee looks like a team this year, and this is just week 2. If they can get rolling, they're going to just be breaking teams. Teams are just going to give up against them. I'm very interested to see what that line will be for Alabama, for Tennessee, and what that's going to be. I mean, Tennessee's going to be favored, I think, obviously, but how big of a favorite? That could be something that's approaching maybe 7.5, 8 points at some point. Maybe we'll see.
That's a flip of a script on the way that rivalry has gone. Brandon Marcello with us. It is the middle 8, and it is presented by mybookie.ag. Code next round when you sign on there at mybookie.ag, and you get that sign-on bonus. They'll double your initial deposit. You can play with it right away at mybookie.ag. Code next round. Late night game on Peacock that was very entertaining. One of the most entertaining games of the day was Oregon and Boise State. And you didn't watch the game. You say 37-34. Wow, I mean, what a back-and-forth game. That score does not tell the story of this game. Boise State was the better team for a lot of this game.
Yes.
14 Oregon points on a punt return and a kickoff return. Otherwise, Boise State, and I know you can't discount those points. I get it, they count the same. But if you're just looking at a big picture, Oregon, that team could have easily lost this game to Boise.
Yeah, the cardiac quacks is what I'm calling them right now. 2 games coming down to the stretch. And listen, good for Oregon surviving because they got to get some stuff together. I will say this about Oregon. They looked better there late in the fourth quarter than they did all game. And the reason for that is, listen to this. They've got offensive line problems, right? They're having to start a walk-on at center right now. They had to move their center over to right guard, and they have had to switch guys around. They had 4 – let me see here. They had 11 different substitutions on the offensive line against Boise State. 4 different lineups along that offensive line, just trying to figure something out. Finally, that last group is the one that started moving the ball in the fourth quarter. I think Oregon has finally figured out who their starting offensive line should be moving forward until they get maybe some injured players back. So that's a great thing for Oregon to take away from this game. And not to mention fighting a very feisty Boise State team. That running back, Ashton Genty, he may have already been he's on my Heisman radar now. I mean, this guy is electric. He runs with purpose, can bull you over, outrun you. He's going to take Boise State to a lot of places if he stays healthy. And boy, man, if you're Boise State, what a huge missed opportunity to be able to pull off that win. I mean, they would have been by far, the best team in the group of 5, even after Nolan, Illinois, upsetting Notre Dame this week. But very impressed with Boise State. Did not wilt under the pressure, kept fighting back. And man, if they just had a really good quarterback, that Boise State team could make noise in the postseason if they get in the playoff.
If you have not seen Ashton Genty that Brandon just referenced, do yourself a favor and watch this guy. He had 192 of Boise's 212 rush yards. He, on the season, all right, we've played 2 games, both on the road, by the way, for Boise State, at Georgia Southern and at Oregon. He's carried the ball 45 times for 459 yards and 9 touchdowns in 2 games. He's averaging 10 yards a carry. I mean, Oregon had zero answer for him. He was the best player on the field in that game, Brandon. It was remarkable to watch him run up and down the field.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, especially when they were going back and forth there in the fourth quarter, and Genty just wasn't giving up, and he kept going. There's a lot of questions. All the teams in the top 10 right now, Oregon's most definitely, got my most questions. I don't know where they're at in the AP poll right now.
I haven't
but
looked,
I've barely got them in my top 10. I don't even know why I really kept them in there. I've dropped them 2 weeks in a row at this point.
Ninth
but
in the
here we are.
AP. Yeah, ninth in the AP, so they're barely hanging in the AP top 10. And they go to Oregon State, who's, I don't know how good Oregon State is, but, I mean, they've struggled in two home games Oregon has, and now you go to Oregon State, so that's a losable game, it seems.
And Oregon State beat San Diego State, I believe, this past week. Blanked them, in fact, if I'm not mistaken. But again, Oregon's offensive line, maybe they have figured that out at some point. They've given up 7 sacks through 2 games. That's more than they allowed all of last season and all of 2022. I mean, they've got big issues up front.
Brandon Marcello, 24/7 Sports at CBS. He is on location today, so we've only got about 8 or 9 more minutes with Brandon. He's on assignment. He's got a story coming out for CBS, and you'll see that. So he's with us for about 5-10 more minutes, and then Dunaway and I will wrap up the last 30 here on the middle 8 and go on into the next round. I want to go, Brandon, to the game where, and we had one last week. I'm trying to remember the game we had last week where you ignored the box score, and I think it was Oregon again, wasn't it? It was that Oregon game where they won a tie game, but the box score did not tell the story at all.
Yeah, they tripled them in every category, but yet the game was tight.
Yeah, all right. That game this week occurred in Stillwater, Oklahoma. If I just gave you the box score, you're like, boy, Arkansas ran them out of the building. 648 yards to 385 yards, 332 on the ground to 59 on the ground, 416 through the air to 326 through the air, and somehow Oklahoma State won in overtime 39-31. Arkansas melted down. That's how, but holy crap, Bobby Petrino has put up some numbers in 2 weeks with this offense.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a sensitive subject. We were hosting a watch party in our backyard for Arkansas, and it was up and down emotions in the second half. Big mistakes, special teams mistakes, fumble on a muff punt, pick 6, gave Oklahoma State some momentum there in the first half. I mean, Arkansas, their numbers were dominating, right? But they dominated them in the first half at Oklahoma State. That crowd was out of it. They had sucked the air out of that stadium. But Oklahoma State just got a veteran group, right? You got a 7th-year quarterback or 6th-year quarterback in Alan Bowman, the oldest offensive line in college football history, averaging an age 23.6 years old. They just kind of got it together. They figured out what they had to do. Couldn't run the ball, but goodness gracious, how many times does a team lose when you have 270 more rush yards than the team you're playing and you're on the road and you are up double digits in halftime? Just ridiculous. But again, it wasn't just turnovers for Arkansas. They had unsportsmanlike penalties, including that body slam there near the end that gave Oklahoma State a first down. And then Oklahoma State still let Arkansas hang around there. Arkansas had to kick a field goal to force overtime, drive down the field. There's a lot of issues there. Even offensively, the numbers were great, but there were 2 times Taylor Green turned to do a read, and the running back was on his left side, and he's turning to his right. There's no one there. What the hell are you doing? Yeah. I can't imagine what Bobby Petrino's doing in that film room today with him.
Oh, it ain't pretty. I can tell you that. Tyler says Taylor Green has no situational awareness. That's what you're referencing there. Now, he's put up some massive numbers, but there are some concerns, obviously. I would ask you, Arkansas, you can't call them an automatic out right now, though, on this SEC schedule. If you're playing Arkansas, especially up there, they bring some offense that could create some issues for you.
No, absolutely, they can. And Taylor Green, we talk about the situational awareness. But still, he can run the ball. He made 2-3 huge runs in that game on broken plays, one on a broken play and a couple just on scrambles. But, not since Matt Jones there previously in the early 2000s, if they had this long-legged just strider at quarterback. But the situational awareness, even his first carry of the game when he scrambled, a big run, he kept the ball in his right hand as he was going toward the left sideline. And all of us I was yelling at our watch party going, switch the ball into your left hand to the sideline. Switch the ball. And he wouldn't. It's things like that if a dummy like me sees that crap, you can bet Bobby Petrino is just crawling up the walls this morning in Fayetteville.
Before you get out of here, Brandon's got a bolt here at the bottom of the hour. I want to get to your top 12. We do this each week. Brandon does it for CBS Sports and 24/7 and unveils it right here on the Middle 8 as well. And the question would be, did Texas do enough to move to number 1 for you? And the answer, Brandon, is no.
No. I didn't really think about it. I actually just wrestled more with, do I put them above Ohio State at this point? And for me, that was an easy answer because they've got the tougher schedule. They've beaten the crap out of Michigan already. Ohio State's played some pushovers, but Ohio State might be the smoothest running offensive operation in college football right now. They just don't make mistakes. Everything's in rhythm. Everything's great. And you got a true freshman leading you in receiving and a loaded receiving room with Jeremiah Smith. But I did inch them above Ohio State because Texas got that better win right now. Ohio State schedule will get a little bit tougher here down the road, but Texas by far, next to Georgia, they've got the 2 most impressive wins. So you got to move Texas up right behind Georgia.
Your biggest climber is Tennessee. They go from 10th last week to 4th this week.
I'm on board, man. I'm on board with the Vols right now. I mean, as I mentioned earlier in the show, Nico throws 2 picks, doesn't play his best game, and yet you still put up 51 points, 44, I think, offensively for you. And that defensive line is elite. 13 TFLs. I mean, goodness gracious. NC State had, 143 yards total? That was it. Tennessee, man, like I said, they're the team that's like built because of that offense. And now with that great defense, they're just going to make teams quit. They're going to make a couple of SEC teams on their schedule just freaking quit in the third quarter of games with the way they run.
I want to ask you about Alabama, who you've got, where did you have Alabama? 8th? And that's down a little bit for the Crimson Tide there. You had them at 6. They're down to 8 now. If Alabama, let me ask you this. If they go back to the offensive line, which I think they'll start against Wisconsin with Pritchett on one tackle and Proctor on the other, and it's their normal offensive line, and look impressive, does that change your opinion about Alabama a little bit? And you maybe say, okay, a lot of the South Florida issues were a patchwork offensive line.
Maybe, but it's going to be tough to kind of jump the teams I've got ahead of them right now. They're showing a little bit about what they are as they adjust to this new offensive scheme. And you got to play more to Jalen Milroe's strengths a little bit. As you know, we talk about box scores and everything not being what the final result looked like. It's not necessarily the box score in this game against USF. It's just you see the final score and you're like, oh, yeah, Alabama won. I think a lot of people probably in the AP poll just woke up the next morning, saw the score and went, oh, yeah, Alabama did what they had to do, so I'm going to put them in the top 5. But you guys know differently. It was a tight game. They turned the ball over 3 times. But you cut down a couple of turnovers. Milroe's just they got to do some different things with Milroe to get him going. Averaging 3.5 yards per play through the first 3 quarters against USF, man. So I had to drop him a little bit, but still playoff team. I mean, that's all you can ask for right now, but they got time to kind of figure some things out. But they, like you said, that offensive line for one, but we got to get Milroe some more confidence. Let's get him growing in this scheme a little bit.
Yeah, one more game before Georgia comes to Bryant-Denny Stadium in a couple of weeks, and that'll be a massive test for the Tide. All right, Brandon is off to do some work for CBS. MyBookie.ag brings you the show code NEXTROUND when you sign up at MyBookie.ag. Get that sign-on bonus. They'll double your initial deposit right there at MyBookie.ag. Play with it right away. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag code NEXTROUND. All right, Brandon, we will see you next Monday morning at 8 o'clock. Enjoy your assignment.
All right, see you guys. Appreciate you.
All right, thank you. It is the Middle 8. Dunaway's going to jump in here with me. We'll do another half hour talking college football right here on the Middle 8.
I'm here with my good friend Jon Lunceford of Lunceford Furniture to tell you about special values on some super comfortable seating. What you got, John?
Lance, every year we stock up on great comfort items like Lazy Boy recliners and sofas so that our customers can be ready for fall and football. This year is no different. We've made special purchases that will deliver great value to Next Round listeners and give them the most comfortable seat in the house. And as always, we've got the best prices in the state on Lazy Boy and the best selection anywhere.
That's awesome. We all know from years of shopping with you guys that Lunceford Furniture is the home for Lazy Boy value. Bright Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, now featuring 7 days of giveaways with your chance to win a share of up to $125,000. The more you visit the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, the more chances you have to win.
From the creators of The Next Round comes two new sites, covercrimson.com and thebarnauburn.com. Two team sites with the same excitement and information-driven content that you get every day on The Next Round. Live daily shows, recorded shows, free of charge, plus premium content with insider information starting at just $1. And it's the perfect gift for the Alabama or Auburn fan in your family. Covercrimson.com or thebarnauburn.com. Sign up today.
Hey, you feel that? That's fall in the air. And New Balance Birmingham got your fresh fall pair to kick it during game time and sport from the sideline. Come together at New Balance Birmingham on Highway 280 right next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham, we got now.
Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemphill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention The Next Round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090, hemphillservices.com.
You never know what we're up to here at The Next Round. The easiest way to stay in the know with our antics and adventures is to follow The Next Round across all social media platforms at Next Round Live on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. Whether it's Dunaway sleeping in the studio, Tim and Lunceford breaking down the latest movie release, or Game Day Chronicles, we are here to keep you updated on the latest sports news while, of course, having just a little bit of fun. Follow at Next Round Live across all platforms to join in.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
All right, it is the Middle Eight presented by MyBookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND when you sign on at MyBookie.ag. And you get that double initial deposit bonus. Brandon had to bolt to do some work for CBS and 24/7 Sports. So this guy right here, Jim Dunaway, doing double duty today. Monday Morning Live in the Middle Eight in the next round.
I can't wait till I talk to the bald man from CBS again. He can't see how Alabama, barely has Alabama in the top 10. Right. He's telling me that it's going to be approaching Alabama being a double-digit underdog up in Knoxville. What happens along the way? Let's just say Alabama beats Wisconsin and, takes a bye week and then beats number one Georgia.
Well, that's a different ball game.
Okay. There's games to be played, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, there are games to be played.
I will tell you that Tennessee team, though, looks dang good, don't they?
They do. He's right. It's not just their offense. They are absolutely dominant on defense. Yeah. They just, again, now it's Chattanooga and NC State. I don't know how good either one of those are. But they dominated on defense.
I did not know the kid's name until Saturday night, but Amari Thomas, right in the middle, defensive lineman. We all knew about James Pierce over on the edge. He's going to be a superstar. But if I was going in to steal NFL money talent as an agent, I'd have been knocking on his door Saturday night. Amari, hey, Jerry Maguire here. Have you got an agent?
I'll show you the money.
Yeah, that kid made some money Saturday night.
Yeah, he did. We'll talk a lot of college football, obviously, during the next round, and primarily Alabama and Auburn. We're going to get to a lot more of that. But a lot of times on the next round, it gets so busy on a Monday, we don't necessarily we don't necessarily hit everything nationally. So just one national thought from you. When you watched what happened over the weekend nationally, what jumped out at you the most? Texas over Michigan?
Oh, yeah.
Nebraska bouncing back, Notre Dame losing. What was it?
Listen, you get on me all the time about how archaic I was when I was the AP top 25 voter compared to you, because you were, every week was a clean slate for you, and I was you got to work your way up, and if a team doesn't lose, it's hard to jump them. I think even in my archaic way of doing things, I would have made Texas the number 1 team in the country this week, Georgia number 2. I think that's the way I would have gone.
I would have had Texas number 1, and it's no knock on Georgia. They did what they were supposed to do against Clemson. That was a neutral site game, though. And I give a lot of respect for Texas going to the Big House. Now, look, the Big House, as I told Brandon, it takes a lot of crap, that it's not a loud stadium, not a tough place to play, yada, 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 all those things. That was a tough environment for them early on. I mean, you could see Quinn Ewers was having to fight through the crowd noise to get the calls from the sidelines, communicate with his team. And, man, they were almost flawless in that first half. And, just a ton of respect for what Sark drew up there and what Quinn Ewers did on the road. And don't ignore the way their defense played. Now, I know that is an offensively challenged, especially in the passing game, team, but they also weren't able to run the football. And I guess that's a lot easier when you don't have to respect the quarterback. You can just pile it in against the run.
Yeah, but that Michigan offensive line is really good, and they make a living at running the ball. So that one impressed me a little bit. I am concerned about Oregon.
Yeah, you should be.
2 weeks in a row, I'm concerned about Oregon.
I mean, they lose that. I know kick returns count just like anything else. But Oregon loses that game if they don't have 2 spectacular plays in special team. Boise State looked like the better team on the field.
Yeah, and as I just go down the rankings, I'm concerned about Oregon. They're now at number 9. Tennessee's on the rise. They're at 7. 6 of the top 7 teams are from the SEC. I'm not really panicking on Alabama yet. I think Texas and Georgia are likely, along with Ohio State, the best teams in the country. Ole Miss, maybe we'll get a little bit better of a taste this week against Wake Forest. Miami, we'll see. USC's got a bye week coming up. They did what they were supposed to do. But as I look around the country, to me, Texas is a story and Tennessee is a story. Those 2 Orange T schools in the SEC, both of those look really good early on.
Yeah, I would agree 100% with you. Like, if you did SEC power rankings, you'd probably have Georgia or Texas number 1. Would you have Tennessee number 3 right now?
I wouldn't have them number 3. I mean, I think 7's a good place.
I'm just saying SEC power rankings. I'm not saying overall AP poll. I'm saying SEC power rankings. If you were just power ranking the SEC,
yes, I would.
You'd have Tennessee 3rd?
I go Texas, Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, Ole Miss.
I think I'm with you on that one, yeah. I think that's the order I would use right there.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are like, well, that's knee-jerk to have Texas number 1. But, I mean, to me, that's what you do in rankings. I evaluate what I've seen over the time. Georgia has done nothing wrong. It's not that Georgia's done anything wrong. In fact, they've done everything right. But I just put a lot more value in Texas winning at Michigan than Georgia winning a neutral site game against Clemson.
But one thing I did learn this week, Brown, and we'll talk more about it coming up in the next round at the top of the hour, is you can make assumptions off of 1 week, and then you get to the next week, and everything changes. And I think Notre Dame is a great example of that, because in a tough environment on the road at Texas A&M, much like Texas at Michigan, we'd be like, dang, what Notre Dame did was so impressive. And then they go home against a Northern Illinois team, and you lose that game. And it's the second Group of 5 loss in 3 years, 2022 to Marshall, for Marcus Freeman. And in just 6 days, it all changed for Notre Dame. And, it could change quickly for Texas or any of these teams, like it almost did. It felt like it was going in a bad direction for Alabama for a while. It changed. I mean, the momentum of Auburn, and we'll talk about that coming up in the next round, changed like that when Cal came to town. It changes so quickly, and I know there's more room to allow for mistakes like that, and we're always going to overreact on a Monday. But, boy, Notre Dame looks so different today on the opposite end of the spectrum for how Tennessee looks today. Tennessee looks like, man, they got a tough schedule, but that's a playoff team. Notre Dame looked like a playoff team, and now you're like, who's going to be the next coach at Notre Dame?
That's crazy to think about. But, this time last week, if I had said, give me the team you're most confident makes the playoff, Notre Dame's in that discussion. Right?
You schedule, yeah.
Yeah, you'd had Georgia in there, probably Texas. But Notre Dame, just looking at schedule, I might even have more confidence in them over Georgia. Not saying they'll be a higher seed. They won't, in fact, be a higher seed than the SEC champion, because the best they could be is a 5 seed. But who do I have the most confidence making the playoffs? I might have said Notre Dame last week just because of that schedule. And now I don't even know if I've got confidence they will make the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how quickly that changed.
If they're fair about it, and keep in mind that Notre Dame does, they are a voting entity in themselves in the playoffs, and they're like their own conference. And if they win the rest of their games and are 11-1, I don't really know what a marquee win will be. Maybe USC if they continue to play that way. That would be their big win at the end of the year. But at 11-1 with that schedule, and USC ends up being a 3-loss team, I don't know if they deserve to be in with one loss, and that one loss being to Northern Illinois.
I mean, it's going to be a weird situation, isn't it? But I think if they're in the 10-2 group, it's where it hurts them the most.
Yeah, and USC I think is going to be good. I had them as a playoff team. If they lose to Northern Illinois and USC, look at that rest of that schedule and tell me, does that 10-2 team deserve to be in the playoffs? Not just against other 10-2 teams, but even if it's down to Notre Dame at 10-2 and a 9-3 SEC or Big Ten team, that's going to be a hard argument for me to make for putting Notre Dame in after this loss to to Northern Illinois.
Evan says, y'all gassing up the Michigan win. Michigan is not a good football team. I don't know if I would say they're not a good football team. They are a flawed football team.
Oh,
though.
yeah.
They're going to lose games. I mean, there's no doubt. I'm not saying that Texas beat a college football playoff team. In fact, just the same discussion we have in Notre Dame, I don't think Michigan will be in the college football playoff. I have zero confidence that quarterback situation can navigate through with just one more loss.
Yeah, I agree. I think Michigan showed me against a playoff quality team that they are not a quality playoff team. But I still believe the Big Ten will have 4 teams in just because of the strength of schedule and everything you'll get. And if they go on to lose to Ohio State and then one other along the way, then they're not in the playoffs. But if they win the rest of them and only lose to Ohio State,
they're in the playoffs. At 10-2. I'm just going to look at their remaining schedule here, Michigan, just to see after.
Well, it's manageable. The problem becomes is they have a quarterback problem.
There's zero doubt about that.
And we'll talk about that on the Auburn side coming up in about 17 minutes on the next round. But they've got a quarterback problem. And he's a great story off the field, but he's not, he's a drop-off from what Michigan's had at quarterback, and I don't know if he's good enough, can even navigate the schedule before you get to Ohio State.
And his backup can't throw, so when you can't go to the backup like people always want you to do. And I don't know how much longer the Alex Orji package is going to work. The guy never throws when he comes in there. It didn't work Saturday. I mean, Alex Orji, I think, had negative rush yards, if I'm not mistaken, and he was barely a factor. They play USC in 2 weeks. Next Saturday, they play Arkansas State this upcoming Saturday, and then USC the 21st.
That's a loss in my book.
I mean, it's tough for me to see them winning that. And then they've still got to play Oregon and Ohio State. I just don't see how Michigan
they got Oregon, too.
Yeah, they got Oregon.
Right.
Now, it is in Michigan Stadium. It is in the Big House. I don't know that matters. Now, I say that. Oregon hasn't exactly been impressive. I don't know how good Oregon is right now either.
Yeah. And USC has flaws.
Yeah, they do. Ohio State doesn't seem to have a ton of them. They've still got to play that one. So I think 10-2 is your absolute best case scenario for them. But I just don't know that they're going to make 10-2.
Yeah, in that 10-2 scenario, they would have beaten playoff teams USC and Oregon.
Yeah.
Because I still think those 2 teams make the playoffs. So it's not over yet for Michigan. It's not over for a lot of folks. And I want to just go back to our upset alert picks from the next round.
I won by half a point.
You had.
I got my 5 points by half a point. Thank you.
Yeah, but you were on your way to a big one. I mean,
I was on my way to 13.5 points right there.
I mean, Arkansas was rolling in that game, and I don't know what changed. Everybody will say halftime adjustments or whatever, but they still put up almost 700 yards of offense.
I know. Almost doubled up Oklahoma State in Stillwater.
It's one of those games, and I heard you and Brandon talking about it. The way the Cowboys came back and won that game, maybe they end up still being the Big 12 champions. But Arkansas, they go to Jordan Hare here in a few weeks.
It's not an automatic out for Auburn.
Yeah, you said we were counting.
Yeah,
that was a win for Auburn.
I was counting Cal too. By the way.
Me too.
But I mean, no, Arkansas. I think on a lot of schedules you were counting that as okay. They'll beat Arkansas.
Yeah. They're the 14th team, 15th team in the SEC.
I don't know that you can do that anymore. Not the way they're playing offense. Now, Taylor Green, again, as somebody said in the chat room, the mybookie.ag chat room, his situational awareness is not great.
Yeah.
But he's athletic enough and good enough that he makes plays for you. And they can be an explosive offense. I mean, they've had, what are they at, 1,300 yards total offense in 2 games? Yeah, I think that's the number. I'll look it up to give you the exact number, but I think they're at 1,300 total yards.
Bobby Petrino, folks.
I mean, no, he's changed it.
Are you not entertained?
Oh, I was.
Yeah,
I was pulling. You know why I was pulling hard for them?
Oh, I do.
But so Ole Miss actually leads the league in total offense with 1,427 yards. Ole Miss is only averaging 713 yards a game right now.
But they've
played Middle Tennessee, and who did they play week 1? Nobody, Central Arkansas or somebody like that.
I would say that it was one mistake after another in the second half for Arkansas, and they still got it to overtime. Very impressive.
In a difficult place to play. That is a tough place to go.
Yep.
So, those are your top 2 offenses, not just in the SEC, but nationally by a long shot. Ole Miss has got 1,427 total yards in 2 games. Arkansas has got 1,335 yards in 2 games. And that's 713 a game, 667 a game. The next one is the Gus Bus, UCF. They've rolled up in 2 games, 1,193 yards. So they're averaging 596 a game. So Gus has got him an offense down there in Orlando. And everybody talks about Louisville and how tough an out that's going to be in the ACC. They played Jacksonville State, and I can't remember who they played week 1. It was another kind of layup game week 1. They're 4th in the country in offense. So maybe Louisville is the test. A lot of, Notre Dame's got to play Louisville. Miami, I think, has got to play Louisville. So maybe that's the ACC team a lot of people think they are.
Illinois was Forrester's upset pick, and they beat Kansas. So good call by Forrester on the back row back there. You'll see him brag about that before we get to our NFL segment coming up in the next round. He will be very quiet doing our NFL segment.
Oh, boy, it's Falcons, man. I mean, that was an Arthur Smith special right there. 6 field goals for Pittsburgh.
But it was a W.
Forrester's already burying his head.
It was a W.
It was a W for Pittsburgh, but 6 field goals to get to 18 points.
Yeah, smart to wear that Sox hat today and not your Falcons hat.
That was a tough one. Your Bucks, meanwhile, Dunaway. I thought your boy Baker Mayfield played pretty well.
I cannot tell you the man crush I have on Baker Mayfield, and to learn all the stuff that was going on in his career, struggling to he took Cleveland to a playoff game. Did he win a playoff game for him? He got him to the playoffs,
think so,
I know.
Yeah.
But all that pressure with that franchise there, while he was struggling at home, he and his wife were having a serious issue trying to have kids.
Right.
And I was learning the story the last 2 weeks. And now he's reunited with Liam Cohen, former Kentucky offensive coordinator, who he met and loved with the LA Rams.
And when you think Kentucky, you think a prolific offense. So yes.
But Liam Cohen with the Rams is really, really good. So he loses Dave Canales, who goes to be the head coach of the Panthers. He brings in Liam Cohen. He and his wife finally, through treatments and everything, they have a new baby girl who's on with him at pregame. Life is so good for Baker. And then after last year, they give him a 3-year, $100 million contract. Most of that's guaranteed. And then he goes out there, and just every thing I read about the Buccaneers is how close they are all in the locker room. And they all tell stories how Tom Brady was Tom Brady, and he was as nice as he could be, and he's the best quarterback of all time. But the locker room feels so much different this year than it did even last year, when they were sort of maneuvering their way past Brady to maybe the future, and then Baker gets them on this run, and they make the playoffs. Now, with all those veteran receivers, Mike Evans got a new contract. He's going to finish his career with the Bucs. I like that team. I don't know. They may end up 1-16, but they're guys I'm proud to be a fan of.
No, you get to play the Panthers twice. There is 0 chance you're 1-16.
Our boy Bryce Young does not look good.
He doesn't have much of a chance, but you're right. He is not good.
Hawk Tua and Landmine Believer and a couple others. Sunday night, what a great breakout party for Jamison Williams.
Oh, yeah. He had an incredible game, did he not?
121 and a touchdown.
Yeah.
But what got me is, if you were wondering where he was going to say he was from on the broadcast, they did the starting lineup, the NBC style, and he says Bama.
Yeah. So no Ohio State. No mention of Ohio State.
No high school. No community center. He absolutely Alabama.
Community center.
Well, I mean, you get some of those.
I know
whatever's important in those guys'
John
lives.
F. Kennedy Elementary.
I mean, some people think was the most important part of their life, and we'll give them a shout out.
Yeah.
I have no problem with it, but he says Bama, and then he goes out there and he's finally healthy. I thought that was dang impressive, and our boy our boy Terrion is going to get tested. You're a rookie cornerback in the league.
You're the guy they're going to throw at. They're not going to go with Carlton Davis on the other side.
And I'll tell you, the one pass interference call in the end zone. Now I know he had some others, but that one, I didn't think it was pass interference. So
it's the NFL. You touch them, you're going to get it.
Yeah.
Downfield, you put a hand on them, you're going to get it.
Yeah.
I think Collinsworth said that was not pass interference at Alabama.
It wasn't. It wasn't. And I'm not sure. It was a ticky-tack call in that game, too.
Yeah.
But I was not cheering for the Lions because of my buddy Lance. I just was enjoying the Alabama guys.
Yeah. No, it was an entertaining game.
Yeah.
And I'll say for Lance, the Rams, they had everybody hurt, and they're still in the overtime at Detroit. I come away feeling pretty confident, assuming everybody gets healthy.
Yeah.
Puka Nacua didn't play in the second half. They had to carry him off at halftime.
Your Dolphins, I didn't think they were going to win that game, but
Nor
they
did I, Jim.
And that had to be a positive that they win the game 20-17. The whole I don't have the whole story on Tyreek Hill.
Okay.
He gets detained by police.
Very Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, I see him cuffed and laying on the ground.
That is correct.
He says afterwards, and I admire the heck out of him, what he says. He says, I'm not going to make assumptions, blah, 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 but until I get more details. But I do want to use this platform. I support the police. One day I'd like to be a police officer, he says. He's got a state trooper hat. He wants to use his platform to talk about what happened to him. He says, I was not disrespectful. I was,
there's supposedly plenty of body cams, so we'll know.
I did not cuss. I did do all this stuff, and he's face down getting handcuffs put on him. I didn't understand that situation. I can't wait to get more details on that. And then he comes out and wins the golf tournament.
Yeah. He wins the PGA Championship.
Yeah.
And then Calais Campbell, he comes over to try to play peacemaker like some people did in the Scheffler situation. Like, wait a minute, this is my teammate. And they end up cuffing him too. And this is a guy that has an impeccable reputation. He's been a Walter Payton Man of the Year before in the NFL.
Yep.
An impeccable reputation in the NFL. So I think it'll be interesting when the body cam footage does come out and you see the whole story and how the Miami-Dade police react to this. I don't know. That said, a weird start to the day for him. And finally in the second half, that offense got going. Miami's offense was terrible in the first half. Could not move the football consistently. No big explosive plays that they depend on so much. But they finally found some in the second half. And, the ETN fumble into the end zone, the rule I hate the most.
Helped you.
Helped me. At least though Miami recovered it, right? That's one where I'll say, all right, if the defense recovers it, you got to put it somewhere. So I'm fine with that.
Close to rolling out of the back.
Yeah, that's right.
It'd have been a tough day for you.
I have to square those two up.
I would say this for a lot of offenses, and I think particularly yours, where it's such timing, short passes. You throw it in the right place so my guys can catch it, never have to stutter step, and I can keep going 100 miles an hour after the catch, and I outrun everybody for big plays. I think not playing preseason games
kills you.
Not playing,
I agree.
Contact in practice where you get bumped off your routes and stuff like that. It takes you a while to get into the rhythm.
Well, there's no doubt it does. And Tua played one preseason drive, and that was like 3 weeks ago. It was in the second preseason game.
And I know they're practicing.
I get that, but there's difference in practice speed and game speed. You know that.
And they're not. Your defense is not hitting you in practice. They're not bumping you off routes, and they're not. They're sort of doing what they're supposed to do, and you're doing what you're supposed to do. There's none of the nuances of me being in your running lane and all of that, and that throws the timing off. And I thought that was one example of how offenses could be off in that situation.
Yeah, it was tough to watch at times. I will say Jags scored 17 in the first half and didn't score in the second half, so I was very happy with Miami's defense. None of the rookie quarterbacks looked particularly good. Bo Nix struggled at Seattle. Caleb Williams
still got a touchdown.
He still got a touchdown, but he threw 2 picks. Caleb Williams' team somehow scored 24 points without scoring an offensive touchdown. That's really hard to do, especially in the NFL, but Chicago managed to do it. I think they had 148 yards of offense. You saw Jaden Daniels in your game. He looked like a rookie quarterback a lot of time in your game.
They ran him a lot.
Yeah. He led him in rushing, I think 80-something yards, right?
Either they ran him or he ran, but he got after it.
If you like playing player props at mybookie.ag, I saw one of the gambling guys say the NFL will take, or the Vegas might take a minute to adjust Jaden Daniels' rush yards. He said this before the game. He goes, anything 60 or under, I'm on all year long.
Yeah. No.
You had a cash yesterday.
I don't think he can run that much.
All right, that is the middle 8. Brandon will be with us I forgot Scotty going with the double box. I'm looking at the wrong camera. That is the middle 8. Brandon will be with us for the full hour next week, every Monday at 8 o'clock. We've got the next round coming up. Stick around right here on the next round. Wherever you get it, you're going to get the next round. We'll see you next week on the middle 8.
Let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers.
A combination of bites, burgers. Where else are your favorite draft beers always poured at a frozen 29 degrees? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late night bites. Only at Twin Peaks.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Take TNR on the go with a podcast built for your satisfaction. Miss Hour 1, find it in podcast form. Miss Hour 2, stream it now. Miss Hour 3, download it for later. Miss Hour 4, well, just know it's never coming back. Listen to TNR wherever you find podcasts.
Hey, you. Feel that? That's fall in the air. And New Balance Birmingham got your fresh fall pair. To kick it during game time and sport from the sideline. Come together at New Balance Birmingham on Highway 280 right next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham, we got now.
When on YouTube, you constantly hear requests to please like and subscribe. Well, here at Disrupt Media, we aren't going to play that game. Those demands are frankly outdated. So we just want you to hit like or subscribe. It's like a choose-your-own-adventure novel. Pick a path, hit like, or hit subscribe. It's your call. We don't care which, just pick one. Or go to Roll Tide Pods and do it. Or War Damn Pods. Or the Disrupt Media YouTube channel. Or the Meltdown. Just make a decision and stick with it. Like or subscribe, the choice is yours.
Happy football season. At the next round, we strive to make our loyal listeners feel like they're a part of the action all season long. My name is Emily Grace McWhorter, and I do that by bringing you along for any given Saturday in Auburn or Tuscaloosa. From pregame warm-ups, touchdowns that make you feel a part of the play, and everything in between, our goal is to make you feel like you're inside Bryant Denny or Jordan Hare. Follow along on our social media at Next Round Live on Instagram, X, and Facebook. Also, check out thebarnauburn.com and covercrimson.com while you're at it. Here's to fall Saturdays.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
The most harsh thing I heard over the weekend. Go ahead and relegate the Carolina Panthers to the UFL and bring up the Birmingham Stallions.
That's pretty sad.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say relegate them to the ACC.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot to get to today, including what happened down at Auburn. Alabama struggling, according to some. Or was it just one position? Good in the last 6 minutes and 45 seconds. They get one of the biggest games in the country this weekend, Alabama at Wisconsin. That's coming up. Reaction to the NFL and a lot more college football. If you've already missed it this morning, Monday Morning Live with Tom Luganbill, you can go and get that at your convenience today. A nice 45-minute roll with Lugs. And then 45 or 30 to 45 minutes with Brown in the middle 8 with Brandon Marcello, two great college football analysts. And you can get them right there going on our platforms. You're asking about the double box right now over in the chat room. We're double boxed up because our man LT under the weather this morning. Hopefully he'll join us before the show's over, but I doubt that. I'm going to yellow light that. He'll be back with us tomorrow, but he is currently dealing with a medical issue, and we will talk to him tomorrow. Hopefully he'll be back with us then. So we get going today on a situation that I did not expect to happen, because if you watch our pregame show, I was going back and forth with LT about Peyton Thorne, and he kept telling me Francisco from Cal was a better quarterback.
Yeah, Mendoza.
And I was like, you're telling me Francisco Mendoza is a better quarterback than Peyton Thorne?
Very forcefully, Lance, there is no way. Peyton Thorne with all those receivers, yeah. I was there for the show.
Turns out Peyton Thorne, 165 yards of offense, 4 interceptions.
Should have been 5. Cal defender got called for a completely bogus pass interference in the end zone.
Yeah.
So it could have easily been 5 interceptions.
So Cal dominated that game, and they beat Auburn 21-14. And of all the games played this weekend, it was the most surprising outcome to me. I just thought Auburn was so much better than they were last year. And it ends up Peyton Thorne. I thought that was his worst game as an Auburn Tiger.
Worse than last year's against Cal? Because of the turnovers, yes.
Yeah.
And you're playing at home rather than on the road at Cal. Not that Cal's a particularly difficult place to play, but you're at least on the road. That's uncomfortable. It was as bad as it gets. And it's not all Peyton Thorne. Like, he's the quarterback. He's going to take the blame. But his offensive line is not good. And then they were playing a man down. He's under pressure all the time. And unfortunately for Peyton, I think that's where – and that's probably true of a lot of quarterbacks, that under pressure is where they make most of their mistakes, right? And I think that's what happened with Peyton Thorne. Line was not good. They didn't run incredible, I think 121 rush yards. It wasn't like they were, had a ton of run game to lean on.
I know, but did they lean into the run game?
I don't know. I mean, it didn't feel like that. I think maybe they were a little worried about offensive line, too, on the run game. And I don't – yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I don't know that they leaned on it enough, especially the way Peyton Thorne was playing.
I want to hear from the Auburn fans in the mybookie.ag chat room. It felt to me like Hugh Freeze was wanting to run more of his system than what he could last year, and he was still in that game, particularly still trying to force a square circle, a square into a round circle.
Square peg in a round hole.
Yeah, that's what he was trying to force, something that wasn't there.
Right.
Jarquez is a hell of a running back. And Austin is too, backing him up.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I didn't love the play calling. Peyton Thorne was not having a good day, and I just wonder how frustrated those receivers, those 5-star receivers, those 4-star receivers, were having on that Saturday there in front of the home crowd.
Yeah, and then you've got Cam Coleman, and look, tips happen, right? But Cam's got to make that catch. And that was tipped in the air, and that led to an interception. That's what I'm saying. It's not all just – Peyton Thorne wasn't just out there throwing interceptions. Now, he threw plenty that were his fault. But all 4 of them, maybe not entirely his fault. It was an overall loss. But you got to get better quarterback play out of Peyton Thorne. I'm sure Peyton Thorne will tell you that today. I'm certain Hugh Freeze would tell you that today, and Ken Austin and, Derek Nix, whoever you want to talk to on that staff. You've got to have better quarterback play out of Peyton Thorne. And, of course, now everybody starts talking about Hank Brown, the backup, and do you see him against New Mexico? I'm sure that'll be talked about this week. Hugh Freeze is going to meet the media at 11. We'll hear what he says at 11 about that. I don't know where you go from here with Auburn's offense, because you're going to face a lot better defenses than what Cal just brought you.
This opening 5 games for Auburn, and we'll get reaction from the locker room coming up here in just a second. But you've got what we thought were 5 wins, the Oklahoma game being the deciding one. But Arkansas looks good. Oklahoma looks good. All of a sudden now you could be 2-3 coming out of this opening 5-game stand. That's on the table now, right?
I guess. I mean, what do you feel confident in with Auburn right now?
Right now, until the offense shows me something else, not a lot.
Yeah.
Because in some cases, I'm not sure the receivers were getting open. We'll hear from Hugh Freeze in just a second.
Yeah, you ask about what their record would be starting. I mean, you feel confident against New Mexico, but now that you've seen Arkansas play, I mean, what's your level of confidence in Auburn hosting Arkansas week 4? I mean, Arkansas is a good enough team to beat some SEC teams. They were good enough to win in Stillwater. If you're good enough to win in Stillwater, you're good enough to win in Jordan-Hare.
Right.
The way Auburn's offense played. Oklahoma slopped around against Houston. slopped around against Houston.
16-12 win. Yeah.
16-12. Very fortunate to beat a Houston team that had just gotten run out of their own stadium by UNLV in week 1. So, I mean, and then you get to Georgia, and we don't even need to, we don't even need to go further there. But to answer your question, what looked like once could be a 5-0, I've got questions about 2 of the next 3 games for the Tigers. Yep. They're going to beat New Mexico, I think. But I got questions about 2 of the next 3 after that. I mean, a 2-3 start isn't 100% off the board right now, and I didn't think I'd be saying that.
Charles asked the question, how long until the Freeze 4 enter the portal? It's week 2 of the season.
Oh.
But I had to sit there and think to myself.
Oh,
I had to sit there and think to myself.
One game, yeah.
I know, but I had to sit. I mean, if you're that talented, you got to do a sales job in those guys all year long to say, hey, the quarterback position is going to get better. The quarterback position is going to get better. We'll hear from Hugh Freeze in just a second after we tell you about a couple of our great sponsors. Inverness Country Club, Brownie. Start us off with our friends at Inverness.
Yeah, it's a great place to join if you're looking for that club home in the Birmingham area, especially if you're a young couple. Inverness Country Club is a great, great location for you. Dunaway and I have been out there. We've played a good bit. The course is fantastic. The clubhouse, one of the best in America. The pool, resort-style pool is terrific. I mean, you can't go wrong. They've even got childcare. You need to have a meeting there. You need to have a business lunch. You just want to play some tennis, some pickleball, some golf. You can do it right there, and you don't have to worry about childcare. Top-of-the-line childcare right there. 205-991-8608. Call our friend Erin and tell her you would like to set up a tour at Inverness Country Club. 205-991-8608. And the best days happen at Inverness Country Club. Make them happen for you as well.
Yeah. By the way, we do overtime today with the coaches' news conferences, but Hugh Freeze has moved his news conference from, Forrester, what is it, normally 11 Central Time, and now it's 1 o'clock today, but it's normally 11?
Correct. Normally 11, changed to 1 today.
Okay, so move back to 1 o'clock today. So Coach Freeze will not be part of our overtime. We'll give you a little Kalen DeBoer overtime today at 12 o'clock. Tyler Booker is on our show at 9:30 today. And Joel Klatt reacting to everything he saw, including Texas's big win at Michigan, coming up at 10:30 Central Time today. And those guests are coming up. Yes, in the chat room, Peyton Thorne will be with us tomorrow at 9:30. At least that's what the contract says.
Scheduled to appear. Yeah. I mean, I've got no reason to think he will not. I mean, I don't think he's a guy that is going to run from one bad performance. If so, it probably answers a lot of questions you have.
Yeah. Let's get some Hugh Freeze reaction. So 4 interceptions with the quarterback that he stuck with through the offseason. So here's the Auburn coach after that performance.
After what seemed to be a really good week 1 performance for Peyton, struggled tonight with the 4 interceptions. What's the game plan moving forward for him, the quarterback situation, and with SEC play looming large?
Well, I have to watch the film first before I really say. I mean, we struggled to protect him tonight a lot. We had guys running wide open and really struggled to protect, and it hurt when Tutall got banged up and he tried to go and he couldn't, and so we struggled to protect him some. So I'd rather watch the film and then talk about it Monday on exactly his play at quarterback.
Well, we'll see what he says at 1 o'clock. That's fair, though. I mean, you can't expect in the postgame a coach to say, hey, listen, I'm done with this kid. We're going on to Hank Brown. I mean, I think it's fair what Freeze said. There wasn't a lot of protection for Peyton Thorne. Now, Shedeur Sanders is a bad example because he had a bad game against Nebraska, but Shedeur Sanders a lot of times is running for his life and manages to still make plays. So good quarterbacks are able to do that. And you can't just say, oh, bad offensive line play 4 interceptions. That's also not acceptable. I mean, neither one of those, bad offensive line play or 4 interceptions, is acceptable. And even when they happen together, it doesn't make one more or less acceptable. Just because you have bad O-line play, you can't turn the ball over.
6:30 at Jordan Hare this week against New Mexico. Now, it was a road game at Tampa, virtually the same time last year, and against a much better opponent when Jalen Milroe did not look great against Texas, had a couple of late interceptions that cost Alabama the game against Texas,
right?
Who was a playoff team. They go on the road to USF, and Nick Saban said, all right, here are the backups. Let's go get them. And the backups struggled to beat USF. Jalen Milroe took over the team from that point forward, and Alabama won the SEC. Is there a chance that Hugh Freeze pulls a card like that and
pulls
says,
a Nick Saban.
Okay, New Mexico, maybe you need to take a second, Peyton, and take a look at things, and maybe it's a chance to showcase all of our Auburn fans who are on the message board at thebarnauburn.com. Okay, here's the backups. Here are the backups. This is why Peyton Thorne's your quarterback. Because you're getting a lot of love. Everybody's got their favorite backup right now at Auburn, and everybody wants to see him play.
So here was the risk Nick Saban ran with that, and it ended up being what appears to be a genius move, right? But here was the risk he ran with that, is what if Tyler Buchner had come in and had maybe not torn it up, but played well enough that now you give him another start. Now, forget who Alabama played the week after that, but you give him another start, right? And then now Tyler Buchner struggles, and now Milrose missed 2 starts. Now you got to mess the rest of the year, right?
Right.
I mean, it was a roll of the dice there, and you got to see Buchner, and you're like, okay, Buchner ain't it. And then Simpson came in a little bit late, and you're like, okay, Simpson looked okay. But I tell you what, Milrose not as bad as I thought. Let's go back to him. He's not as bad as I thought he was against Texas. Now, that's another thing. Milroe had struggled against Texas. We're talking about Peyton Thorne struggling against Cal. So my point would be the risk you would run if you're Hugh Freeze, Jim, is you run Hank Brown out there, and Hank's just good enough. You're like, it looked better than Peyton Thorne. Let's see another week of it. And then you play Arkansas, and you're like, okay, we were wrong. It was just New Mexico that made him look good. He's not as good as Peyton. Now you've got a mess on your hands. I mean, that's why it seems easier to do that and just say, let the fans see who the backups are, and Peyton Thorne's the best option, or let Peyton stand on the sideline and see that you're the best option. What if it doesn't play out that way? It played out that way for Alabama, and it worked. But what if it doesn't play out that way for Hugh Freeze and Auburn, and now you've created a mess that you may not dig yourself out of the rest of the year? You see what I'm saying, right?
I do. Am I right about this? In the last 4 games for Auburn, New Mexico State loss, beat Alabama, horrible loss to Maryland.
They lost to Alabama. They didn't beat Alabama.
Oh, lost to Alabama, but they played better. Good enough to beat Alabama. Yeah, okay, but you're right.
It took one of the most incredible plays of college football history, but yes, Alabama won that game.
So let me start over for editing purposes for Taylor.
Right.
Am I right about this? That the last 4 games for Auburn, well, it's 5 games. New Mexico State, loss. Should have beat Alabama, but a miracle play. Alabama wins it. Then you play a bowl game against Maryland, and that was embarrassing. Then you beat Alabama A&M, and then you lose to Cal. So you've got 3 losses to New Mexico State, Maryland, and Cal in your last 5 games.
Yeah. Their last Power 5 win came against Arkansas on the road. It was a 48-10 win. Maybe Peyton Thorne's one of his better games as Auburn quarterback. But that was back November 11th of last year. That's their last Power 5 win.
That's why you get this cut one Rockstar. That's why you get this Hugh Freeze body language and tone after this loss. I don't think anybody in that Auburn building thought that Cal was going to come in and beat them at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Here's Hugh.
Disappointing. I thought, with hope we were further along. I knew this would be a good test for us, no matter what people said. They're a very senior-laden football team and play extremely hard and are well coached. And their quarterback played lights out in the first half. And the positive that I guess if we can take anything from it is that our defense, I thought, really, really improved as the game went on in the second half and gave us chances. Their special teams played really well in the third quarter and kept us pinned. But you cannot turn the ball over 5 times and expect to beat really anybody. And we never got in any kind of sync offensively, and that's very disappointing and frustrating to me, and it rests with me, and I've got to figure that out for us.
Mendoza was terrific in the first half, and the
20 of 22.
I know.
At Jordan-Hare Stadium, terrific.
Yeah, and one of the 20 of 22 was he was under pressure, and he just chunked it through the end zone. The other one was off a receiver's hand, so it wasn't like, they were bad misses there either. And the fact it was only 14-7 at halftime, I thought was incredible. I was like, man, Auburn has dodged a huge bullet here. They got a lot they got to fix in the second half. But they've dodged a massive bullet for this game to only be 14-7 at the half. But boy, they never could do anything in the second half. I mean, their defense did play better. DJ Durkin's defense did play better against Mendoza. They adjusted, but the offense got worse in the second half. And that was the problem. Defense got better, offense got worse. I mean, it was just a head scratcher. And he's right, 5 turnovers. I mean, you got to add in the fumble as well. And it was one of those deals where Hunter, because he is such a strong runner, was held up a little bit, but they didn't blow it dead because he was still kind of moving forward. The play did not look like it needed to be blown dead. It looked like Hunter might actually even escape the tackle. But you got to protect the ball while you're doing that, and you got it punched out.
Kevin says, give the people what they want. We want to hear from Little T. The chair is open if Taylor wants to come in here. I'll tell you first, before Brownie tells you about our friends at A+, that our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. UCA has over 35 urologists on hand, 16 locations across Alabama, treating all your urological needs from prostate health to kidney stones, and they'll take care of you. Visit urologycentersalabama.com, urologycentersalabama.com to schedule an appointment today. 205-930-0920, 930-0920 to schedule an appointment, or you can do that online at urologycentersalabama.com. And Brownie?
A+ Tile Home Remodeling, that is who redid the brown master bathroom. When my wife was ready to redo that bathroom in our house, she scoured the internet looking for the best person for the job, and she talked to contractors. She talked to people that had used certain contractors. She read reviews, and she picked Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. 205-422-1758 is Brad's number. That's his cell number. Give him a call and let him come look at your situation. I'll tell you what he did with us. We gave him our vision, and he did our vision. He didn't try to sell us on some vision. He's also not one of those one-day remodels. You may see those. He said, I'll tell you what, I'm not worried about it. You go ahead and price one of those, and you'll find that the price is bigger than mine. The price is more than my quote, and they a lot of times just throw a shower over an existing shower, and that is just disgusting, man. Disgusting. So here it is, 205-422-1758. Get it done the right way. He specializes in master bath, kitchen, and master bedroom closets. Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
9:30, Tyler Booker joins the show. We'll talk about Alabama and what went on with him over there and his chance to shake hands with Nick Saban in pregame. Maverick Hammerfist, he said what? How much furniture did Little T break on Saturday night? We'll ask her. She has passed on jumping on the show at this moment in time.
Still collecting her thoughts?
Maybe later on. You may get a Little T later on. She is passing at the moment. But she was upset about it.
Mondays are her tough day. I'll give her credit. Mondays, she's got a lot on her plate on Monday.
Yeah,
so it's maybe later in the week.
And I don't think she wants to talk to me yet because she heard the pregame show where I was all in on Auburn.
All in is, I think, an understatement.
Yeah. No, I was. I had a 10-team parlay at mybookie.ag. 10 teams. And the only game I lost was the Auburn game.
Mm-hmm.
So I really
no, you did not. 10-team?
10-team parlay.
10-team parlay?
Now they were.
What did Auburn had to win it outright? Is that all they had to do?
Yep. I didn't play any points. I had Tennessee, I had Texas, I had Oregon, I had them all. Brady. I had Oklahoma State. That one scared me.
Yep.
But just had to win them. Just had to win them.
Yep. And Auburn you were 9-1, and Auburn was the one.
Yeah. But before I got to the night games, I knew I'd already lost. Had to hit all 10. So.
That's true. Yeah, it's not like you were waiting with bated breath on those late games on that Arizona State, Miami, Mississippi State finish.
Yeah. Here's what Hugh Freeze and Auburn's going to have to deal with in all seriousness. I'm reading at CBSSports.com here, John Talty, who writes for them now, but he's also formerly locally here, so he knows the state. Third paragraph. Rather than upgrade a position that clearly held Auburn back during Freeze's 6-7 first season in the Plains, Freeze, citing an alleged $1 million cost to adding a transfer quarterback, preferred to surround Thorne with a better supporting cast in the misguided belief it would elevate his play.
Well, I think what's going to happen here, and this is broader than just Hugh Freeze, but Hugh Freeze certainly is in the crosshairs on this particular piece of criticism from John Talty and many others. As big programs struggle at quarterback, they are all going to watch programs like Miami and Cam Ward and say, why were we not in on the Cam Ward? Why did he go to Miami? Did we make an effort? Like if I'm a Michigan fan today and I watch that game Saturday, and every time I watch Miami with Cam Ward play and watch us play with Davis Warren, I'm like, did we make an effort there? Did we call Cam Ward? And if I'm Auburn, I asked that question, dude. And I'm just using Cam Ward because he's going to be the most obvious one because he's going to potentially contend for the Heisman Trophy for Miami as a transfer from Washington State. And it's a natural question to look at that and say, was my school in on this guy? Did we even make an effort? How much would it have cost? Did we say $1 million was too much for Cam Ward? If that's the price. Now,
because most quarterbacks are going $1.5 million north of that.
Yeah. Now, I will also say a lot of people were in on the Grayson McCall sweepstakes.
That's what I was going to bring up. Yeah. And Auburn fans wanted him.
A lot of Auburn fans did. There were Auburn fans in the mybookie.ag chat. Other ones I talked to that are like, this kid at Coastal's not going to stick around at Coastal without Jamie Chadwell there. I wish we'd go get Grayson McCall. And there were even thoughts, you remember when he opted out of the bowl game that was played here in Birmingham, there were some thoughts that he already was going to Auburn, and then there were apparently something academic-wise. I'm not saying he's not a smart kid. I'm just saying I think like transfer. There was something going on.
Some of his points wouldn't move from Coastal Carolina to Auburn.
I never really dug deep enough to know what that was, but that was the reason that I heard from a lot of fans. But I don't know. I mean, Grayson McCall away from Jamie Chadwell has not been great.
It is not.
It's a very small data sample, but
for those that don't know, he's the quarterback at NC State.
That's right.
He's apparently going up against the NFL front seven in Tennessee, but he did not look good.
Yeah. So it's not always, I just go out and get the transfer quarterback. But back to Hugh Freeze, this was a guy that very publicly, Jim, backed Peyton Thorne and is like, this is our guy. You know, we're not going to go to the transfer portal. We got our guy. We got Peyton Thorne. We believe in Peyton Thorne.
I believed in Peyton Thorne.
And if the ship goes down with Peyton Thorne at the helm, I mean, that part of it is going to reflect on Hugh Freeze, no doubt. On top of the fact that Hugh Freeze took over the play calling this year. So now you've got the play calling, you've got the quarterback you wanted. If this Auburn offense doesn't turn things around, there are going to naturally be a lot of questions about all of that. I'm not saying it's going to cost Hugh Freeze his job, but I am saying Auburn fans are going to look at it and say, all right, here we are 7-5, 8-4, and we got no better on offense when you took over the play calling with the quarterback you wanted to stick with, if that's what happens.
Okay. Quick break here, and then we'll get Tyler Booker coming up on the other side. He is waiting in the wings, and we'll be generous with his time. So a quick break here. When we come back, we'll talk to Tyler Booker. The show being brought to you, Brownie, in part by our friends at Gutter Cap Today. They were also on our previous shows, Monday Morning Live in the Middle 8. Tell us about the great Gutter Cap folks.
Yeah, that's my guy. That's our guy, Chris Stewart. Listen, the time is now where those leaves are going to start falling, and they're already doing it. It's dry out there, so leaves are going to fall. And they're going to get in those gutters at Gutter Cap. They can take care of that for you. 823-2212 is the number to call. Get these two to climb up on that ladder one last time, clean out those gutters, put the caps on them. You never have to worry about that debris getting in there again and your gutters getting clogged. Don't do it yourself. Stay off that ladder. Cap it, don't snap it. 823-2212. That is Gutter Cap of Birmingham, guttercapbirmingham.com. Tyler Booker talks Alabama next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at ryanbrownlive.
For a great experience in golf, go to Bent Brook, just off I-459 in the Birmingham area. You've got 27 holes where you can play your 18 holes 6 different ways. Open 7 days a week with 5 sets of tees that makes golf enjoyable for any level golfer. You get complimentary GPS on every golf cart, and the AU Victory bent grass greens play as pure as any in the area. Bent Brook continues to improve with upgraded greens and redesigned holes. Book that next tee time right now. BentBrook.com. BentBrook.com. From the creators of The Next Round comes 2 new sites, CoverCrimson.com and TheBarnAuburn.com. 2 team sites with the same excitement and information-driven content that you get every day on The Next Round. Live daily shows, recorded shows, free of charge, plus premium content with insider information starting at just $1. And it's the perfect gift for the Alabama or Auburn fan in your family. CoverCrimson.com or TheBarnAuburn.com. Sign up today.
Buying that perfect home is one of the most important financial decisions you'll ever make, so it's crucial that you have the right partner to help you through the process. Hi, I'm Lisa Zeig, Vice President Mortgage Loan Officer for Bryant Bank, and I'm here to tell you that we are that partner, making it easy to buy with confidence. We offer a variety of mortgage products to fit your unique home buying situation. That kind of hassle-free approach might not be what you'd expect from a bank, but it's exactly what you can expect from us. Give me a call today or visit one of our 18 offices across the state of Alabama and let me show you what banking beyond expectation is all about.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, now featuring 7 days of giveaways with your chance to win a share of up to $125,000. The more you visit the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, the more chances you have to win.
Hey, you. Feel that? That's fall in the air. And New Balance Birmingham got your fresh fall pair. To kick it during game time and sport from the sideline. Come together at New Balance Birmingham on Highway 280 right next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham, we got now.
Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemphill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090, hemphillservices.com.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Our friends at Milo's Hamburger invites you to join them in the fight against hunger in our local communities by bringing non-perishable food items to your local Milo's, including canned goods. When you donate a canned good or any non-perishable food item, Milo's will give you a free drink. Together, we can make a difference.
Alabama wakes up with 6:45 left in a hard-fought game and beats South Florida 42-16. They have one of the biggest games of the country this week on the road in Madison, 11 a.m. on Fox with the great Joel Klatt and Gus. Alabama coming to town. Alabama, Wisconsin. Looking forward to that. Let's talk to Alabama's left tackle.
Yeah, left tackle Tyler Booker. What is up, left tackle Tyler Booker? How are you today?
I'm great. How are y'all guys doing?
Doing well. I imagine at IMG you played a little left tackle, right?
I did. I played left tackle my whole senior year of high school.
Yeah, okay. So that was not a foreign spot to you, but in college, you're a guard by trade. What is so for an idiot like me that knows nothing about football but somehow does a show every day? What is the biggest thing like for you when I move from guard to tackle? What all does that change for me?
For me, it's just being in open space because at guard I have two sideboards. I have the center to my right, and I have the tackle to my left. But at tackle, I'm pretty much one-on-one the whole entire game. So that was different for me. But like you guys said, I played left tackle in high school, so it's pretty much just like riding a bike.
Speaking of riding the bike, is there a kick that you do at left tackle to back up? Tell me about the footwork, just the ability to go backwards quickly and go with that the guys that are coming on the edge. How different is that footwork than it is at guard, and how often do you work at playing left tackle during the preseason, during the spring? Do you get reps there?
So as far as the footwork goes, it's different than guard because as a guard, we need to keep, as interior offensive lineman, we need to keep the firmness of the pocket. So I can't take a tackle set at guard. If I take a tackle set at guard, I'd be in the quarterback's lap before the defender even gets to me.
Right.
So at tackle, we need to keep the width of the pocket. So that's why you see tackles taking more of a vertical set. So that's how the footwork is different. The depth and the angle of my set. That's where it's different. And what was your second question? I'm sorry.
Well, how many reps do you actually get? Like you probably knew all week you were going to be at left tackle, but do you work on it in the spring any at all at left tackle?
Yeah, so I got a couple reps during the spring, got some reps during player ran practices during the summer, some reps during fall camp. So in the game of football, you never know what's going to happen, and the best ability is availability. So I pretty much work all spots across the offensive line.
Yeah, I thought that made you some extra NFL money Saturday night, actually. So you're back at left guard this week?
We'll see at 11 a.m. on Saturday.
Yeah, okay.
That's a great, excellent answer.
Yeah, I tried to sneak that one in on you because you remember last year at SEC Championship, you said I'd ask the easy questions, so I was trying to sneak that one in on you.
You almost got me.
Yeah.
You almost got me.
Alabama's Tyler Booker is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. The NFL this year is clamping down on tackles being in the backfield. Like, is that one of those where you just creep further and further back until the ref says, okay, that's enough, son. You've gone as far back as I'm going to let you go?
Yeah, so that for me, it wasn't really a problem. And the refs actually came up to me. They said, "Thanks for making my job easy. You were always on the line."
Wow.
That's just because that's just because I'm used to being at guard depth. So I'm not gonna have to be as deep as the tackle would have to be. But it's really an advantage. But you have to look at it from the offensive lineman's perspective as well. Like, I have to get off the ball because this guy's gonna jump the snap count. Like, I can't see when the quarterback isn't, like, his hands are coming together to clap. And a lot of guys, they load their foot up and they start their step when the quarterback gets right here. So he has that extra step on me. And you know, some of the guys that these tackles go against are, 230, 240. Tackles are like 315. So just physically, they have that advantage of speed, and getting that extra millisecond is a huge advantage for the defender. So we try to level out the playing field by getting as far back as we can. So,
look, nobody is going to pretend like it wasn't a difficult game for Wilkin Formby. I know he's a teammate of yours, but you're also a team captain and a leader. What do you do for him? I mean, you've been there, right? You've been a young guy that just struggled, and everybody in the stadium and on TV saw it. What as a team leader and a team captain do you do for one of your offensive line mates when he struggles like that?
Just really, to be honest, I told him that, man, just keep it pushing. There's nothing you can do about it now except learn. So what Wilkin is doing right now, he's just been really in the film room, just going over some of the things that went wrong and making sure that he doesn't make some of the same mistakes again. But we all believe in Wilkin, and he wouldn't be out there starting if we didn't believe in him. And we just have to continue to go 1-0. What I mean by that is, don't let the previous game affect what happens going into this next week.
Yeah, I would imagine there was some conversations with him like you guys had with Caden Proctor last year, because early on in the season, Caden had his problems. And then what did he turn in at the end of the year? He turned into a great player as he got a little bit more experience. I would imagine you guys are having sort of the same conversations with Formby right now.
Exactly. And the biggest thing that I felt like helped Caden the most is just letting him know that we believed in him. Like at no point did we say, like, oh man, you're not cutting it, you're not the guy, get out. And that would have really diminished his confidence. But instead of doing that, we uplifted him and we told him that, like, we've all been there before. Like guys like JC, guys like Dalcourt, everybody that had experience and played before who had those moments. We just really put belief into them. And so we're doing the same thing with Wilkin right now. And I'm very excited to see how he'll respond this weekend and the rest of the season.
Well, that's what Emily Grace McWhorter, our in the field reporter, said and told me after the post game. She was talking to Jalen Milroe, and she said he continued to talk. By the way, he was in a good looking T-shirt that had you on it. By the way.
Oh, Milroe was wearing a Tyler Booker T-shirt.
That was fire.
Yeah.
That was fire.
Can we get some of those? I mean, do we get any? We're friends, right?
I don't even have any of those. So you got to ask Jalen.
Wow. I think he's got a 1 of 1 for 12, okay. I guess for 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 teammates, however deep they go. But he EG kept telling us all Jalen would talk about was the positive thinking of the team. We kept thinking positive, and nobody got down when things weren't going right, and that's why the last 6:45 was able to happen. Talk about that a little bit, the positivity that was happening on the sidelines when things was not going the way you wanted them to.
So a mantra that Coach DeBoer brought over with him when he came from Washington is go 1-0. So going 1-0 is just that, like, win this rep, win this quarter, win this game. So go 1-0 in everything that you do. So we don't focus on what happened the last play, whether if it was successful or unsuccessful. We just focus on the next play and making sure that next play is successful. So our whole mindset was just go 1-0. And something else that Coach DeBoer preaches to us is keep playing and the game will come back to you. We never gave up. We never quit at any point. We played with the same tenacity and intensity the whole entire game. And the game did eventually come back to us. Even if it was 6 minutes and 40 seconds left, we still finished the way we were supposed to. But now we have to make sure we carry over this finish into the start of the next game.
Tyler Booker is with us, the Alabama offensive lineman. We'll see if he's a left tackle or a left guard, as he tells us at 11 a.m. Saturday. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. There was video floating around pregame. You're in the end zone loosening up, and some of the South Florida players walked behind the end zone, and there was a Tyler Booker laugh at one of the players. Can you walk us through? Is that normal? What happened there?
Man, when I'm in that pre-game routine, it's pretty much an out-of-body experience. So I really don't even I didn't remember that happened until I seen the video. And like pre-game, I got my music blasting. Like I'm talking to myself the entire time, like literally talking to myself, like, okay, when you run this play, make sure your foot is here. So I mean, I couldn't even tell you. I was just in that mode.
So you don't even remember it. I mean, it's like you look at him, you laugh. I mean, it's the Tyler Booker laugh. It's the laugh we all know. I don't know if it was a little more evil on the field. So you don't even remember. You don't even remember it happening.
No.
We do have a great, it was short and sweet, but a great moment where you walk over and shake Nick Saban's his hand. Tell me about that moment, and just knowing that they named the field after him. I know you didn't get to see a lot of the pop and circumstance, but it was really a cool night.
It was great, and me being able to go over there and shake Coach Saban's hand, that meant a lot for me. I just told him thank you for everything and congratulations. And like I said last week, to be able to play for somebody that is the greatest to ever do it, like very few people have the ability to say that. So a lot of the lessons and a lot of things I've learned from him to make me a better athlete, but not only a better athlete, but a better man, are lessons that I'm going to take with me for the rest of my life. So I was just very happy for him and his family to have that achievement under his belt. Okay,
have you seen any Wisconsin tape yet? And how excited are you about going to play in one of his venues in college football at Camp Randall?
I watched a little bit of Wisconsin tape. I try to so Sunday is our corrections day, so I'm really big on finishing up the game before. So I was really big on watching USF film, and I watched a little bit of Wisconsin film. So I won't be able to tell you much about them at this moment, but I'm very excited to play at their stadium. I've heard a lot of great things about it. I heard it gets really loud. My uncle actually played for Michigan State, and he told me that's one of the loudest venues he's ever played in. My dad went to that game, and he told me that was one of the loudest venues he's ever been to. And I'm just very excited, and that's why you play college football, for these kind of atmospheres and these kind of games. So I'm very excited to go compete.
And I think you can understand this from the fans. There were a lot of vibes in this South Florida game that were the same as last year's South Florida game, but it was kind of a turning point for your team last year, especially offensively. I mean, do you feel like that maybe a little bit of struggle? I know it was not your normal offensive line rotation there, but it might have the same impact that it did last year.
Yeah, so it similar to last year, we didn't have the same offensive line rotation because I was actually out last year.
That's right.
And it's funny because me and Kate and I were talking about it, like they're seeing a completely different offensive line from left to right. So just being able to go through, like you grow from adversity. So to be able to go through adversity this early in the season and really right the wrongs of it, to make sure we don't go through any adversity similar to that, that's going to propel us to have a very successful season. So I'm very excited to see how we respond for the rest of the year.
You are a very young guy. As Jim mentioned, Wisconsin is a difficult place to play. One of the things they are famous for is playing jump around between the third and fourth quarter. Are you familiar with this House of Pain song? How often have you listened to Jump Around?
I've probably heard it in passing, but I know it'll be stuck in my head after Saturday. So I'm very excited to go play there.
Will you jump around? Will you participate? Does it depend on if you've got the ball, what the situation's going on?
Oh, it'll be iconic if you're kicking their ass and then all of a sudden they're doing jump around and all of you guys are jumping around. That'll be an iconic moment.
Man, I'm just focused on winning the football game. Yeah. We'll see you on Saturday.
Coach speak. We ask you for no coach speak, Tyler. Don't give us coach speak.
It's okay. That was a bad question by me again. I'll get back to nice questions next week.
Oh, you're trying to give them Billboard material.
That's right. Tyler is not going to fall for that. If anything we've learned, Tyler is not going to give them something. Tyler, thank you very much. Good luck against Wisconsin. We will see you next Monday.
Thank you so much. Y'all have a good one.
All right, buddy. You too.
Roll Tide.
Tyler Booker is there on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Joins us at this time each week, 9:30 every single Monday.
JohnstonRVCenter.com bringing us the show as well. Great folks there, and they love traveling. And I keep getting stories on their social media about new people who have bought their products, and they're hitting the road this fall. The weather's perfect now.
Oh, boy, fall is in the air, and you can go enjoy it with an RV from Johnston RV Center. They've got great fall pricing to get you ready for tailgate season. You could fall in love with the new RV, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, where you will find travel trailers as low as $145 a month. You will find fifth wheels with savings more than $45,000. Those prices are incredible. Also, RV warranty forever. Make sure you got a lifetime warranty on everything new and qualifying pre-owned. You can find all of that at johnstonrvcenter.com.
We'll get to 4 downs here in just a second, Rockstar, in this segment here. And also your best and worst of the weekend, which is brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. You can start sending in your best and worst of the weekend right there. Hemphill Services are your MVP, absolutely. They're the folks that can come out when things aren't running right. In fact, at LT's house on Saturday when he went downstairs to start watching football.
Oh, no, don't tell me.
The air conditioning wasn't working downstairs, so he had to call Hemphill on a Saturday again. Whether you experience plumbing, heating, or cooling issues in your home or even your business, keep in mind your business issues, they're ready to serve you. It's Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090 for our friends at Hemphill Services. On the back row, we have Rockstar, who is here. Forrester, Tyler's back there. Lunceford's back there. Lunceford, if I can get your microphone. I got lured in to I don't know what they call it, an elimination NFL league.
Survivor pool.
Survivor.
Okay.
Yeah, Survivor pool is what they're prominently called now.
So Lance threw it together. Lunceford and I are in. Are you in on it, Brown?
I am. I had the Buffalo football Bills yesterday. The way I looked at it was either the Bills are going to beat the Cardinals. They were 6.5-point favorite, and I'm in. Or the Bills lose, and it's the best $100 I've ever spent just to get the Bills to lose. I'd pay $100 a week to see the Bills lose.
The most picked team, Lunceford, was who?
The Cincinnati Bengals.
What happened to them?
They looked like garbage.
And they lost.
And they lost.
They lost to the New England Patriots, it should be noted.
So half of the people in our Survivor, or whatever you call it, league, got eliminated before week 1 was done.
Yep.
But you and I are still standing, and apparently Brown.
Yes.
I don't know
Brown
how many
picked
people
the Bills,
won.
We picked the Seahawks.
Yeah. You took who?
The Seahawks.
Yeah, you both took the
I
Seahawks.
took the Seahawks.
Yeah, you both had the Seahawks.
I thought he said Bills for a second.
No, I had the
Brown
Bills.
had the
I had the
Bills.
Bills,
Yeah. Lunceford saw me take the Seahawks in the thread, and he is like,
All right, so there's 3 of us left. We're the only 3 left standing. So now
that's it?
No, there's a couple others.
Okay. No, somebody had the Saints because
somebody had the Saints and somebody else had the Bills too.
Yeah. Okay.
There's 5 of us left.
But it got cut down tremendously.
Yeah.
So I've never been in one of these leagues. What do we do now? So we pick again next week?
Now you cannot pick Seattle again.
Brown can't pick Buffalo.
I can't pick Buffalo again.
Okay.
So here's what you do in this league right now. You go see who Carolina's playing, and you start there.
Well, I think people did that with New England. They thought New England was going to suck, and they got bounced.
I know, but I've seen Carolina now, and I know they suck.
Yeah. I thought that was it was interesting as I learned how to do that. I
can't believe you've never been in a Survivor pool.
I have not.
They're fun.
I have not.
Lunceford,
I only didn't pick the Bengals so I could have them later. I didn't want to. That's one of those teams you don't want to blow right at the beginning. So it's like, what's that next one? I was between the Saints and the Seahawks, and they both won. So now I don't know if I want the Bengals later or not, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Are you okay, Lunceford, once everybody gets eliminated, cranking it up and doing it again?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. That's what I said.
That's more money for us because we're the only ones that can win now.
That's right.
I mean, it does, by the way, seem like it goes really quick.
Well, it does. Yeah. I mean, do you know how hard it is to project NFL just wins in NFL games?
It sounded when I was getting into it like it
was
easy.
so easy, yeah.
This is the first time I made it past week 1, so yeah, I'm
well,
excited.
A lot of people try to you just go obvious. Like what a lot of people try to do in week 1, Lunceford, is pick that team. You think I'm not going to be able to pick them any other time this year. I'm going to pick them now. That's the exact opposite thing you do. I've found in these things is you go obvious early, don't you? That's the way I play.
I mean, yes, but that's why everybody picked the Bengals because I think they were the biggest favorite.
They were.
And I think like the Saints and Seahawks were the next biggest favorites, which is why everybody went with them. The Bills were pretty high too.
Yeah, the Bills were like a 6-point favorite.
Pick whatever you think or whatever the biggest one is and whatever Vegas tells you to pick, I guess.
I was thinking that maybe I need to save some good teams later on. But it turns out I just need to survive.
That's what I'm saying. No, you don't try to save good teams.
It's a survivor pool.
It's a survivor pool.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody in the world, I just look, Baltimore's a 9.5-point favorite over Vegas. You don't get a 9.5-point line.
They're playing the Raiders?
They're playing the Raiders. Everybody in the world is going to be on Baltimore this week in the survivor pool. So let's go ahead and write it down. Everybody's picking Baltimore.
Well, it's like, in March Madness, you pick a couple of those upsets that, everybody's picking the 12 over 5. Well, you go pick the 5.
Yeah.
You may actually end up benefiting from that.
Yeah, really impressive. All right, we'll get back to college football. Joel Klatt with us at 10:30. But first, a little bit more NFL, brought to you by our friends at Slice. Tell us about Slice, Brownie. They're great locations. Five of them now,
yeah,
right?
5 great locations. Some of the most unique pizza you will ever have. I love that soul pie. It's got the Conecuh sausage, black-eyed peas, the turnip greens. It is a fantastic pizza, wing and a prayer. All those right there at Slice. You can find the Slice nearest you, slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
Okay, on the fly here. Take the Bengals off the table because we just talked about them. Other than that, biggest disappointment in week 1 of the NFL, knowing that we still have one game tonight with the Jets playing?
I would probably say Atlanta, because you were playing at home and you only scored 10 points with what is supposed to be a really good offense with Kirk Cousins. You were facing technically the backup quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers because Russell Wilson was a late scratch, so they go with Justin Fields, which is technically the backup, even though it's a pretty close job there. So you're playing a backup at home, and you scored 10 points. That was hugely disappointing to me for the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you with that because that team is very talented, and I picked them to be a loser in the NFC Championship game. A lot of people would want me to say the LA Rams here.
No, they were hurt.
They were banged up on the road at Detroit, and Detroit is
still
really
forced
good.
overtime.
Yeah. So I won't go there. I'll go Falcons as well. I had more expectations for them, but I'm not going to pile on them too hard because T.J. Watt is that disruptive. I mean, he's that disruptive, and they had no answer to keep him from speeding up everything. So I'm gonna go Atlanta, but I also think Atlanta still will bounce back because T.J. Watt is so good. Morgan says the Rams defense was choking in that game.
It wasn't amazing. You know, Matt Stafford threw a rare red zone interception too. Those things add up. I mean, that's points you gave away in a game that went to overtime.
Okay, let's do second down.
Second down.
Detroit's season ends where? How far do they go?
I don't think I had them in the NFC Championship game when I made my projections. I think I had Philadelphia and Green Bay in a rematch. But now Green Bay's got a quarterback injury with Jordan Love, which I did not count on when I had them in the NFC Championship game.
By the way,
the Super Bowl.
Nobody cares about anybody's fantasy league.
Yeah,
Last
they
year,
don't.
my fantasy quarterback, Aaron Rodgers.
That's right, out early.
Out week 1. This year, my fantasy quarterback, Jordan Love.
Jeez, it is
sprained MCL.
The power you possess in that body right there is something incredible.
Yeah, I mean they would.
If you could only use it for good,
they would have put rocks on me and threw me in the creek back in Salem.
No doubt. I will say Detroit's season ends in the NFC Championship game again.
I got them in the Super Bowl, as I said the other day. Absolutely win the Super Bowl. Lions are the champions.
Win the Super Bowl, not just in it, win it. Okay.
Yeah. Their defense is so good, and when Terrion gets used to the NFL officiating,
it's gonna be different.
That defense is good.
Third down.
After week 1, more confidence now in Philadelphia or Dallas?
Well, Dallas played a bad team. I don't know what's going on with Deshaun Watson in Cleveland, but he's just never going to be the same, is he, Deshaun Watson? He's never going to be back, even though they paid him $260 million guaranteed. He's never going to be the Houston Texans, Deshaun Watson again.
Could go down as the worst trade,
worst contract.
Worst contract.
It's $260 million guaranteed, if memory serves.
Yeah.
So I hate to read too.
They had Baker Mayfield. Remember?
They did. That is correct.
He looks so good now.
That's right. I hate to read too much into this with Dallas, but I mean they look good against an overmatched Cleveland team. My other pick was who?
Dallas or Philadelphia.
You know, Philadelphia was awful in the first quarter Friday night.
Yep.
Jalen Hurts couldn't do anything except turn the ball over, and then boy, once it clicked for them, I think I'm going to get sucked in. Dak with the new contract, I'm going to get sucked into Dallas here. I really shouldn't buy them. I should learn by now, but I'm going to say I've got more confidence in Dallas.
I think I do too. I think they'll win that division. Fourth down here.
Fourth down.
I hate to do this because I love me. You know I like Peyton Thorne, and I love me some Bryce Young.
Okay.
But neither one of them had a good weekend.
They did not.
And I know Bryce plays more games, but more wins moving forward this year. Bryce Young or Peyton Thorne?
Peyton Thorne.
Still Peyton Thorne.
Look, they could still, even playing poorly, get to 6 or 7 wins. I don't know that Carolina can. I mean, how are they going to get to 6 wins? They got to play Tampa twice and Atlanta twice, and the Saints one more time.
Bryce did not look. He threw an interception on his very first pass.
That is correct. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how they get to 6 or 7 wins. And even with Peyton Thorne now, does Peyton Thorne have to start all those games? If they go to Hank Brown, do I get Peyton Thorne's? Do I get wins for those?
No.
Okay, that could be the change.
How long will they stay with Bryce, do you think?
Well, I mean, Andy Dalton is standing there, and he's at least an experienced quarterback. And if nothing else,
Andy Dalton?
Yeah, that's their backup, right? He didn't. I didn't watch the end of that game. I don't know if anybody watched it, but didn't Dalton take snaps at the end of that game?
Lunceford, check that for me. I think.
No,
I think Brown is making a Grace tree service mistake here. Andy Dalton from like the 1900s. Andy Dalton, the Red Rifle. He's still playing football. There's no way.
We're going to answer? I think
he's researching.
No, Andy Dalton took snaps at the end of that game.
Andy Dalton.
Yes.
I'm getting a thumbs up.
Yeah, no, he literally played at the end of the game. I was barely paying attention, but Andy Dalton came in at the end of that game. I don't know.
Can somebody check Andy Dalton's age for me?
Andy Dalton's 34.
He's only 34?
Yeah, I mean, who do you think Andy Dalton played? He played for TCU.
I know.
36.
36, okay. Older than I thought, yeah.
Wow, Andy Dalton's still in the league.
So, I mean, that's an experienced quarterback, albeit a 36-year-old experienced quarterback.
Wow.
So
He'll be 37 next month.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, you got to go to him, I think, and at least let Bryce Young watch from the sidelines for a little bit.
Take a little off his plate.
Yeah.
That's our 4 Downs today, brought to you by our friends at Slice. By the way, NASCAR racing returning, coming up to Talladega. Man, we can't wait to get back out to Talladega for the 2024 Yellowwood 500. It's a whole weekend. It's coming up October 4th through the 6th. The big race is on the 6th. But don't forget of all the stuff they have happening. You can get your tickets at visittalladegasuperspeedway.com. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DAGA. That's 877-462-3342 for our friends at Talladega. Stay connected on social media at Talladega there, and they've got so much happening. And don't forget to upgrade your tickets with the Talladega Garage Experience right there, presented by our friends at Cool Ray. You get to hop in there and enjoy all the racing. On Friday, you got a rodeo. The Bucking-Daga returns on Friday, rodeo and fireworks. Saturday night's the Jake Owen concert, and then the big race on Sunday. Why do you not want to be there for the 2024 Yellowwood 500? Get your tickets today, TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Caleb said, Matt Stafford, 1800s Matt Stafford is still in the league? I mean, how old is he?
Are they the same age? I mean, Aaron Rodgers is older, but I thought Andy Dalton had retired and become a broadcaster.
Everybody else does. Did you like Tom Brady? I didn't.
I did not have sound up in that game because my Bucks were playing.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Did he do anybody a good job?
Did anybody back row? Anybody watch Tom Brady? Anybody have the sound up? Lunceford, did you for Cowboys Cleveland?
Nope. Everybody's shaking their heads.
Well, I guess I'm the only one that listened. I wasn't a huge fan.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess he'll get better. I don't know. Greg Olson's better. Tom Brady's got a bigger name.
He is, but people were killing Olsen early on.
They were, but I like him. I think he does a good job. I just expected, like, I know Tom Brady kind of has, it's kind of a nasally, high-pitched voice, and I expected that. I just thought I was going to get, like, you remember when Tony Romo first started and he gave you, like, this incredible insight?
Yep.
I thought that's what I was going to get from Tom Brady, and it just felt like surface level, you know, this is a big play here type stuff. Like, I know a 3rd and 8's a big play, you know. Game on the line. Now, to his defense, also, he's doing a blowout. I mean, Dallas was blowing out Cleveland, so those do get difficult.
Yeah, it should be a great time to tell stories, though. And
you would think.
I didn't hear it. I'll go back and watch it maybe. Joel Klatt coming up here at 10:30 as we get back to college football. The show being brought to you today in part by our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa. Brownie, tell us about those great experiences you can have up there. I know Taylor and EG enjoy it every time they go there.
Yeah, birmingham.woodhousespas.com. And you go there, you can make an appointment right there online. You can buy a gift card for a birthday, an anniversary. Heck, I mean, we're in September. I guess you start thinking about Christmas. Go ahead and put that idea on the list. A gift card from her favorite, Woodhouse Day Spas, right there in the Summit in Birmingham. You can find out more by visiting their website, birmingham.woodhousespas.com, birmingham.woodhousespas.com. In the mybookie.ag chat room, to be fair, Cody said, did y'all listen to Colt McCoy Saturday night? He was on, this was a weird move. NBC sent Todd Blackledge and Noah Eagle to do the Friday night NFL game in Brazil.
Right.
On Peacock. And did not have them for Nebraska, Colorado. That's their normal crew. So you had some guy I've never heard of in Colt McCoy, and Colt McCoy was no good.
Yeah, he was horrible.
Awful. Yeah. It's like he didn't even know he was on the microphone.
Tyler says Colt McCoy was awful.
Awful.
Yeah.
I mean, that, like, if Colt wants to do this for a living, he's got a long, long way to go.
I'll say it, but somebody type it so you get credit for it. If Colt McCoy wasn't on that broadcast, they would have won that broadcast.
I was trying to think of a tweet to Kraft, and I just never could do one.
Yeah.
But that is a good one right there.
Yeah.
I should have said that one.
Because
he was bad.
He was not good and had a high energy place to do the game.
Yeah, and he was quite low energy to still align for President Trump. Very low energy.
Very, very low energy. All right, that's 1 hour. Odie's and Hydrolife bringing you that hour as well. When we come back, we'll do our stock report. Keep your best and worst of the weekend coming in. We'll get to that. And also Joel Klatt, part of the next hour. We're so excited about what is happening at Odie's as it continues to grow, Brownie, including trivia coming up again on Wednesday night.
That's right. Wednesday night at the Crestline location, you have trivia. Don't forget the Edgewood location in Homewood. That's their brand new location. They are both fantastic. Great place for a great lunch today. One of Rodney's famous cheeseburgers, the Diablo sandwich. They've always got the big cup cocktails. You can find out more at Odie's Tavern, 2 great Birmingham locations, Crestline Village and Edgewood and Homewood.
And our friends at Hydrolife, if maybe you're feeling a little off, maybe it's just a fact you need more vitamins or a little hydration, our friends at Hydrolife can help you out. IV therapy treatments, vitamin injection therapy, compression therapy can help get the blood flow going again on a Monday morning, cryotherapy as well. And I always recommend memberships as well. So check them out at the Hydrolife close to you. Hydrolife Therapy. Go and enjoy and get back to living.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at jimdunaway.
NASCAR is back with the Yellowwood 500 at Talladega, Friday, October 4th through Sunday, October 6th. Get your tickets right now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Don't forget to enhance your race weekend by adding passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Race. The weekend includes Buck and Dega, a rodeo and fireworks on Friday night, Jake Owen in concert on Saturday, and the Yellowwood 500 on Sunday. Get your tickets at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Are you tired of buying your CPAP mask and supplies online only to be disappointed? It's time to visit CPAP Plus, your locally owned and operated CPAP shop that prides itself on personal service. Come see what you're buying at CPAP Plus with 3 convenient locations in Pelham, Highway 280, and now open in Trussville. Drop by for a free CPAP checkup and free filters, no appointment needed. Plus, sign up for their giveaway for a chance to win a free travel CPAP machine. Just Google CPAP Plus or visit any of those 3 locations.
Hey, you feel that? That's fall in the air. And New Balance Birmingham got your fresh fall pair to kick it during game time and sport from the sideline. Come together at New Balance Birmingham on Highway 280 right next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham, we got now.
There is no better place to watch your favorite sporting events and enjoy great food than one of the 3 great Birmingham locations of Walk-Ons. The TVs are everywhere with your favorite sports, and the menu is second to none. From the great appetizers like the waffle cheese fries to the Avery Island salad, handhelds like the all-new chicken bomber, bistro specialties with a special taste of the bayou, the amazing hand-patty burgers, the great po' boys, and the specialty drinks. Visit any of the 3 great Birmingham locations of Walk-Ons: Greystone, Stadium Trace and Hoover, and the brand new location in Trussville.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It is the will to prepare to win." Hi, I'm Bobby Humphrey, Vice President of Business Development for Bryant Bank, and I can tell you that our Bryant bankers have the dedication and the experience to put together a financial game plan that is right for you. At Bryant Bank, we specialize in community banking and offer personal and business loans, checking and savings account, mobile banking, and treasury management services. Stop by one of our 18 offices across the state of Alabama to find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about.
You
could win a Cadillac CT5 or your share of $25,000 in free play and cash at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Play the latest, most exciting games around with fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can be a winner too. Come win your share during the Cadillac CT5 and $25,000 giveaway at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Drawings April 5th and 6th. Located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
The 2024 Yellowwood 500 weekend is coming back to Talladega Superspeedway Friday, October 4th through Sunday, October 6th. Reserve your spot today by visiting TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Enhance your weekend by adding passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Rays, the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Reserve your seat, your spot in the infield, or your camping site for the Yellowwood 500 weekend Friday, October 4th through Sunday, October 6th. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
If there's one thing we love to do on this show, because you guys do it to us,
that's right,
is that we love to clap back.
We keep receipts occasionally, do we?
When you get out on the out over your skis, we love to walk it back. So this clap back, full energy, is brought to you by our friends at Ghost Energy, the fully transparent, fully loaded, feel-good energy drink that we've all been waiting for our multiple flavors at Ghost all over the place, and we love them so much. You should try them out. In fact, I think we're going to be sending some of our content on the road with Ghost Energy and let you try it out. I think they may be accompanying either Taylor or EG or both to some games in Auburn and Tuscaloosa, so you can sample the Ghost Energy on game day. So be looking out for Taylor and EG when they're at the stadium that you're at on weekends, and see if pregame they've got the epic flavors from our friends at Ghost Energy. Feel good energy, authentic flavors, zero sugars, no BS. It's Ghost Energy there. In fact, one of the guys in the back room says, could help your sex life.
I beg your pardon?
I'm not going to tell you who it was, but that is not part of the research we have done up here. But we have kept receipts.
I'm willing to be a test case.
We have kept receipts. Over the weekend, if you were paying attention to the SEC, in fact, College Game Day was. I cannot even believe they were going to go to this game anyway. But College Game Day, after the great atmosphere they had in Ireland and at College Station and in Ann Arbor, they were going to go to Lexington, Kentucky for number 1 Georgia playing the Kentucky Wildcats. And remember how good Kentucky was going to be? Matt Jones reminds us back in August.
Oh, no. You're bringing receipts back on Matt Jones?
Kentucky Sports Radio, Matt Jones told us how good Kentucky was going to be. Remember this?
Let's just assume we beat the 3 stinky teams, and let's assume we beat Vandy. In my opinion, you got 8 games. You got to win 5 to go to a playoff. I think if Kentucky, with their current schedule, going to Texas, going to Ole Miss, playing Georgia, playing Louisville, if you won 9, I think you'd get in. So how do you win 9? All right. Beat South Carolina at home. Yep. Now we're at 5. Beat Auburn at home. Yep. Now we're at 6. I don't even think we have to be that good to do those things.
Oh. I really thought it was the Auburn game where you were going to have to clap back. I had no idea it would come this early.
Oh, we can clap back.
Oh, no.
We'll play it again if they lose to Auburn.
Yeah, I had no idea it would come this early, and it wasn't close. Like when he said, I don't even think we have to be that good. Yeah. They weren't even close, Dunaway. Weren't even close.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a blowout. How do you get blown out by South Carolina?
And I have I've given Rockstar 8 cuts, but I need to squeeze one in right here. I'm so sorry, Rockstar. Can you give me cut 7 and 8 first? Shane Beamer first. Do y'all remember when Mark Stoops got so he never named names, but he talked about one coach who was all these hype videos and all of this, and then he talked about a guy putting on dark sunglasses and dancing in post game after a win and all that. Shane Beamer remembers those comments after going in and beating Stoops 31-6. Here's Shane Beamer postgame.
I love you guys. I think you're fantastic at the jobs you do. But frankly, there were some really false and lazy narratives out there, guys, this week. There was perception coming out of the Old Dominion game, and I get it. It wasn't great. Nobody thought we were going to win 4 games, but not just you guys, everybody out there. I get it. That's why the line, not that I pay attention to gambling lines, but that's why the line continued to get bigger this week, I think, for Kentucky as the week went. I apologize if I just completely violated all protocols, Commissioner Sankey, but there wasn't a lot of belief in this program or in this team coming in here to be able to do what we just did against a really good team that has a veteran defense, I think 10 returning starters, great players, high draft picks, talented receivers. But I told our team on Tuesday that there was, there's perception and there's reality. And ultimately reality is we got great belief. The 74 young men that came up here, the coaches and staff, this isn't like some surprise. We truly, expected to win this football game, knew it was going to take a lot, knew it was going to take all of us, all 74, and we certainly were able to get it done.
And now they're 2-0. And they get to host LSU. And College Game Day is going to Columbia, South Carolina.
I can't figure that one out. Now, I hate to do this. You hate it when I do it. It's already happening in the mybookie.ag chat room. I've already seen it this morning. This is not a great week of football. I know we're into week 3, Dunaway. And you don't want me to say it. I'm going to watch it from sunup to well past sundown. I mean, I was up till 1:30 watching the end of Arizona State, Mississippi State, right?
Yep.
I'm going to be there, trust me. But this is a tough list to find a good game day location unless you just go right back to the big noon kickoff again, which is Alabama, Wisconsin, which, by the way, Alabama's a 2-touchdown favorite. I mean, that's not exactly expected to be an incredible game. Find the incredible games on here for me. Everybody's like, why is game day going to South Carolina, LSU? I'm like, look at the schedule. That's why. Where are they going to go?
You could go to Wisconsin.
You could.
Yeah.
Again, Bama, a 2-touchdown favorite. I mean, it's still the Alabama brand going to to Camp Randall for what that's worth.
Yeah. I think it would be fun. I mean,
Texas A&M Florida is a fascinating game to me, but that is a hard sell with 2 1-1 teams.
But just follow me here, okay? Imagine we've all gathered around the Thanksgiving table on Thursday.
Oh, God, I wish. I love that food.
And then we've had our dressing and our dressing sandwich left over the next day.
Okay.
And then it's time for the Civil War.
That's right.
Oregon, nationally ranked, on the road at Oregon State.
Yeah.
Bad blood there because, they always play on this rivalry weekend, this Thanksgiving weekend. Nope, they played this weekend.
That's right, week 3.
Week 3, Oregon's at Oregon State. And they're playing the Apple Cup this weekend, too.
That is correct. Both at 2:30. One on Fox, one on the Peacock.
That's probably where I would have gone. I'd have gone and got the bad blood
just
up
a hat tip to them
in Corvallis. I'd have gone to Corvallis, bad blood, and gone Oregon State, and let them talk all the crap and rivalry game, chance of beating Oregon one last time. That's where I would have gone.
Okay. Well, again, look, I mean, that's just game day. You're going to watch it no matter where they are. The ultimate discussion here is how in the world South Carolina went to Lexington and won this game 31-6.
Yeah. And got to dance in the locker room afterwards because he brought it up. Beamer got in the locker room. I know some of you have seen it on social media. He got in the locker room with his sunglasses hidden in his pocket, and he had the team around. He's like, remember when the guy in the other locker room, made a big deal about how we dance and we put everything on social media, and I put on dark sunglasses and dance with my team. Well, turn it up. And he puts it on, and they start dancing around. It's an iconic scene in South Carolina.
How in this day and age in college football can your starting quarterback at an SEC school, who, by the way, transferred in from the best program in America right now and was a highly recruited guy, go 3 of 10 for 30 yards? How is that even possible?
One of his passes in his short time in the game picked off for a touchdown for the other guys. He got pulled.
Yeah, Brock Vandegrift may not even be the starter moving forward.
That's
I don't
right.
know.
He got pulled. And at one point, he was one heartbeat away from leading Georgia. Was he QB2?
I don't know that he was ever officially QB2, but he was in the mix.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like Gavin Wimsatt was any better, 3 of 7, 14 yards. They had 44 passing yards. It's an embarrassment. Like, I know Lance, and we'll talk with Lance when he gets back. He's out sick today, hopefully back with us tomorrow. He's been a big Mark Stoops guy, and I've always thought Mark Stoops, we grade him on a curve because he's at Kentucky. This guy's not a legitimate big-time coach. Obviously, he's at Kentucky. This guy's not a complete football coach. By the way, I say the same thing about Lincoln Riley, who's been in the college football playoff. Up until now, he hasn't been a complete football coach because he will not focus on defense. Mark Stoops will not focus on offense. He's not a complete football coach. He's a good defensive coach.
Will not focus on offense, in your opinion. He is
not my opinion. Look at the numbers.
He is the winningest coach in Kentucky history. Is that true?
Yeah, that's fantastic.
So is it possible that the greatest coach in Kentucky history is now immediately on the hot seat? Here's Mark Stoops post game after this loss to South Carolina.
You know, last week after our game, I sat here and said I hadn't been through anything like that in my time here, and this week I could kind of feel the exact same way. You know, we've been beaten, pretty badly by some really good football teams, and but I felt like our team always fought back. Always. We talk about it all the time. You get punched, you get hit, you swing back, and very disappointed. And not happy with us, our coaching, our response, the way we played. Last week I thought, under all those chaotic circumstances, we played relatively clean, like we've coached them. And today it didn't look like we're a very well coached team, and it didn't look like a team that really wanted to respond.
Yeah, we're not well coached and didn't fight. Is there a chance that we're watching the end of the Mark Stoops era?
That was a big contract. I don't know what the buyout terms are, but he parlayed that Texas A&M opening into a big contract there when it, for a minute, looked like he might be the Texas A&M coach.
Yeah, he shopped around his talents in the offseason. That doesn't sit well with the fan base usually either.
And look, I don't know, because I don't know if Texas makes it out of Gainesville alive Saturday, Jim. So I don't know where it is for Mike Elko right now. But if I'm a Texas A&M fan, I think my stars I didn't get that guy.
Yeah,
I don't want that guy leading my program. And it's nothing like personal about Mark Stoops. I'm sure, personally, I don't know him.
Well,
but the guy will not coach offense. He refuses to coach competent offense, and you can't win doing that. I don't understand it.
At least he gets Georgia Southern. I mean, no, Georgia State. No, West Georgia. No, Georgia. No, he gets real Georgia. He gets
actual name brand Georgia.
He gets Georgia with all the sugar and all the carbs this week. He gets full Georgia this week. He's coming off a loss to South Carolina, and he gets high-octane, high-energy Georgia.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, is the game at least in Lexington? No.
It is in Lexington.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Good for them.
Georgia, Kentucky. They were going to host game
that
day.
Might keep it within 3 touchdowns. I saw our friend Jonathan Hardison, Fox 6 News anchor, who's a Kentucky fan, and he tweeted College Game Day. He said, please, for all that is good, do not waste your time coming to Lexington.
Yeah.
Don't get baited in.
Well, at least it's almost basketball season, and Cal's got a team coming back.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Dr. B helping you grow that hair back, and you can depend on Dr. B the way Lance and I have both done. Dr. Beckenstein he's been doing it for a very long time for both men and women. T3hair.net is the website to go to, T3hair.net. And listen, this is not just some cookie cutter program where everybody that goes in is going to do the same treatment. It's a specialized treatment for you. They do testing, they check your DNA, they make sure genetically what is going to work the best for you. Lance and I are using that UV light that you place it right there on your head, 30 minutes a day, 3 days a week, and it helps naturally grow your hair back. Scott's showing you a video of that right now. You can see more by going to T3hair.net and go visit Dr. B and let him help you grow your hair back naturally. T3hair.net.
Still to come this half hour before we get to the bottom of the break. Here before our next break, still to come. We'll check in the temperature with Nebraska and Colorado after that win, and we'll go back to Alabama's win coming up. Before trash today, or maybe in the final segment, we may convince Little T to come out of the dark room and talk to us.
Is she spoken to you yet? Have you two spoken?
I forced the issue. I went in there and
very
gave
awkwardly
her a fist bump, and she gave me a fist bump and said good morning, and that's been it. So maybe the final segment of the show, hang around, and we'll pull. I don't know if Forrester can show the
dark cave
that
Little
T is in today.
Yeah, avoiding sunlight after a very, very disappointing Auburn performance.
No lights on.
Yeah,
she's a silhouette. It's like
the banker on.
Make it. What was it? Who wants to make a deal?
Deal or no deal.
Deal or no
Who
deal.
wants to make a deal?
Yeah. She's the banker.
Wave at us, T. Wave at us so we know you're there. Okay.
Yeah.
There she
Is that a thumbs up? She's pointing.
She's just waving.
Yeah, she's in a good mood.
I like
She knows they got a hell of a
I like
basketball.
little T's passion is what I like.
I do too. And she was on a bachelorette trip at a beach and did not miss a play of Auburn football.
Oh, I don't doubt that one bit.
I'm sure everyone else was frolicking in the ocean.
Yeah, in the waves of the Atlantic.
Or at a nice little brunch or whatever.
Right.
Not little T.
Nope.
Watching the dang game.
That's her.
Yeah.
That's what I love about her.
She's the best. So, too, is our friends at New York Butcher. I don't really love brats. Everyone
don't?
Everyone, that's it. Everyone says that anytime I say that. So I go into New York Butcher Shop, and they have fresh-made Bama brats, they call them. So I picked up 2 of them, and I carried them on and grilled them on my grill for my 11 o'clock. Love them.
Can I give you Okay, I'm sorry. I was about to be condescending.
Love
you were going
it.
to say it was condescending grilling tip from Brown.
No. New York Butcher Shop. New York Butcher Shop. Go by and check them out. It's my Saturday when I'm at home, not going to stadium. I do it every Saturday.
You got to be really careful with brats. One of the keys is you don't let the casings pop and then the juices flow out.
That's right.
A lot of people use, like the fork and they poke them. Do not do that. Yeah.
I had the thongs.
The tongs. I knew you were about to say thongs. You've done it for years.
They're not thongs. They're tongs.
You had tongs, yes.
Yeah.
But even when you pop it on the grill, you got to be careful. Make sure you turn them so that it doesn't burn through the casing.
People were getting on me that I put ketchup. It wasn't ketchup. It was like a chipotle sauce.
Do it the way you want to do it. That's
what
I'm
like
saying.
A chipotle red sauce.
I'm spicy mustard and kraut.
I had onions and mustard.
Okay.
And so thick that it was delicious. Just loved it. New York Butcher. I grab a steak. Got a steak at night on Saturday night. And what they've got to ban me from doing at New York Butcher, they got to ban me from doing it, is getting that banana nut bread that's made in the house.
Yeah, bourbon banana nut bread, right?
Because they have the original, they have the bourbon, and they have a chocolate one. And I eat that thing in slices, and by the Sunday night game, I've eaten the whole thing by myself. That is not good.
No.
I mean, it's
good. Great.
It's not great for Jim's waistline.
Right, yes.
New York Butcher Shop. Go by and see them. 2 locations.
Way to Wellness coming up later.
Yeah, Way to Wellness. Later in the show. All right. So let's go Rockstar to cuts 12 and 11 before we get back to Alabama. Nebraska is now nationally ranked after this win.
Deserve to be.
They do?
Well, I mean, I think so. When you look at a lot of the teams you're considering putting in the top 25, I mean, they just destroyed Colorado on their home field. They had a decisive win in week 1. I mean, I think week 1 was 40-7. I mean, they've destroyed the 2 teams they've played on their schedule. I have got no problem with Nebraska being top 25.
They jump in at number 23, and they boat raced in the first half. Colorado, 28-0 at the half. Colorado made some adjustments. Nebraska seemed to be,
Oh, they took the air. They burned clock.
Burned a little clock. Let's just get out of here with a win and get out healthy. Impressive win for Nebraska. Little field rushing afterwards. Matt Rule has got the Huskers back in the top 25, and this game felt pretty good for Matt Rule.
This was a big moment, so it was really big for us to show up and not back down from their stars because we're a little different. Our team is our star, right? And while I know Dylan's getting a lot of publicity, and we have a lot of guys who could be stars, our defense is a star. So everyone kept talking about this guy, that guy, that guy. And I kept saying, hey, they're forgetting our defense. They're forgetting the black shirts. And had we not had that block punt, lean to that field position and then that tough targeting call, they wouldn't have scored today. And so even at the end, we chose to take a knee. So it was just kind of an overall win. But, hey, we got to play again next week. We got a lot to do.
Wow. Northern Iowa next week, a good come-down game, and then they get into the Big Ten schedule. But that's an old rivalry. Those fans don't like each other. It was a big win for Nebraska. It was big because it was in prime time, and I don't know the ratings. You maybe tell me later on, but it may have been the most watched college game of the weekend.
Could have been. It was a blowout. That generally hurts.
Yeah, Texas, Michigan probably, but it'll be highly rated.
It also was a blowout.
And then Deion Sanders on the other side. Before you hear from Deion, keep in mind in that game, Travis Hunter is his name, right? It's Travis.
That is Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter, who is an unbelievable player, and his son Shador. At both times, you could tell as they were talking with Deion and the coaches on the sidelines, they were openly frustrated, and at times it looked like they were I wouldn't say arguing, but there were heated conversations.
Not in the last 2 minutes because Shedeur wasn't around for the last 2 minutes.
Shedeur left early to go to the locker room as the backup came in. But Travis Hunter had a heated exchange with Deion Sanders during that. And I think it's starting to sink in on 2 and 12 that this whole team, number 2 and number 12.
Not the record 2 and 12.
Yeah, but
they won't play that many games.
But Shedeur number 2 and Travis number 12. Or if it's the other way around, I forget.
No, you got it. Shedeur 2, Travis 12.
Those two guys are starting to realize that we don't have a bunch of Jimmys and Joes around us, and I wonder how long they'll play Brownie before they shut it down, because they are 2 first-rounders, and at some point,
to take a beating after beating after beating after beating, and in Travis Hunter's case, run the field for 60 minutes every week.
And in this case, at some point, I don't know if I blame them
for shutting it down.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you hate to say that because you're quitting on your team, and that is a bad precedent to set. You want to be a professional football player, you should never quit on your team.
Right.
I don't think anyone ever on either side. Now, you might criticize them for a lot, but their effort, it's hard to criticize them for.
No,
both those guys continue to play even when it is not going well.
And they are remarkable.
They're both tremendous players. Yes.
Unbelievable players, both of those guys are. Here's primetime, Deion Sanders, after the loss on handling the pressure.
Where do you think the disconnect is? Do you have any
pressure?
Semblance of it?
We got to be able to handle the pressure. Not just the pressure of, I'm not saying them rushing the pass, but the pressure of the game, the pressure of the moment, the pressure of the time. You know, everybody want to be him till it's time to be him. We got to be able to handle that pressure.
Did it feel like that affected you early at all?
I don't know about early. As the game progressed, I think it affected us, not really defensively, but offensively.
Last year there was a lot of attention paid to the first 2 or 3 weeks when they beat TCU, they beat Colorado State, and then they beat Nebraska. And then, by and large, after that Oregon drubbing, Prime and that act disappeared. And that's what's about to happen here. I mean, I guess every year, as long as he's there, we'll pay attention for the first couple of weeks, and now they're about to go into obscurity because this is not a very good football team.
The next game I want to talk about before we get back to Alabama and then Joel Klatt is the Syracuse-Georgia Tech game. I picked Syracuse to win the game.
I did too.
I thought I saw it coming because Fran Brown he's brought in some good talent, including Kyle McCord, who looks really good.
And he's a Georgia guy, so there was some familiarity there with Brent Key and that Georgia Tech style.
And Brent Key had made not a comment that was directed at Syracuse, but basically he says we've got to go to work 12-4. We're physical. We're a physical team, and we got to go to work 12-4. Basically saying we're going to go up there, we're going to be physical, and we're going to win the game 12-4 by being physical. In typical Georgia fashion, Fran learned it from the best in Kirby Smart. He somehow took that little comment from Brent Key and turned it into saying that we don't work hard, we're not physical, and Syracuse won the game. And then afterwards, here's Fran Brown.
Who won the most fourth down this day? We did, yeah, because he said he wanted to fight from 12-4. So that's all I was thinking about, from 12-4. That's why I was and you know me. So it's a big difference. When you know who I am and you come at me about toughness, like, don't do that. I took this game was very personable. And then you know that I coach with Kirby Smart and Muschamp. So why would we not be a tough physical football team? That's just what they do, and that's what we're about, and that's where I was at. And I did take that very personal. And I want to make sure everyone understands that when you play us, just be quiet. So then that way we're just going to go worry about us throughout the week. Don't give no ammo to me. You give ammo to me, I'm coming at you full tilt.
Now that's big talk for a Syracuse coach. I might want to dial that back a little bit.
Just don't talk, Just don't talk on our week.
I respect the fact he at least said it,
Yeah. I'm trying to get the Brent Key quote exactly
so
right.
I didn't understand what you meant by 12-4. So that's Eastern time. The game is from 12-4 Eastern time. Is that what they're saying? When you said we got to work 12-4, that didn't register with me immediately.
Right.
But that was an early game. So basically you're saying we just got to go up there and work hard.
Yeah, we got to work hard 12-4.
During game time, yeah. Okay.
And when I saw the quote, I don't remember it looking like. Here it is. This game's about our ability. This is Brent Key. This game is about our ability to be the most physically tough football team we possibly can be from 12 until about 4 o'clock on Saturday. That's it, hands down.
That was the quote he turned it into.
Never
Why
said,
you coming at me?
Never said Fran Brown, never said Syracuse.
Yeah.
When just being asked about going to play Syracuse at their place, I don't know. This game's about our ability to go be the most physically tough football team we can possibly be from 12 until about 4 o'clock on Saturday. That's it, hands down.
Yeah, I don't get how that was so offensive, but again, as you pointed out, this is Fran Brown, who was on Kirby Smart's staff, who somehow convinced an entire team people were picking them to go 7-5. So
that's right.
It was one of the great sales jobs in the history of college football that Kirby was able to sell that one.
I have a feeling that Fran was the leader of selling that 7-5, 7-5 in the locker room.
It sounds like it.
Yeah. Just don't talk about us, man. Don't give us bulletin board material. If that's not talking about you, that Brent Key said, I don't know what you can say at your news conference during the week, but it was a good win for Syracuse. And for Georgia Tech, did it drop them out of the rankings?
Should have.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, it should have.
It did. Short-lived Georgia Tech, the rat poison. In fact, I don't even have them getting a vote.
Oh, that's impossible. What, in the Associated Press? I've got it pulled up right here.
Yeah.
Because people are asking me, why should Nebraska be ranked? I'm like, well, you think Nebraska is better than Illinois? I mean, I think that's close, but Illinois is the first not receiving votes. So they better than Boise? Boise is 1-1. That would be a really good game because Boise's got maybe the best player in America right now.
Yep.
Are they better than Texas A&M?
No, Georgia Tech did not get a vote if I typed it out right.
I do not see them among others getting votes. And they were 23rd, so they dropped from 23rd to absolutely 0 votes.
To 0 votes.
Yeah.
That's crazy. All right. When we come back, Joel Klatt will join the show that is being brought to you today in part by a number of our great sponsors, including, Brownie, my friends at mybookie.ag.
That's who's about to bring you Klatt. Mybookie.ag, code next round. You get signed up, and it's just in time for week number 3 of college football and week number 2 of the NFL. You can even get Monday Night Football tonight. Klatt is about 4 minutes away, brought to you by mybookie.ag.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
NASCAR is back with the Yellowwood 500 at Talladega, Friday, October 4th through Sunday, October 6th. Get your tickets right now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Don't forget to enhance your race weekend by adding passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Race. The weekend includes Buck and Dega, a rodeo and fireworks on Friday night, Jake Owen in concert on Saturday, and the Yellowwood 500 on Sunday. Get your tickets at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, you feel that? That's fall in the air. And New Balance Birmingham got your fresh fall pair to kick it during game time and sport from the sideline. Come together at New Balance Birmingham on Highway 280 right next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham, we got now.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-patted each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The 2024 Yellowwood 500 weekend is coming back to Talladega Superspeedway Friday, October 4th through Sunday, October 6th. Reserve your spot today by visiting TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Enhance your weekend by adding passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Rave, the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Reserve your seat, your spot in the infield, or your camping site for the Yellowwood 500 weekend Friday, October 4th through Sunday, October 6th. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
This next guy who's about to join us may have saw the best team in the country this past weekend.
He watched the Dolphins play?
No.
Oh.
No. Georgia's still number 1 in the AP poll, but Texas jumped up to 2. They play each other in Week 8. Texas looked mighty good.
They did. Joel Klatt joins us at this time each week, courtesy of MyBookie.ag, code next round. You saw he and Gus and Jenny there in the big house. First of all, Klatt, hello. How are you today?
Yeah, good morning. How are you? I'm sure you're riding high with your Dolphins right now.
I pulled one out on that one. Did not deserve to win that game, but that's the way the NFL works. Thankfully, we did.
The NFL, there's no style points don't exist.
Nope.
They don't count. It's nothing is subjective about it. You get the W and you move on.
That is right. That is right. Especially when you can get one at home and not lose a home game. You watched Texas, and boy, did they look good. I mean, I do a show earlier in the day on Mondays with Brandon Marcello, and I just said, boy, in that first quarter or that first half, there was no doubt who the best team was in that game. I mean, you did not go to halftime wondering, am I seeing a fluke? That was decisive.
And right, I mean, early in the second quarter, in my mind in the booth, I'm like, the outcome of the game is not in suspense.
Nope.
Michigan was not coming back. There was nothing that would suggest that they were going to all of a sudden find something offensively. And that wasn't just because of their issues, although there are many on their offense. It was because of the Texas's, mainly the secondary. I thought Andrew Makuba, the transfer from Clemson, was a huge addition for Texas. Obviously, losing those 2 defensive tackles from last year, Tavondre Sweat, Byron Murphy, that was a question that I was the entire offseason. I couldn't wait to see them play this game specifically because you know what Michigan's MO is going to be. Now, I don't think Michigan's offensive line is really anywhere near what they were the last couple of years. So did we get an actual test of what Texas's front is going to be? I'm not sure. But I do know that secondary is vastly improved from a year ago. Vastly. They were 116th in pass defense. And with Makuba back there, Jade Barron on one side in terms of a corner, Muhammad on the other, a young corner that I think is really talented. That defense is very good. And then on the offensive side, guys, that's the exact style of team that I'm like, well, yeah, they can win a national championship. Experience up front, over 120 starts up front. Most of those guys are 3-year starters. There's draft picks littering the offensive line. You've got basically a 3-year starter at quarterback who probably right now if I had to put a vote in today, it would be my Heisman Trophy winner. He's right now the best player, best quarterback. Ewers was on top of it. He was quick. And then you've got the transfer receivers that obviously, but then you've got the game plan. And guys, the game plan was brilliant. They didn't run away from the defensive tackles of Michigan. They strategically made them tired. And it wasn't just about the tempo with which they were running plays. It's that everywhere that those guys lined up, Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham, Sark just went opposite. Perimeter, quick game, get them tired. They ran off the field to substitute, and then it was like, boom, here we go downhill, right at the backup defensive tackles. Sark's on top of it. I came away from that game with no question in my mind that Texas can win the national championship. Don't know if they will, but they can definitely win the national championship.
I agree. And just the way he schemed up to get it to the tight end. What's his name? Gunnar Helm.
Helm.
Yeah, he had a big day. I love watching Sark in his schemes. That 2020 year in Tuscaloosa, I just sat back and watched him with all those toys. And I'm not saying he's got that many toys, but
probably not.
But he's able,
not as much as that. I mean, that team was historically good. But to your point, yes, like regardless of how good those skill position players are, he uses them incredibly well. Yeah. Even getting Ryan Wingo, that's a toy, right? The 5-star kid, the wide receiver. He gets the ball in a little, what I call a Fargo reverse. It's a little wide receiver reverse, gone 55 yards. I'm like, okay.
And Quinn is just so calm. He's so mature. I like that team a lot. But for Michigan moving forward, and this isn't particular. I mean, Davis Warren's a great story. And Orji is, struggling in the passing game and all that. But in the world we live in, and we're discussing this today about Auburn as well after, their loss to Cal. If you are a program that wants to compete and you feel like you have a deficit at quarterback, how are you not in the transfer portal quarterback market? And it didn't look like Michigan was in that market, and Auburn said they were not in that market. How are you not in the market if you think maybe you have a deficit at quarterback? I mean, I look at Cam Ward.
Question.
I look at Cam Ward.
Oh, he's going to be the example everybody points to. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Ward's going to. By the way, McCord could be that example.
Exactly.
Like he's playing well at Syracuse.
Yes.
Okay, so I think it's easy for us to gravitate towards the examples that are working. What about the examples that maybe aren't working? And that does happen. Tyler Van Dyke has been that. Graham Mertz has been that.
Grayson McCall at NC State is not.
Yeah, Grayson McCall right now. So I know I very rarely am speechless. I think that we on the outside can view definitively the transfer portal as only a fix. And in reality, the transfer portal has both fixes and failures within the transfer portal. And it's incumbent on you as a staff to try to figure out whether you're going to have a guy that can fix or fit within your locker room, or whether that's going to go the opposite direction. On Michigan's side, I can tell you that they're just not a big transfer portal program. Even last year, the guys that they get from the transfer portal are supplemental. They get Jayshon Barham from Maryland. He was a really good player and a solid linebacker and helps their defense. There's no doubt. But I don't think that they're a program that wants to bring somebody in. That's a tight-knit culture now, and just bringing in a quarterback could be difficult. You also don't know, so for instance, they had a very highly recruited kid, maybe not, the best quarterback in the country, but Jaden Davis signed for them as a young player. Well, you don't know if you bring somebody in the transfer portal. So you're looking at the depth and you're starting to look at next year, because at times, and we're starting to see this play out now, you dabble, even if it's for a fix, and it's not even a quarterback, but you get in the transfer portal. All of a sudden, in subsequent years, you have to do that time and time and time and time again. And so maybe it's long game, but it certainly looks like in Auburn's case, in Michigan's case, that they're playing this year with one hand tied behind their back because they are not getting what I would consider requisite quarterback play to play at the top of their conference. And we'll see how it plays out from here.
I will make the point that a week ago, Riley Leonard would have been included in this discussion.
That's what I was about to say. And now Riley Leonard doesn't look like he can do it at Notre Dame.
Wow. Speaking of Notre Dame, you talk about, how quickly that all changes, because now, guys, think about this. We had them in the playoff last week. We're sitting here and it's like, oh yeah, Notre Dame. Notre Dame's in the playoff. Now, if they lose another game, maybe if they don't lose another game, they have no ammunition on the schedule. So in a subjective committee, how are they getting in? Like for instance, if they were to win every game on their schedule and still lose to USC at the end of the year, 10-2, do they win an argument with any 10-2 Big Ten or SEC team?
No,
I don't think so.
Not a chance.
Yeah.
Nope.
Not a chance.
Yep.
So all of a sudden they go from, basically 2 feet in the playoff to literally untying the rope on the dock and shoving the boat out to sea. It's like it happened that quickly. And I would be remiss if you didn't at least bring up, guys, remember these are still 18 to 22-year-olds. And these 18 and 22 to 22-year-olds, they've always been distracted because they're 18 to 22-year-olds. But now we're throwing on portal. You've got chemistry problems, and it's more difficult to build chemistry within your program. You've got NIL dollars. You've got social media. You've got more rat poison out there than ever before. And you can tell the teams that are just taking the rat poison, like the scene in Dumb and Dumber. The guys, they just give him all the rat poison. He takes it and he just dies right on the floor. And you can see that. Notre Dame didn't play with anywhere close to the same intensity, execution, detail, effort that they did against Texas A&M. Now, that being said, maybe Texas A&M is just the habitual fly in the ointment. Every year, A&M plays some game early in the season, and because of our outsized expectations for a team that is constantly mediocre, we overrate the team that either plays well or beats Texas A&M. Think about it, guys. We did it with Miami last year. App State beat A&M. A&M played a 3-point game against a 2-win Colorado team, 10-7 a few years ago. I look at A&M and I'm like, man, every year they do this to us in September. They play some sort of game that the App State beat them a couple years ago. A&M is like the fly in the ointment in college football. I blame all the SEC pundits.
It's us. Yes.
I'm blaming you.
Yes.
I'm blaming you.
By the way, I don't know if you noticed in the AP poll, 6 of the it's basically an SEC power rating, and Ohio State the top 7 in the AP poll.
SEC power.
Yeah, I did see that. They conveniently forgot that Miami looks great. They conveniently forgot that USC beat LSU. I firmly believe at some point LSU will just be ranked above USC because they're in the SEC. Well, why wouldn't they be ranked ahead of USC? It's that game didn't exist. Do games in September even exist? Dunaway?
We taught you first and second grade. If you're an alphabet school, L comes before U.
That's right.
LSU, USC.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Joel Klatt is with us, courtesy of mybookie.ag. Code next round. When you sign up, they'll double your initial deposit. They're at mybookie.ag.
Nothing to see here about the 1-point game with South Florida. Clearly the fourth best team in the country.
I'm getting
nothing to see here.
I'm getting to that.
They play in the SEC. Look at the badge. Clearly, it was fine.
42-16. It was a blowout.
Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly. Dunaway. Listen, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Nothing to see here.
I was too busy covering my team to watch that game.
Yes.
I have to vote.
Yeah.
I have to vote before midnight, Klatt. I was at a different game, and I had to call in my vote real quick.
But you'll watch it. I don't know how much you've been able to watch. You've got Alabama this week against Wisconsin, 11 o'clock on Fox on the Big Noon Kick. So as you watch that game, as soon, they thought they could survive that game without Pritchett at right tackle, right? They already don't have Proctor at left tackle. They thought they could survive. He was banged up. Yeah. It's amazing, though, Joel. Watch it. As soon as Pritchett comes in, magically Alabama can run right all they want. It was crazy.
Oh, yeah, it's like weird. It's like good players up front actually matter.
I know. I mean, they run right. Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
No, listen, I hear you. There was some concerning things for Bama, and yet, I'm being a bit sarcastic because, guys, I mean, almost the exact same thing happened last year.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that was a little bit different circumstance. I will go to my grave believing to my core that last year's game was Nick Saban, not a middle finger to the fan base, but just like okay, here you go. You guys think I'm playing the wrong quarterback? Here you go. Watch this.
Right.
To my grave, I will believe that so that he could take the pressure off of Milroe and they could move forward from that. Because after that game, and I think we talked about it last year. After that game, no one questioned it. It was just like, well, he's our guy, and we'll just get better and develop because of that. So a little bit different circumstances than this struggle. It is a change in offensive philosophy. Let's be fair. I mean, what Kalen DeBoer really wants to do is a bit of a change, and I think that we're going to have to live with the fact that there will be growing pains. And they kept trying to take those shots and trying to throw the ball down the field, and it's not quite there yet. That doesn't mean it won't get there at some point. I do believe Alabama is going to be better at wide receiver than they have been in previous years, in usually the last 2 years, because they were so great, historically great for a number of years. And then the last two, I just didn't think that they had the wide receivers. Now I do think that they've got that, and they'll get better. I'm not as concerned, but they have to develop a little bit. This is still a work in progress, and Kalen DeBoer's offense will work. It's just a matter of all the reps needed in order to make something like that work. There's so many downfield post-snap reads in his offense. It's not the true Tennessee, kind of downfield read offense, but there's so much that has to happen in terms of being on the same page, quarterback and wide receiver down the field. And those guys last year at Washington were so good at it and experienced. And it'll take time, but I'm unconcerned about Alabama.
Yeah, and you get them this week. We're all excited to be able to watch our favorite analysts do an Alabama game, Alabama and Wisconsin. No, I'm serious.
For a second.
Yeah. You remember, did you watch the start where Gus said, clean on the inside, clean on the outside? Such a good line. I loved it. Klatt's heard that also. He goes, look at my guy, Joel Klatt. Clean on the inside, clean on the outside. Such a good line.
By the way,
I love Gus. I love me some Gus
I
Johnson.
do too. And listen, I no longer, for the kids, Gentleman Quarterly, GQ, I no longer subscribe to that, but I did when I was younger. I guess, and there was a time it was on GQ that it crossed patterns, stripes and
Gus loves some of that, yeah.
Gus threw all of them into one outfit this past weekend.
He told me one time, he's like, you gotta wear more patterns. And I just looked at him and just shook my head. I was like, no.
He had all the patterns on.
Every one of them.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's like they can't clash if they're all there.
That's right. In down in Louisiana, we call that gumbo. He had a gumbo outfit on. I'm still worried about Alabama's young secondary. I've seen Wisconsin briefly twice. They don't seem to have the downfield passing and the quarterback right now to really challenge that secondary. Is that fair?
Yeah, I wish, for all of our sakes that this was like a real top half of the Big Ten team and we could really see. Like last week, that's what was fun about last week.
Yeah.
I don't know what Michigan's going to end up being. I think their floor becomes 7-5, Michigan, rather than 9-3 after seeing them play. But having said that's the only downside of this game is that I just don't have a ton of confidence that Wisconsin can threaten Alabama. Now, after last week, maybe that's totally wrong. I know it's going to be a great environment. I can't wait to just see, are we seeing – I'm going to go back to the previous answer because to me, I want to – and I haven't looked at the tape yet. I'm about to do that. In fact, my natural sequence is right after this is when I actually sit down and really dive in. I can't wait to see. I'm going to list down all the mistakes that I see from the offense. My biggest takeaway will be, do they make the same mistakes twice, or are they correcting those, and how quickly can they correct them? Because that's the mark of a really good team. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody plays poorly at some point. Now, how can you minimize that? And then how can you correct those mistakes as quickly as possible? So that's what I'm going to be looking for. And then, I think the physicality up front, because what I saw from Texas and what I would just expect from Georgia is that they're going to play physical up front on their offensive line. And Texas's offensive line is real. And so to see this Wisconsin defensive front a week after seeing that Texas offensive line, and just to think to myself, do they measure up? Do does the Alabama defensive front seven measure up to what they're going to have to face if they want to win the SEC and maybe the national championship? That'll be a great question.
Klatt, before you go, I don't know how much you got to see because you were probably traveling. Your old school play Nebraska.
Buddy, the internet in these planes is incredible.
Yeah.
So I had the TV in the seat back, and then I put my iPad up and I start streaming the YouTube TV, and I got the 4 quad. So I'm watching 6 games on the way home.
That's the best. That's the way to do it. Your old school Colorado got housed by Nebraska, and
you're cutting out a little bit. I can't.
I got to imagine, though, I mean, at some point, Prime's got to take a long, hard look in the mirror at what this team is. I don't know what they are. You had Shedeur leave the field early, which people are making a big deal with him going to the locker room 2 minutes to go in the game. It looked like Travis and Shedeur were a little upset, getting on coaches. I mean, this feels like a team that, I mean, from a distance looking, it feels like Colorado's kind of teetering on the edge right now.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
I mean,
it's really sad to see, to be honest with you, because I think that they have a lot of potential. They're the same team that they were last year for the most part. They're the same team on offense, uninspired game plan, no creativity, no ability to try to create easier situations for the quarterback. If I was Shedeur, I'd be pissed. It's like, that was the plan, to sit there in static formations and just drop back and not be able to protect. Like, that's not sustainable. It's just not. There's no movement. There's no formation. Like, we brought up Sark earlier in the interview. You think about Lane, Sark, Lincoln Riley, Chip Kelly, and you throw any of the great offensive coordinators that you want into this conversation. What do? They create conflict for the defense pre-snap and post-snap, both times. It can't just be one or the other, or else the defense can just lock in on what's going on. They study tape too. And there are things that Colorado is trying to do that it's just like, it's so static that it's very easy for the defense to get a beat on what they're trying to do and then game plan against it. And they can't protect. That's the offensive side. Defense, they actually play pretty hard. The second straight week, they haven't really given up points in the second half, given themselves a chance. So the defensive side, I feel bad for, because those guys, while not the best talent, in college football, they're playing their butts off and trying to give themselves a chance. And then the offense rolls out there, and it just ain't it, man. It ain't it. And the chemistry things and the attitude things, that's what's alarming. Because the quickest way to be defeated is to be distracted. And the quickest way to be distracted is to feel like everyone's not bought in. And, we'll see where it goes from here. I'm hoping that they can right the ship, and because there's a lot of talent there, guys. Travis is incredible. Shedeur is really good, but they got to protect him.
Yeah, it looks like Shiloh's going to be sidelined for a little bit with a hand. So that's unfortunate, but I don't know. I mean, last year they got housed by Oregon and never recovered, and that was pretty embarrassing Saturday night as well. So we'll see what happens moving forward. You will see Klatt and Gus and the All-American girl for the Bama-Wisconsin game. Fox 6, jump around at the end of the third quarter. Fox 6, 11 o'clock in Birmingham.
I hope it's still a game at that point. I know you guys probably don't, but just for the environment of jump around, if it's a close game, jump around's incredible.
Yeah.
I loved it. First game back from the pandemic.
I cried.
We did that one, the Penn State game. Yeah. Man, that was incredible.
No, I cried.
Brown doesn't cry. I cry all
cry
the time. I was in tears. Brown was in tears.
It was we were back. I mean, that was the we were back moment when they did jump around.
And you guys handled it so well and showed Jenny, the All-American girl bouncing around, and it was really good, really good. Just let the crowd be the crowd.
That's right. All right, we'll all see it Saturday at 11. Thank you, Klatt. Have a great week.
You bet. Bama fans, it's your dream.
That's right.
We're back calling the game for Bama. You guys loved us so much against Texas 2 years ago.
Barn burner.
Here we go.
Barn burner against Texas.
Won that game though.
Alabama won.
You brought back Fowler and Herbstreit and lost at home last year. I'm just saying. Yeah, big games. You're 1-0 with Klatt.
That's right.
I don't know what do you want from me.
See you, Klatt. Thank you.
Later, boys.
All right, Joel with us on the mybookie.ag visit. He does that every single week. Mybookie.ag. Monday Night Football tonight. Still get on board with that. Make your initial deposit. They double it at mybookie.ag when you use code NEXTROUND.
Yeah, it was 24 minutes of commercial free. So let's tell you about some of the great sponsors, including our friends at Talladega. Talladega is superspeedway.com. Call 877-GO-TO-DEGA to get tickets coming up for the big weekend, the 2024 Yellowwood 500 weekend. It is happening October 4th through October 6th. You got 3 playoff races going on this weekend. The Truck Series race on Friday. You have the Xfinity race on Saturday. It's a playoff race. And then the Yellowwood 500, it's a playoff race. So all 3 of those are happening. And you got the Bucking-Dega Rodeo and Fireworks on Friday. You got Jayco in concert on Saturday, and then the Yellowwood 500 on Sunday. So it's a great weekend. Get your tickets right now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, or 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Brown, also, our wonderful friends with Hemp Hill. They bring you the lock every day. Yeah.
They do bring you the lock every day. Lance'sLock.com. You'll have to play up tonight on Monday Night Football, but if it is not flowing right, running right, or draining right, do what Lance has had to do all too often and call Hemp Hill Services, and they will make sure they get it running right, flowing right, or draining right just for you. 229-2090, that is the number, whether residential or commercial. They can help you at Hemp Hill Services, 229-2090 with Hemp Hill Services.
All right, so in the 11 o'clock hour, LT is going to join us.
He's back.
He, after running to see the doc this morning, he's going to roll in here at 11. And then we've got trash and our spotlight today, our stock up, stock down, all that still to come. Well, one soundbite, though, before we go to break. We were talking about Nick Saban Field, and we'll talk about the game a little bit more, but Rockstar cut number 4. I watched all this from home, and some of it was streaming on the Alabama sites, and it was just a great day for Alabama. I'm glad they eventually won the game. Here's Nick Saban outside before the Walk of Champions, and then you can go to our social media platform. Then him and his family actually do one last Walk of Champions up there with the crowd cheering and everything. And then at halftime, you saw him come out of the tunnel by himself, and then onto the field, and the band had formed Saban Field. Just great content, and it really meant a lot to Nick Saban. Here he is.
But this is a great honor to have the field named after the legacy that we've been able to create here. But I want this legacy to represent every player who played, who worked hard, every coach who helped those players develop, our administration who set a foundation where we had a chance to be successful by providing all the resources that we needed to have the best program in the country, and to you, the fans, who are always positive in terms of the way you supported our players, our program, and all the things that we did. You've given more to me than we've given to you. You made us a part of this community 18 years ago, which we appreciate. It's our home now. You've given us the opportunity to be the coach at one of the great universities in this country. And I can't tell you how much that means to me.
Yeah, Nick Saban, he would go on to say, He wants to do everything he can to keep Alabama's program rolling forward.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. Been very visible for the first 2 weeks. You'll see, how that goes as they continue to travel. Obviously, won't be at this week's game on the road, you would think. But really cool day for him. I don't know if you were watching on game day when they surprised him with the player videos. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Derrick Henry, Dante Hightower, Mark Ingram, and then our guy Barrett Jones looking like he was doing a hostage video from the Mideast. But still, that was really cool. You could ask a ton of former Saban players. They asked Barrett to do it. That was quite an honor for Barrett.
Landon Collins, Julio Jones, Jake Coker, just some of the people I saw at the game.
Yeah,
that came to just congratulate the Sabans on there. Had a bunch of players back there that were not still playing in the NFL. A really cool role. All right, top of the hour here. One more hour to go. Show being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Jump down to our Leslie and the board-certified team. Leslie was at the game.
Oh, yeah.
Her daughter's in school there, and I saw some pictures of her at the game. She wants to help you be ready to roll to Auburn or to Tuscaloosa with a new weight loss plan. Check out what the guys from the Meltdown, they're live today at 2 o'clock, by the way, on their platform, the Meltdown. They went by for their free evaluation recently, and they're well over 100 pounds that they have lost now, thanks to Leslie and her board-certified team. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and the first consultation that you see is absolutely free. Go to planforme.com, planforme.com. Go check it out and see what they can do for you. They help me with my blood pressure and cholesterol. They can help you too. Planforme.com. It's Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Follow Jon Lunceford on Twitter at jlunce.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
By now, you guys know how I feel about my fashion. However, did you know that I care about your fashion choices? Cargo shorts are out, flip-flops are only appropriate on the boat, and please throw away that stained t-shirt from college. You may be thinking, EG, that's all I own. What do I do? Here's what you do. Go to nextround.store and fill your cart with a wardrobe that is approved by me. Stock up on logo t-shirts, hoodies for football season, and hats for every day of the week. Trust me on this one and head over to nextround.store to get stocked up for this season.
Just because you've quit going to the gym, it doesn't mean that you have to quit gym altogether. Dunaway, that is. With our Next Round podcasts open 24/7, 365, you can access gym anytime you'd like. While you may have done away with your treadmill routine, our version of Dunaway is standing by, ready to get you back to your absolute best. Find all that lovely Jimmy D-led content on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, and in the podcast section of nextroundlive.com. This message is sponsored by Jimmy Crypto Inc. and Jimmy Crypto for President.
From the creators of The Next Round comes 2 new sites, covercrimson.com and thebarnauburn.com. 2 team sites with the same excitement and information-driven content that you get every day on The Next Round. Live daily shows, recorded shows, free of charge, plus premium content with insider information starting at just $1. And it's the perfect gift for the Alabama or Auburn fan in your family. Covercrimson.com or thebarnauburn.com. Sign up today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
If you just can't wait until 9 a.m. Monday to hear all the headlines from the weekend, wake up to Monday Morning Live with Dunaway and Tom Luganbill. Mondays at 7 a.m. All we're asking for is you to not hit that snooze button on Mondays. Sleep in the rest of the week.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hang out with the Next Round on the go. Whether you're driving to work, running errands, sitting on the beach, or you just need a break from the real world, we can keep you company. Check out the Next Round, Mystery Fifth Hour, and our other shows on your favorite podcast app. We'll meet you there. Here at the Next Round, we love our guests, especially our 2024 football regulars. Auburn and Alabama fans, we've got your guys. On Mondays at 9:25, we'll be joined by Alabama offensive lineman Tyler Booker, and Tuesdays at 9:25, we chat with Auburn quarterback Peyton Thorne. Join us and rep your team.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, final hour of the show. Appreciate this guy battling through his pain and sickness today to be here for everything he's got to do this afternoon and for the final hour and to give his thoughts on football. Thank you, man.
Oh, no. Hey, no big deal. I told you when I called you early this morning, I know you were the only one awake when I was heading to the ER. I wanted to wait through it. And just full disclosure, I've got diverticulitis. I got diagnosed with this the day before I left for Amish country, February of 2016.
Long time ago.
Was on meds for a while, never had a problem with it. It started flaring up on Saturday. I thought it might be it. Then yesterday I thought I might be having the flu. And then last night couldn't sleep at all. Like the pain, if anybody out there's ever had it, it is insane.
Well, I think I would imagine 1 in 10 of our audience knows somebody that's
Diverticulitis, is that where
you get like a tomato seed? Is a little pocket in your
So it's something
intestines?
that doesn't go away. The problem is, and this is what I was told this morning, he was like, look, if it's ruptured, we might have to talk about this colostomy bag.
Yeah, let's don't get there.
And I was like, oh my God, you got to be kidding. And so I had to do a CAT scan. I got to go see a GI next week. I mean, it's going to be a pain in the ass. But anyway, I wanted to wait. But Maddie was like, she was reading up on it all night. She's like, you can't. Like, if it bursts and you get sepsis and you die, then just to go to a show. I wanted to, though. But I'm really looped up on, I was on an IV all morning. It is one of the best IVs I've ever been on, though.
Oh, really?
Like, I went from immediately, like, they ask you your pain scale, and I was like, it's an 8. And within 5 minutes, I was like, dude, I don't know why they don't give these in first class. Like, if you put that IV on somebody in first class that's afraid of flying, I got no problems. Turbulence, no problem.
We went from LT maybe having major surgery to why don't we have these in first class? Why can I not buy this at a local store?
So you guys might have to help me with Unlock today. Hopefully I won't be as loopy. They told me I couldn't drive, so Maddie had to drop me off. She's going to come pick me up later and stuff.
So I see you still got the hospital band on, too. That's right. You check right back in if
Show
you
that
need
to the audience so they don't think they're making this up.
No, I mean,
everyone was saying you had the Rams flu.
I thought I was so that I was going to go live again last night. I didn't want to take anything away from Dunaway from Dory. I don't know what time you did that, but
don't worry about it.
I was so.
I did it during the game. So
this sounds so gay, but I was so proud of the Rams for that performance.
Should have been
when they got down 17-3, and this shows you Sean McVay. I know we laugh a little bit at Belichick. His ability to make adjustments when they were, missing 3 starters on the offensive line. And those adjustments to keep away from Aiden Hutchinson. And I was just blown away. Now, when Stafford went out to call the toss, I was like, tails.
Yeah.
He went heads and never got the ball back. We got to do something about the overtime.
There's just no good system. I mean, we've talked about it for years on this show. There is no good overtime system in football, period. I mean, high schools sucks. Colleges sucks. NFL sucks. I mean, there's just the sport, as great as the sport is, it's the best sport out there.
I still think college.
It doesn't lend itself to overtime.
It doesn't, but I still think the college, sans the 2-point conversions, at least there is some equity there.
Yeah, I would tell you that I just started thinking of something last night. Dan Campbell was slow playing the overtime too, to where if they had kicked the field goal,
you got no time.
Then it's got to be.
By the way, I don't think he's a good coach. I think he's a great motivator.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's a hot take.
I'm just saying they've got a ton of talent.
Yeah.
They should up 17-3. That's the difference. McVay, elite coach, made that a game where the Rams had an opportunity to win. Dan Campbell on the other side. I mean, that shouldn't have been a game. That should have been an ass whipping.
But you're right. That's the way to play overtime. With a 10-minute overtime, you bleed clock, and no matter what you do, you're only going to give them the ball one time. You might actually get it back.
Because you saw McVay call a timeout.
Yeah.
Because he's like, God, it's 5:20 left.
I don't know how you guys feel.
The clock.
I think, the Rams, injuries can't do anything with it. Injuries derail a team, especially in the NFL, and there's nothing you can do about it. But if this team gets healthy, I thought those two teams are really, really good.
Well, if I told you Puka had gotten carted off at the half, you'd have said, well, we don't stand a chance. You were in overtime.
Yeah. Tyler Johnson.
All right, little Rams love there as well. Glad to have you here. Tell us about CPAP, and we'll get back to college football.
Yeah, hey, look, don't buy your mask or supplies from Amazon or online. Go see the folks at CPAP Plus. See what you're actually buying. The O'Neill brothers, they both are CPAP users themselves with over 200 5-star reviews on Google. The folks at CPAP Plus, CPAP users themselves. So people helping you know what it's like and are ready to help. Visit any of those 3 convenient locations. Pelham Highway 280, now open and trustful for a free CPAP checkup. Free filters, no appointments needed. They carry the best equipment from names like ResMed, React, Fisher Paykel, with masks and supplies in stock every day. Do you need it today? Guess what? They've got it today. They've also got travel CPAP machines in stock. Get in today. Tell them the Next Round sent you.
We'll do our stock report coming up at the end of this segment, but I want to get LT's thoughts on some of the stuff we talked about early in the show. First, here is Justin Wilcox. His Cal team comes to Auburn and wins in Jordan-Hare Stadium. And the win over Auburn means what to you, Justin Wilcox?
I think, like I said before, it builds confidence, because there's really no way to build confidence without demonstrated performance. I mean, I think you can prepare the best you can, but to truly be a confident player, you got to go out and demonstrate it. And I thought the guys did that. It validates the work they put in the meetings and the walkthroughs, all the things we're asking them to do. And now the key is that we continue to get better. I mean, this can't be the best we play all year. You know, like, we got to continue to grind and get better. And I'm excited to get back and watch the tape. And, you know, we'll celebrate, but we got a game next week. And we'll give them the 24 hours to enjoy the win. But we got a lot of football left to play.
Dude, of all the results through week 0, week 1, and week 2, that's the one that surprised me the most.
More than Northern Illinois winning at Notre Dame.
That was a 4-touchdown favorite.
All right, second most.
Okay, Northern Illinois.
And Alabama to be in the situation they were in the fourth quarter where the three of us, and I don't know how much you guys thought about that.
We did
And
not mention
anything
this.
that I repeat, I apologize.
You're all good.
But I was like, realistically, if Alabama loses, I sent it to you guys, we're going to have to jump on and go live,
There's
right?
no doubt.
And then I think it was Brown that said, do you think that could happen? I said, I'm going to give it about a 10% chance.
Yeah.
When Kendrick Law fumbled the kick return, I was like, something weird's going on here.
That was a moment where I was like, okay.
We'll get to Alabama in a second.
Yeah, but can I say this about Cal real quick? Justin Wilcox, first of all, coaches with one hand behind his back.
Why? Because he's a Cal?
Well, yeah, it's not like they have a lot of commitment to football. Fernando Mendoza, I know people thought maybe I was joking about this kid, but watching him in the second half of last year in the Pac-12, he is a really good quarterback. He played like it in the first half. He was unbelievable. Then they made the defensive adjustments. I'll give Durkin credit. They put a lot of pressure on in the second half. Things changed a little bit. But when you start to look at Cal and their schedule now, because I don't know what to think about the ACC. I'm assuming Miami's good.
Yeah.
But outside of that, and Clemson, boy, they play with their mat on in that first half against Appy State.
I've been telling you the Miami at Cal game is a weird game for them.
Yeah, now I look at that after you said it, and I'm like, maybe there is something there.
Yeah.
We got to remember, too, that Jaden Ott is not even close to 100%. When you get him effectively running the football and taking a little pressure off of those young receivers Cal's going to be tough. And that number 10 on defense, that dude can ball.
Bobby makes a great point. He says, I've always liked Justin Wilcox, which we have too.
Mm-hmm.
Part of that is shared representation, right?
Our guys never had Justin Wilcox,
I don't
did they?
think so.
No.
Maybe.
I don't think our guys, I'll confirm, I don't
They
think our
had
guys.
Sonny when he was in Berkeley.
Yeah. He wanted Auburn to interview him after Gus was let go. Justin Wilcox, I don't know what he'll do when he gets to a program that values football. Cal obviously doesn't. I am still shocked he is there coaching Cal, that he hasn't moved on and gotten a better opportunity.
But he's a good defensive coach, but and you know, just pull up Auburn's schedule here. How many better defenses are going to face than the one they face Saturday? And that becomes the alarming thing, right? I can promise you they got one coming up soon in Georgia.
Yeah.
Better. I don't know if Arkansas's defense is better than Cal's. I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think it is.
Boy, their offense is good. Does Bobby Petrino make a difference?
Yeah, he does. Is Oklahoma's defense better than Cal's? I mean, Oklahoma's played some pretty good defense.
Yeah.
You know, here's the unfortunate thing for Auburn. Like, to have a special season, we said the weird schedule, 5 straight home games, you really need to go 5-0, and the Oklahoma game looked like the problem. I don't think Oklahoma's going to be a problem for Auburn.
No, Dunaway painted a 2-3, and you cannot take 2 and 3 off the board right here for Auburn. Because Arkansas I think Arkansas is not an automatic out anymore.
It's almost become more difficult because watching Oklahoma's offensive line, there is a problem there.
Yeah, Oklahoma, I think Arkansas is the harder game. Is what you're saying,
yes,
right?
Yeah,
I would agree.
Champy's brings you this hour of the show. Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Love Sterling and the guys down there. If you're looking for a lunch destination, they've been open for about 13 minutes now. They're open the rest of the night. Lunch or dinner, get it to go home. The great Southern Fried Chicken. Wonderful to watch the games with. A little Monday Night Football action tonight. Little Jets, little 49ers. Get that chicken to go from Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Also, by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision LT. I know right now your eyesight may be a little blurry from the drugs.
205-969-8100. That is the number you need to call. The number that I called more than 2 decades ago. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. After the procedure, 2015 vision better than 2020. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. Make the phone call I made. They will schedule you with a hassle-free consultation. You have zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Also, ask about pre-inflation pricing. 205-969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
Kalen DeBoer, after Alabama's win, Alabama only scored on 2 of their first 11 possessions, and Kalen DeBoer addressed that after the contest.
There's many things that we look at that are things we got to definitely clean up. We talked down in the locker room about learning the lessons about the things that didn't go right, but also understand if we just keep fighting, good things can happen. And in the fourth quarter, staying away from the penalties and turnovers, it's amazing what can happen. And so, defense did a nice job forcing some field goals. And just as we went through the game there in the fourth quarter, I think those were key, so us scoring touchdowns and finishing drives other than the fumble, which was certainly unfortunate. Again, a lot of things we need to clean up. Guys got to do a better job when they make a big play. You got to tuck it away. All the things we work on, all the things we discuss, going to be a lot to learn from, and so excited about the challenge, the opportunity, because that's what this is, and I think you need games like this, and this isn't a wake-up call or nothing like that. It's nothing like that. It's just just keep raising the standard. I think this game last year was an important one, that propelled them last year, and it'll probably be the same thing this year. That's my hope.
Still ahead on this Alabama schedule, road trip to Wisconsin, unranked. But they still play ranked teams, number 1 Georgia, number 6 Missouri at home, number 7 Tennessee, number 15 Oklahoma, number 16 LSU on the road. Auburn's thrown in there. It's about to get real. You're about to find out what this team's about.
Yeah, look, and obviously all of these games are winnable. I don't think they're going to have any problems with Wisconsin. This might be in your teaser we talk about Saturday morning. Alabama plus a half in Camp Randall because they're minus 9.5 right now. I guess that's still the number. But I will tell you, man, you going from shutting out Western Kentucky to having the struggles they had against Byron Brown running the football, and then more so Alabama's offensive line. I don't know, that was a weird, uneven performance, but when you're only up 14-13 in the fourth quarter against a team you're favored by 31.5 points, that's a problem.
The thing was, I think Kalen DeBoer thought they could win that game without having to play Pritchett. You knew you weren't going to play Proctor, right? And you wanted to rest Pritchett. And you thought we could patchwork this thing together and make it through the game. And it became abundantly clear in the fourth quarter. The only reason Pritchett came into the game is that sideline thought we are in trouble of losing this game. They clearly did not want to play Pritchett. He's clearly the right tackle, though. That offense changed completely the minute he got in there.
Well, yeah, and look, and they were still able to run the football. I mean, that's the thing about Alabama. Like, the majority of teams on their schedule, including Wisconsin, I think they could go out there, run it 50 times, and I think they win the game by double digits. 2
things I want to say real quick, and this was mentioned in the chat room earlier. First, I want your guys' opinion on this one, and I love to give credit, but the chat room moves so fast, it's hard to. And this was back during the Klatt interview. Somebody said in the mybookie.ag chat room, I'm glad they didn't pull Formby quickly because this is a learning experience for him.
It's what happened with Caden Proctor last year.
And Jim brought that up to Tyler Booker earlier in the show.
Yeah, I mean, you guys remember, I don't want to say how bad he was, but how inconsistent he was and how underdeveloped he was at this level. And then he got better and better and better. And I think you're going to see the same. And you just don't want to kill a kid's confidence like that.
The second thing, the most, Kalen DeBoer mentioned the fumbles there. The most concerning fumble to me for Alabama in that game, obviously, is the one down on the goal line because you've got points there, right? You're either going to get 6 or 3. But broader than that, Dunaway, you wonder how hesitant Nick Sheridan might be to call a play that is under center. That was a terrible snap. I mean, that snap. Obviously, Brailsford and Milroe haven't repped the under center snap a ton because there's so much in the shotgun. I mean, if you're Nick Sheridan, are you hesitant to call an under center play on short yardage?
I have recently, in the last couple of weeks, seen so many bad quarterback center exchanges, and I'm not talking about just with Milroe and Parker Brailsford. I'm talking about all over.
Yeah.
I mean, last night with Stafford, he had 3 that he had to make incredible plays on just to field the snap.
Yeah. So I mean, Dunaway, you wonder on short yardage at Wisconsin or against Georgia, is Nick Sheridan like man, I don't want to risk it.
Yeah, you got to imagine they rep that a lot more when they see that on tape.
Well, you would have to think.
You've got a big quarterback and you're that close to the goal line. You got to get down there and you've got to be under center. Because if we're not under center at that point, right, and he goes back, he's on the 1 yard line and he's in the shotgun, all of you and all of you
I hate it.
will be screaming, why are we in shotgun? We're on the half-yard line.
I've surrendered that battle a long time ago because you watch everybody and they do it now. Everybody's in the shotgun in short yardage.
Yeah.
Every last one of them.
So to appease you and all of you, they get under center, and what do? They fumble.
Yep, I've given up.
He's a big quarterback. He's got to learn to be under center.
No, they've got to be able to do that. But my point is, how many was that the only under center snap that whole game? I think it was.
Yeah.
So you fumbled the only under center snap the whole game. I don't know how many under center snaps Milroe took in the first game against Western. I don't remember one.
I don't either.
So I think that's your only under center snap the entire season, and you fumble it.
I'll go ahead and tell you, hell, I wish I'd done a few at the Rose Bowl last year.
No telling where that snap would have gone.
Yeah.
It had a broken Milroe's hand.
But, I mean, if I'm right there, it's less chance I don't have to fill it down here or down here. At least I know I'm going to get it.
You see my point, though. Like Nick Sheridan, all right, you've had one under center snap, and it was a fumble. If there's a key play in Wisconsin or Georgia, are you confident in calling that?
Probably not.
Probably not.
I don't
right
know
now.
how often they rep it in practice.
Okay, David said he took one against Western Kentucky. When that game got 20, whatever it was,
I kind of zoned out.
I zoned out and watched other major games, Texas A&M, Notre Dame.
Our stock up, stock down, and more random, fast-paced thoughts from LT and Brownie on the games we saw this weekend. Show being brought to you by a couple of great folks. One of them, our friends at Milo's. Man, they got a great deal happening right now where they're helping feed the hungry. There's like a sort of a desert, a food desert for some people in our state.
Yeah, really sad facts here. But I did notice, was it last week where Tyler went out and got Milo's back-to-back?
Yeah. Smells so good.
I jumped in on one of those days. Got a double.
So September is the month for hunger awareness. Did you realize 73% of people in Central Alabama have to choose between food and medicine? Our friends at Milo's Hamburgers, they've joined the fight against hunger. They're inviting you to do the same. All Milo's restaurants will serve as drop locations for food supplies for the Food Bank of Central Alabama from September 4th, September 20th. When you donate a canned good or any non-perishable food item, you'll get a free regular drink. Together we can make a difference. Stop into one of those great locations of Milo's.
And today our spotlight is Stock Up, Stock Down. It's brought to you by the Pants Store. They're your game day headquarters. Spotlight on them at locations in Birmingham, Huntsville, Leeds, Tuscaloosa, and Auburn. Bama and Auburn polo hats and quarter zips from great brands like Horn Legend, Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Gentile. And the ladies you see in this picture, they're decked out in the rompers and the dresses and all the footwear as well, from Hoka to New Balances to Western boots. And you get free alterations on anything you buy there. Plus, at the Pants Store, free gift wrapping as well. Nothing says Roll Tide or War Eagle like the Pants Store. PantsStore.com. Rockstar, the button, please.
The College Football Spotlight.
Stock up, stock down. College football stock report.
All right. Brownie, start us off over there. Stock up, stock down for you, my man.
My stock up is Ashton Genty. Lance had told us, you watch Ashton Genty. This guy can play some football.
I thought it was a Georgia Southern thing. I didn't think he'd do it back to back
No,
ways.
I mean, watching him last year, he's a fantastic running back. I did not think, and we talked about this, Dan Lanning is a defensive guy.
Yeah.
There is one guy you cannot let beat you, and that is Genty.
Buddy, he almost did.
And they tried to do everything they could to slow him down, and they just couldn't slow him down.
He has got, Lance, we've played 2 games, right? Have I missed a month of college football if we've only played 2 games?
He's
got 9 touchdowns.
No, more impressive, 459 yards on 45 carries. Everybody can do that simple math.
Yeah.
That's over 10 yards a carry.
Yeah, at Georgia Southern and at Oregon. He hasn't even played a home game yet.
Yeah, that was a swing and a miss on my part. I thought Oregon would come out and play with a mat on.
Me too.
And Maddox Madsen is just not that good of a quarterback. You guys watched him.
Yep.
He was 17 of 40, and they still make this a one-possession game.
Oh, they should have won.
Yeah,
that
I
game.
think
It wasn't for the kick return.
I think Oregon's got some problems now.
Yeah.
After
I agree.
watching that.
Yeah, they're on borrowed time. Stock down, it's a guy you fought for. I've always been iffy on a Mark Stoops. Overrated coach.
That was unbelievable.
Overrated coach. Guy, Good defensive coordinator.
Brown,
Just
you
like
and I
Lincoln
both
Riley.
agreed that South Carolina was the worst team in the
I
SEC.
did. I was wrong about that, too. Stock down on me for that.
God, get the Grace Trees thing ready to go.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Who didn't think South Carolina was the worst team coming out of week one?
Oh, I like
Everybody
South
thought that.
Carolina's team total under 16.5. They doubled that. They scored 31 points.
Yeah.
Mark Stoops got to learn coach offense if he's going to be a legitimate head coach.
Yeah. Well, let's continue the stock report before I start doing dead wood because I got a ton of it too.
For me, I would say stock down is Spectrum. And look, I'm not exaggerating this. This is.
I told Brad. I said, I'm glad he's going to survive, and he's at the hospital.
Yeah.
I am thankful that I'm not going to get a 30-minute speech on technology.
No, but we were having a conversation with Spectrum. So first of all, where I am located,
right,
I cannot get any other provider. I am stuck with Spectrum,
Yeah.
and I got their what are they called, the boosters or whatever. I've
Yeah.
got them all over the house. And it immediately started Saturday morning where I had 3 TVs on, and it was like, you're over your limit or whatever. So one would stop, and then I'd put it back on, and then the second would stop. It was going back and forth, so that was all day. So finally I just had to cut one off, did the quad box, and won. And then yesterday, I cut everything off just to have one game. It wasn't working. Anytime I would try to go live online, wasn't working. And I called Spectrum, and I'm like, we do this for a living. I'm needing to go live. And his response was, I didn't think there was any money in streaming.
Oh, my.
I'm not exaggerating. Yeah.
The guy at Spectrum?
Yeah, the guy at Spectrum.
Guy,
he was in Wisconsin.
I didn't think there was anybody in streaming. They're fighting to stay alive.
Tesla Talk, I am doing the Starlink. I'm going to figure it out. This is Walker. I am on Starlink. I'm going to figure it out. I don't know. But this weekend, next weekend, I won't have an excuse. I've got all week to plan this thing.
Okay. Starlink. Is that high speed, though? Starlink? I mean, is that?
I don't know. Everybody's swearing by it. I really don't know.
But doesn't it take like 6 months to get it in?
Oh, does it?
Ask Lunceford. Does Lunceford know, Rockstar, does Lunceford know anything about Starlink?
I do not have Spectrum, but it was great all weekend, so I don't know.
Well, I've got AT&T fiber, and I have no issue with it.
this can't just be me on the Spectrum.
I moved to AT&T fiber too, and it's amazing.
And Tesla Talk says it's easy to get Starlink, so
good.
look into that.
My stock up, Kyle McCord. I know you guys were both on the orange this past weekend. Not even any real reason to show this because my writing's so bad. Kyle McCord is a better quarterback than Will Howard. And there's a reason that he was signed by Ohio State and Ryan Day. He is the real deal. Now, whether or not that equates to a lot of wins, I think we do have interesting teams now in the ACC. And I'm not saying interesting and they can win the ACC, but I think Syracuse and Cal, those are teams that are going to beat teams they shouldn't in certain times.
Louisville's got I mentioned this to Dunaway earlier, Louisville's got the number 4 offense in terms of yards per game in the entire country. Now, they played Austin Peay and Jack State.
Well, and they might have the best defense in the ACC.
So Louisville's an interesting ACC team.
And boy, Fran Brown can coach them up.
Oh, he can. But McCord goes out, 32 of 46, 381, 4 touchdowns. Rondé Gadsden is back healthy. He is going to be a major weapon for him. McCord was really good against Ohio. Nobody talked about it because it was the Bobcats. It was the MAC. That is my stock up. My stock down. And we will hear from former UAB coach Bryant Vincent. He will be on the show on Wednesday.
All right.
And I love the statement that he goes out. You know what? You don't want me. I'm kind of the Band-Aid. You want to go out and you want to hire a high school football coach. And Trent Dilfer, he dick whipped UAB 32-6. I don't know what's going on. I mean, you can almost guarantee every week UAB is going to have around double-digit penalties, and they're going to have 2 or 3 turnovers.
Yeah.
First game, 9 penalties, 3 turnovers. Against La Monroe, 9 penalties, 3 turnovers.
I will tell you this. It takes a lot for a game like UAB and ULM to make it into the winners and losers category in some of these national papers. CBSSports.com in the winners and losers, and they just have a handful from all of college football. And most of them are really power teams, Clemson, Tennessee, those teams. Loser, UAB's coach Trent Dilfer. ULM coach Bryant Vincent was a longtime UAB assistant when he was named the program's interim coach in 2022. After the season, he was passed over by former NFL quarterback Trent Dilfer, who came to the job without any coaching experience. Dilfer took over a UAB program coming off 6 straight winning seasons. After a 32-6 loss against Vincent's Warhawks, Dilfer is now 3-9 against FBS opponents.
Yeah,
that's on a national website on CBS.
And every bit of that is true. I mean, what can you argue?
You guys, it's one thing for y'all to play golf every day, but if you are a head FBS coach, that's all I'll say.
Yeah, Trent working on that handicap.
For me, I went the obvious. Auburn's offense, I still think they can get it fixed when their offensive line gets better. Not throwing Peyton Thorne away yet. New Mexico this week, and then we'll see what happens. But we're not talking enough about this Tennessee team. They went against NC State, and they did it with defense. Offense was good, but their defense, all of a sudden, Tennessee, I don't know where you'd rank them in the SEC. And I know they've only played Chattanooga and NC State. But that team looks legit right now.
They do.
It's we talked about this. There was going to be one of these teams in the SEC that more than likely gets 4 bids, and there's probably an outside team. This could be Tennessee. I thought that they would more resemble what we saw in 2022. I mean, the offense is so fun to watch. Nico turns it over multiple times, and they still win going away. NC State is the ACC version now of Kentucky. Doesn't matter if it's Brennan Armstrong, Grayson McCall.
No quarterback.
It's where quarterbacks go to die.
The thing about Tennessee that I think scares a lot of fans that are not Tennessee fans is you got pretty good confidence that Heupel's going to have a good offense. Their defense has been spectacular in 2 games. And James Pierce really, I mean, what are his numbers?
Nothing.
He's not
I don't even think
anything.
he had a tackle against Chattanooga. Yeah. I think he had 1 tackle against NC State, maybe a half sack.
James Pierce is barely showing up, and their defense is still phenomenal. And I don't mean that as a criticism of Pierce. I just mean showing up in the box score.
Hey, and here's something to watch. So Kent State, obviously that's a layup this weekend. But when they go to Norman in the game that we've talked about for months and months, and people that know the behind the scenes, and Dusty Dvorak was on with us at SEC Media Days in Dallas and talking about, this chip and something that, Heupel was basically the scapegoat for what was going on in Norman. And, his alma mater was kind of pushed out of there. I don't know about you guys. I believe at least right now he can name his score.
At Oklahoma?
Yeah.
That Oklahoma team did not look good against Houston, and Tennessee has looked nothing but good. I'm with you. That feels like a bad match for Oklahoma.
Okay, before we take our next break, a little dead wood on the show when we make mistakes on the show or over the weekend. We like to admit our mistakes. And I told LT and I argued on Saturday morning that Peyton Thorne would be the better quarterback in that game, and I was totally wrong on that. But I put my money where my mouth was at mybookie.ag. I had a 10-team parlay. I just did money lines. And if you do enough of them, you can get the odds up.
Yeah.
You can do enough of them. If you do enough of them,
you can buy a small house to flip.
If you do 10 of them,
right,
you can get it up where you're getting like plus 1,500, plus 1,500. And I was only putting a small amount on it, but all they had to do was win the game. Oklahoma State, scary, but they won the game.
Yep.
Kansas State, scary, but they won the game.
Boy, I mean, you pulled 2 out of the fire right out of the chute.
Oregon, scary, but they won the game.
Boy, you're getting your money worth, Dunaway.
Texas, Tennessee.
Oh, that was easy.
Nebraska.
Easy.
Oklahoma, scary, but they won the game.
Yeah.
Syracuse, scary, but they won the game. Utah, hit all those. The 10th one? Auburn.
That's the way it works. You know this on 10-team parlays.
Yeah.
I hear it all the time, which is impossible. But if you would have played 10 games straight up like that, there's no way you go 9-1.
I was dancing. Dancing. Oh, Kansas State. Oh, they come back. Oh, Oklahoma State. They come back.
But to Lance's point, just think if you had played just money line on those 10 games, you'd have been 9-1.
Separately, yeah.
Yeah. But Lance is right. You know what you'd have been if you played money line on all 10 of those? 3-6.
Yeah.
Or 3-7.
I was blown away at how many of those that I came close to losing. Oklahoma State,
will you
Kansas
give
State,
me
Oregon.
that Mendoza is a good quarterback?
Dang, man. Well, 20 of 22 in the first half?
I think the numbers told you that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying I think there's a good majority of SEC teams he could play for.
I just don't understand how Jordan-Hare Stadium can be so tough for Alabama, and then Cal can go in there, and New Mexico State can go in there. I mean, I know New Mexico State, blah, blah, blah. But Cal's, it's Cal. It's your first big game of the year, and that place was nowhere close amped up as it is.
Well, I'll be honest. I was scared when Auburn went down, and a couple of big third down conversions. But when they went up 7-0,
yeah,
I was like, damn, because that whiteout. It looked real deal. I know that crowd is much different at night, but for Cal to be able to just have their composure and go out there and go right back down. But Mendoza was great in the first half.
Those guys talked about what they got wrong. Grace Tree Services LT. They'll come up and clean up your dead wood if you got something dead in your yard or even alive, but it's in the way. They'll take care of it.
Yeah, you sent me a picture of one of those Grace trucks on Saturday. They were out at one of our listeners.
Yeah, one of our viewers sent me a picture. Says, I'm heading to the game. I believe these guys behind to clean up my dead wood.
Fantastic company. Had trees extracted a couple of months ago. Rocky did the same. Reed's done the same. Family owned and operated for 25 years. Right here in Birmingham, experts in high-risk tree removals, pruning, soil health treatment to strengthen your trees and plants. Trusted by nearly every golf course in town. The Birmingham Zoo, no competition. Hurricane season is supposed to be the worst in years. Don't wait to get the tree work done. Protect your house and family today. Call 205-281-6100. Use that QR code that Scotty's got up right there on the screen, or just visit graystree.com and make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
There's only one Champy's world famous fried chicken. Poor boy's tenders, full fried chicken plates, and a little bit of the Mississippi Delta with chicken on a stick and hot tamales. On your way to or from the big game on Highway 119 in Alabaster, stop by Champy's Chicken.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, now featuring 7 days of giveaways with your chance to win a share of up to $125,000. The more you visit the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, the more chances you have to win.
You never know what we're up to here at The Next Round. The easiest way to stay in the know with our antics and adventures is to follow The Next Round across all social media platforms at Next Round Live on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. Whether it's Dunaway sleeping in the studio, Tim and Lunceford breaking down the latest movie release, or Game Day Chronicles, we are here to keep you updated on the latest sports news while, of course, having just a little bit of fun. Follow at Next Round Live across all platforms to join in.
When on YouTube, you constantly hear requests to please like and subscribe. Well, here at Disrupt Media, we aren't going to play that game. Those demands are frankly outdated. So we just want you to hit like or subscribe. It's like a choose-your-own-adventure novel. Pick a path, hit like, or hit subscribe. It's your call. We don't care which, just pick one. Or go to Roll Tide Pods and do it. Or War Damn Pods. Or the Disrupt Media YouTube channel. Or the Meltdown. Just make a decision and stick with it. Like or subscribe, the choice is yours.
Happy football season. At The Next Round, we strive to make our loyal listeners feel like they're a part of the action all season long. My name is Emily Grace McWhorter, and I do that by bringing you along for any given Saturday in Auburn or Tuscaloosa. From pregame warm-ups, touchdowns that make you feel a part of the play, and everything in between, our goal is to make you feel like you're inside Bryant-Denny or Jordan-Hare. Follow along on our social media at Next Round Live on Instagram, X, and Facebook. Also, check out thebarnauburn.com and covercrimson.com while you're at it. Here's to fall Saturdays.
From the creators of The Next Round comes two new sites, covercrimson.com and thebarnauburn.com. Two team sites with the same excitement and information-driven content that you get every day on The Next Round. Live daily shows, recorded shows, free of charge, plus premium content with insider information starting at just $1. And it's the perfect gift for the Alabama or Auburn fan in your family. Covercrimson.com or thebarnauburn.com. Sign up today.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
By now, you guys know how I feel about my fashion. However, did you know that I care about your fashion choices? Cargo shorts are out, flip-flops are only appropriate on the boat, and please throw away that stained t-shirt from college. You may be thinking, EG, that's all I own. What do I do? Here's what you do. Go to nextround.store and fill your cart with a wardrobe that is approved by me. Stock up on logo t-shirts, hoodies for football season, and hats for every day of the week. Trust me on this one and head over to nextround.store to get stocked up for this season.
Just because you've quit going to the gym, it doesn't mean that you have to quit gym altogether. Dunaway, that is. With our Next Round podcasts open 24/7, 365, you can access gym anytime you'd like. While you may have done away with your treadmill routine, our version of Dunaway is standing by ready to get you back to your absolute best. Find all that lovely Jimmy D-led content on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, and in the podcast section of nextroundlive.com. This message is sponsored by Jimmy Crypto Inc. and Jimmy Crypto for President.
All right, trash in just a second. Storm Restoration Roofing is bringing you one instant reaction about Notre Dame from LT and Brownie, because we have not talked about that much at all today. But Greg from Pell City bringing you this instant reaction to another Marcus Freeman loss to a G5 team. He did it in 2022 to Marshall and now to Northern Illinois. Greg will get on your roof and check and make sure everything's okay. One loose shingle can cause so many problems. Roof inspections are a needed thing, and he knows that, but he doesn't want to take any money out of your pocket just for a roof evaluation. So it's free with Storm Restoration Roofing. A free inspection, 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. Just ask yourself a question. When's the last time anybody's been on your roof, other than Santa, to check and see if all the shingles are okay? Greg will do that for free, no out-of-pocket money. Storm Restoration Roofing, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. He handles storm repairs and everything else. Look him up. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Really a good deal there. Man, Notre Dame loses. They're in the playoffs. We said.
Burn the ticket.
You know, the interesting thing is after that win against Texas A&M, I mean, everybody said the one team you can book in the postseason now based on schedule is Notre Dame. And watching that game, and I had it on the quad box, and I finally had to go to it. I don't know about you guys. I just felt like Notre Dame was not going to lose that game. They would find a way to win that game. Riley Leonard wasn't good.
Nope.
He just wasn't.
Notre Dame even had the refs in on it. That ref that marked that first down had to be a practicing Catholic. I mean, that was a first down by a good yard, and he marks him a yard short. I mean, it was like the mark was almost 2 yards off.
Yeah.
To extend the game. I mean, the game ends right there if they get that first down because they kick a chip shot field goal.
Did you guys listen to a lot of the game? I had it on, but I didn't listen to it.
No.
The Ontario Brown, the kid that had like 126 rushing, like 99 receiving, those are the kind of kids on a stage like that can get big NIL deals from, transfer portal guys that can come into bigger programs. He's a senior, though. I don't know what year senior he is, but that's a kid that maybe made money if he's got any eligibility left. But 190 yards rushing, in South Bend. I mean, that was the typical letdown spot where they just didn't show up.
Yep.
That Marshall loss and that Northern Illinois loss, it was Luganville, wasn't it, on our show, or was it Marcelo, or was it Klatt?
Give me the quote, and I'll tell you.
One of them said that I think it was Marcelo in the middle eight with you that loss, you can start booking Marcus Freeman being fired.
Yeah, well, he didn't. No. He didn't say he was on the hot seat. He said, but it kind of books his future if they continue to struggle. He was like, you just can't lose these games at Notre Dame. He's lost to a 16-point favorite, a 20-point favorite, and a 28-point favorite now. And Brandon's point was, like, you might get some grace for not making playoffs and things like that, but you let a Northern Illinois game cost you a playoff spot. If things start to turn bad, this will determine his future. I think that was Brandon's point there. It's not that it put him on the hot seat.
Right. This is what's fascinating, though, about NIL now and about transfer portal. And you've got kids that have been in certain programs for a long time. I mean, we're going to see a lot of these upsets. It's just going to happen. And when you start to look at Notre Dame's schedule, it looked kind of like a joke last week. I still think they've got a beneficial schedule. Like, Louisville's going to be tricky. And USC is going to be tricky. Notre Dame's going to beat Florida State at home.
I would have to think, yes.
I think they beat Georgia Tech at home. Like, I still think they go 10-2.
Yeah, but
I think they've got one more loss.
They're a fascinating 10-2 team, though.
I agree.
You put them in a group of 10-2s with SEC and Big Ten teams, and I just don't know how you make that argument.
Depending on strength of schedule, 10-2 Notre Dame or 9-3 certain teams.
Tennessee,
9-3 Tennessee, depending on who they've beaten. Michigan, if they somehow beat either Oregon or USC, but only lose to the other one and Ohio State.
Yeah.
Their only losses being Texas. Let's say they lose.
Texas, Oregon, Ohio State.
Texas, Oregon, Ohio State, but they beat a really good USC team.
Yeah. Who knows at that point?
I really think the only two ranked teams are going to play, and look, this is the way it is on the schedule right now, is Louisville and USC. Yep. And if they split those based on brand and based on eyeballs, I think they will manipulate and find a way to get Notre Dame in, but who knows?
All right, let's do trash, and then we'll do some reaction to the NFL coming up at the end of the show. This hour always brought to you by our friends at Champy's world-famous fried chicken, champyschicken.com. Sterling and the crew ready to go. I hope you had a big tailgating weekend with some great Champy's food. That chicken is brined overnight and cooked to order. Highway 119 in Alabaster. Go see our friends at Champy's Rockstar. Hit the big button, man.
I'm here with the winner, Derek Lewis. Derek, why'd you take your pants off?
My balls was hot.
I understand.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, if you're looking for a new home, our friends at Mortgage Right here to help. Whether you're a first-time buyer or a seasoned home buying veteran, their great service and low rates make the process easy. Speaking of veterans, veteran founded right here in Birmingham. So remember, whether you're looking for your final home, your first home, whether you have a big down payment or need 100% financing, Mortgage Right, one-stop shop for mortgages. Visit them online, mortgageright.com, 205-900-7200, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. I saw Rod over in the mybookie.ag chat saying he lives a couple of streets from me, he has no problems. Now, I don't know if Rod's technical. I don't know if Rod likes me, but if Rod wants to come by and try to help me out with my
jump in my DMs, Rod,
my technical situation, Rod, I would appreciate it.
People are saying the Starlink's the way to go, though. Everybody in the chat that had it said, I love it.
My buddy Rick, who is a retired successful businessman, he's packed up and moved from Birmingham down to the coast. He says Starlink's amazing.
Yeah. But Starlink, is it good enough that, first world problems, but I can have 3 TVs on, I can have laptop on, I can have everything.
Somebody said you can get up to 400 meg. I think
it was so bad last night, I had to turn the internet off my phone. Made Jack do the same.
It's got to be better
Everything
than that.
was shut down just to make sure I wasn't going to get rebuffed during the Rams game. 33-year-old man who posted himself to the house of his ex-partner in the Netherlands has been sentenced to 4 months for stalking. Crazy story here. Yes, that is the man in the box.
Wait a minute, Rockstar, this is not a stock photo?
This is a stock photo.
Okay. I was about to say,
It's Willow.
There's no way.
He's small.
Yeah.
Small little fella. The delivery took place May 18th and was the culmination of a series of incidents following the breakup of the couple's one-year relationship, including the theft of her keys, trespassing, and placing a tracker in her home. Crazy? Maybe. Now, the man told the magistrate that having himself delivered in a box was, quote, the only way to get in and get my stuff back. Now, when he emerged from the box, can you imagine? The woman claims he threatened her with a gun. He then took off with the keys to the house. No weapon was found at the man's home address, but the prosecutor said he did steal the keys as well as bombard the woman with emails and create a social media account in her name. Now, the woman placed camera in her home after the incident with the box, which showed the man had turned up in her house 3 times. During one of the visits, he placed a tracker behind the cooker. Man claimed the woman had given him permission for the visits and that the keys were given to him earlier. That did not impress the judge, who agreed with the prosecutor's demand for 4 months in jail and a 3-year restraining order.
Okay, so a couple holes in this story. Number one, the way I understand the story is you read it, the box was delivered to the house and then somebody brought the box in the house, right? I mean, this guy, how much does he weigh? How do you move that box into the house?
Yeah, you can't do it by yourself.
And number two, like, if you're getting something that big shipped to you, you know you're getting it, right?
That's right.
I don't get a shipment that big, and I'm like, well, what is this?
I don't know what the price point on me getting shipped anywhere. I'm sure as hell not doing it for an ex.
No.
You know, the Americans, I know you just finished it, and I'm dabbling, I'm back and forth.
Okay.
But do you remember when the girl that she comes from Russia.
Lance.
And they put her, she basically gets shipped in one of those shipping cargoes, and she's got the oxygen mask on.
Right.
And then they bust her open, and they're like, welcome to America, she defects. How long do you think she was in there?
I don't know. I mean, it's got to be a couple weeks. She came over in a boat.
Complete darkness, and she's got, and just in your head, would you not be thinking, when's this oxygen running out?
Yeah, that's right. Or am I ever going to see America?
Yeah.
Maybe Russia wasn't so bad.
I know. Did they overnight me in my 3 to 5 business days?
Boy, it's hard to overnight on a ship.
They ship me on a Thursday. Now they're not even going to count the 2 days. It's business days.
Have you guys ever had a tooth extracted?
Yes.
It's
not fun.
3-4 hours after, you've got that dull pain.
Yeah.
That really sucks. How about this? This dude, not one tooth. Chinese authorities are investigating the case of an elderly man who died 13 days after having 23 teeth extracted and 12 implants inserted on the same day.
And he died?
At a dental clinic.
Was this intentional? Did he want these?
Now, Miss Xu, resident of this province in China, recently filed complaint with the Municipal Health Bureau against a local dental clinic after her father's death. Now, the woman presented evidence that her parent had 23 teeth extracted and 12 new teeth implanted in a single session, which she claims
he's drugged up.
caused his untimely demise 13 days later. Well, your system can just go in shock with so much pain.
That's right, and you're the pain for the drugs. You're in a lot of pain, or they're drugging you.
He needed that IV I had today. I'm still, I don't know if you guys can tell. I'm so loopy.
Oh, I love it.
I love
Is it bad?
No,
it's been great.
Fantastic.
Do you know the dental assistant said, when are we going to put the next one in? He says, about 15, 20 minutes.
Dude, Rockstar, he's got like, that's a picket fence of teeth, is it not?
It looks like Stormtrooper Pez dispensers.
I'll take the number 14, please.
Can you eat corn on the cob with this?
Oh,
No,
not well.
these are the pegs they will then put the teeth on. I've had one of these done before. You have to put those steel things in your gums, and then the teeth basically screws in on top of it.
That sumbitch has got AJ Hawk's jawline, though.
He does. He can win a fight.
Or it's a shark.
Yes.
Now, according to the patient consent from Miss Shu's father, did in fact get 23 of his natural teeth extracted before having 12 holes drilled into his skull. All of this was done in a single day. Now, according to the dental hospital records, 23 extractions were carried out by a doctor named Juan. It's a very popular name, much like a Bill or a Steve.
Dr. Juan.
Juan, whose specialties include root canal treatment, removal of impacted wisdom teeth, and full dentures. Now, they say that they did not take into consideration the patient's pain tolerance and risk of infection.
Mm. That's a rough way to go right there.
Yeah.
How'd you die? Teeth extraction.
Kung Wao.
Now, I think everybody has brought this up at some point.
What?
Why are there typically 10 hot
General
dogs
Ow.
per pack and 8 buns per pack?
It really doesn't make sense how we don't match that up better.
Now, my dogs love it because you know what that means? It's one dog for each dog.
What if the same company owns the hot dog buns and the wieners? So now wieners, Dunaway has done this to me. No, you call it weenies.
Yeah.
The hot dogs. So now I got to make a choice.
Are you going to take a poop?
Do I buy 2 packs of buns? Or you're forcing me to buy 2 packs of buns.
There's an easy way to just make this universal.
How?
Okay, so when hot dog buns were introduced, hot dogs were sold in varying quantities at the butcher shop. Not until 1940 were hot dogs packaged the way we currently see them in the grocery store. Now, when manufacturers began packaging hot dogs, they chose the 10 to the pack formula. Today's hot dogs are sold most often in 8 to 10 to the pound packs, but some are sold in other quantities as well. Now, sandwich rolls or hot dog buns most often come 8 to the pack because the buns are baked in clusters of 4s in pans designed to hold 8 rolls. I would think that we can fix the pan and make it bigger.
One would have to think. Yeah,
now,
we live in a world.
while baking pans now come in configurations that allow baking 10 or even 12 at a time, the 8-roll pan remains the most popular.
Yeah, I have experienced this weekend because I wanted the New York Butcher Shop brats. So I got the Bama brats. They were delicious. But then Maggie knew I wanted hot dogs this weekend and did not know I was going to New York Butcher Shop. So she came back with hot dogs and hot dog buns.
He's got really good dogs, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I didn't do the dogs.
Yeah.
I didn't see those.
You did the brats.
I did the brats. Yeah. So I did the brats for lunch, and then I had hot dogs. Maggie had brought those. So now I've used 2 buns out of my bag for my brats. And now I'm eating hot dogs at night, then lunch and dinner on Sunday. So I had hot dogs all weekend. So I ran out of buns eventually.
Can I tell you, my wife, I don't know the brand, but she's buying hot dog buns.
All those hot dogs and brats. And when I finished, he glanced at my stomach. He did. I saw him look.
I did.
Yeah.
My wife has been purchasing these hot dog buns that are sliced on the top. I don't know if y'all use those, so you don't open it up. It's already sliced on the top. You just kind of squeeze it and the top pops open and you put your hot dog or your brat down in there.
Too much bread on the side.
I think it's perfect. I love it.
About to make a transition to cheese, but what kind of cheese do you think are in those hot dogs? You know, like the Oscar Mayer that has the cheese in it.
I think it's probably Velveeta.
I think it's melted Kraft.
Yeah, it's Velveeta.
But Kraft's not a cheese, right?
It's not, no.
It's a cheese product.
Are you done?
No.
Okay.
Limburger, Munster.
That's cheese.
Yeah. Brie de Mai are some of the cheese famous for their pungent aroma as their taste.
They're the cheesiest.
But the unofficial title of the world's stinkiest cheese goes to a French delicacy called the Vieux Blanc.
Yeah.
Rockstar, is that close enough?
I would say, I don't know. I would say Vieux
Blanc?
Bologna.
Bologna.
Dude, that looks like a bad pastry.
Well, it does.
Maybe. Anyway.
Looks like a Starburst that you left in your seat cushion for too long.
After I describe this, you guys tell me if you would try just a sliver of this.
Right.
Now, 2 decades ago, scientists at Cranfield University north of London tested 15 of the world's stinkiest cheeses to determine which of them had the worst smell. Now, they used human sniffers as well as a computer-linked electronic nose to rank the odor of the cheeses and determined that the Vieux Bologna was by far the stinkiest. Now, Vieux Bologna is an unpasteurized, unpressed cheese made from cow's milk, developed in 1982. The square-shaped cheese quickly became famous for its pungent aroma described as a mix of body odor and cow dung.
Yeah, that's going to be a hard pass, dog.
It stinks so bad that it is banned from being eaten on public transport in France.
Yeah, no, I would not try it. Don't care what it tastes like.
Taste good?
Well, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't really care.
Yeah. If it smells like dung and BO.
I've got other options.
Yeah.
That is trash today.
Nope. I got more pictures, if we can, of bad tats.
Keep going. We got overtime today.
More pictures of bad tats Rockstar's got.
These are bad tattoos, all right?
Okay.
All right, so this is that Kobe?
That is not
Obviously,
Kobe.
that's Kobe. It's
So
tattoo.
it's number 24. Yeah.
It looks like a caveman looking at Kobe.
It's like if you told a 3-year-old,
No, that's
draw Kobe.
I never saw the movie in Rockstar. I know you like it. It's called Teen Wolf. It's a caveman looking at Teen Wolf.
Yeah.
In the shadow, there's a basketball court. The goal says "rip."
Rip.
Pretty cool.
Off-centered too, Rockstar. Does that bother you at
And that's
the
his
least?
back, I believe. It's on his back.
God, that's awful.
To me, it's like Kobe's a ghost now.
Yeah.
Some of those horror movies, he's like a black smoke.
That's a prison house tat.
Yeah, that's bad.
No.
What are we using that hole for?
Why?
Licking, you got to clean yourself.
Why?
I mean, what is that belly button for?
Why are we doing this?
Wow.
Yeah, that's bad. That is bad.
She's got
crabs.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
And they're crawling out of there too,
Yeah,
Rockstar.
boy, they are getting away.
Yeah. Somebody
big
pulls
ones.
her drawers off. They're like, what have I gotten myself into?
I'm going to tell you. Never mind. Let's make a cheese joke.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go back.
Yeah. Oh, that's tattooed hair?
Oh, Dunaway, that's an option.
That's a good look.
That is. I like that he goes sunglasses and scruffy beard.
Dunaway,
too.
I will pay for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of glare on that. A lot of glare.
No, you won't.
Have your kids on there.
Is that Mount Rushmore? I mean, it's not a bad depiction of some of the kids, but I
She's
just
got
don't want
some banged up looking kids. though.
Yes, I don't want it on my back.
It looks like the two kids that
Hey.
I'm back.
Is that a dude or a girl?
I think it's a guy.
How about fourth kid? Obviously, a big surprise to mom and dad. We would have had 3 on the back.
Well, I think that's dad and then the kids, right? Dad's in the middle, top.
Well, that one kid down on the bottom is always going to think she's not loved. How did I end up on the bottom?
That's his wife.
Oh, is that his old lady?
No, I have no idea.
Yeah. There's room on the right shoulder blade for another one, bro.
Better get after it.
Ain't a woman alive that can
take
Mama's place.
Mama's
place. Dang.
I got 5 minutes, please. Just get me this.
Yeah.
How quick can you do one?
Do that with a knife?
Oh, that is.
Yeah,
that
I
is
think
so
you
bad.
might just want to go on and take that leg off.
Yeah, that is so bad right there.
Final one.
My girlfriend getting my face tatted. Oh.
Oh, no.
I hate to tell you.
I wouldn't want to look myself during.
Yeah, right on the neck.
I got to be honest, with some of our upset alert drawings, I think we could do a better job. I really do.
Brown Bandit destroys that, doesn't it?
That is 4 Downs, brought to you by friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, it is buying season. Our friends at Mortgage Right here to help.
Trash.
Veteran founded here in Birmingham and offer loans throughout the country. Before you take the next steps on a new home purchase or refinance, talk with the team at Mortgage Right. No cost or obligation to find out what you qualify for. You can get more information. Go to their website. That is mortgageright.com. Call 205-900-7200.
Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Great folks there. Another weekend of high school sports. If you have an injury playing, your kid, just take them to Precision. They will take care of them. We do that when our kids get injured. 205-512-3885. Tweaks and pulls, pains and breaks. They diagnose it, they treat it, and they rehab it. They're fabulous folks. Part of the Brookwood Baptist Health Family Specialty Care Network. Locations in Jasper and Alabaster, Fultondale, and all around the Birmingham metro area. There's nothing better than being in something when you're struggling together. Orthopedic care, better together. Find your provider today. Again, precisionsportsortho.com/2024. We got 3 minutes. We've talked a lot about your Rams. Other than the Rams, your big takeaway from the NFL weekend is what?
Takeaway from the NFL weekend. I was blown away with what the Saints did to Carolina. And if we are to believe that Dave Canales is going to be the answer for Bryce Young, I don't know if there's going to be an answer. That team's horrible.
Dunaway was stunned to find that Andy Dalton is A, still alive, and B, is the backup in Carolina.
I did not know Andy Dalton was still in the league. I thought he had retired and left.
And I was like, no, he took snaps yesterday in the league.
I did not watch that horrible 47-10
Nor
game.
should you have.
The Falcons, although you got a new quarterback that you paid a lot of money for, I can't say that now we all believe they were going to win the NFC South.
And lost to a backup, Lance.
Yeah, but do you agree with me or not that T.J. Watt is one of those guys that can take over a game and force you to make mistakes offensively, that when they get out of not having to play T.J. Watt again, that they'll be better?
Well, unless they face Aiden Hutchinson.
Of all the football I watched, a couple of points. The worst fumble, the worst turnover was Travis Etienne.
Thank you. And I thank him for it, Lance.
And I had Jacksonville plus 3.5 and was able to get home with that. But if they go up 24-7, that game is over.
It is over.
It is over. The Colts are going to be much better than advertised.
That Anthony Richardson throw was something else, man.
Well, okay, but he missed a ton. I watched that entire
game.
That
one throw was incredible.
Alec Pierce and A.D. Mitchell were open deep all the time. When they can figure that out, the Colts are going to be a handful, even in the loss. The Giants might be the worst team in football.
Our elimination league, survival league, the Bengals took out half the league.
Yeah, and I was one of those on the Bengals. And the only reason I took it was the only number over 7, and I thought New England was going to be terrible. I think more so that's an indictment. I still don't think New England's good. I think it's more an indictment on where Cincinnati is right now.
I put those bad offensives, when you know they have talent like Joe Burrow, they just haven't played together in games.
Like you said about Miami.
Like
that showed for Miami, yeah.
You just don't get any of these preseason snaps, and it's so much timing. But the Bengals, how many people are in our league and how many are left? Do you know?
I think we have 8 or 9 in the league, and I think 3 are left. 2 more points. Deshaun Watson, he's done.
Yep.
And that Browns defense, they weren't even good yesterday, but the number 1 defense in the NFL, it doesn't matter anymore. And then finally, I told you guys, these are the best collection of primetime games. How good have they been? From Thursday night, Friday night, last night, and we got one more tonight with the Jets and the 49ers.
It'll be good. LancesLock.com for all the plays tonight. You can get that. And stick around. We got overtime coming up in just a second. We'll hear from Kalen DeBoer. Again, Hugh Freeze has moved his news conference to 1 o'clock today. So we will not get to Coach Freeze. We'll have the best of his news conference with us tomorrow. Thanks for being with us already live from 7 a.m. Until 12, and we'll keep it rolling on. And don't forget LT and Brock Heward's unlocked. Maybe Brown and Brock Heward unlocked today.
LT's got it. I think he's got it.
Okay.
I got faith in him.
All right. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America. All right, and that gets us to overtime now, and Kane Womack is still wrapping up his news conference over there. Kalen DeBoer waiting in the wings. Our overtime today is going to be brought to you by our friends at NASCAR. NASCAR ready for the Yellowwood 500 weekend. Visit TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, 877-GO-TO-DAGA for tickets. It's October the 4th through the 6th with a big playoff race happening on Sunday. Again, the tickets are TalladegaSuperspeedway.com for all the great fun. That includes the Friday night rodeo, Buck and Daga, where they have a rodeo and fireworks on Friday, the Jake Owen concert on Saturday, and then the big race on Sunday. Go check it out, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, 877-GO-TO-DAGA. Kalen DeBoer in just a second will step up there to the podium.
Before we get to that, we do have September 21 TV times. I'd forgotten that we get these like this now.
Wow.
It is Alabama's bye week, so you won't have one, of course, but Arkansas-Auburn in Jordan-Hare is either going to be 2:30 Central or 3:15 Central. And that is determined by whether it's on ABC, ESPN, ESPN2, or the SEC network. Could be on any one of those 4 networks.
So it's 2:30 unless it's on the SEC network, and that'll be 3:15.
That is correct, yes.
All right, let's go listen to Alabama's coach, Kalen DeBoer, before they head up and play Wisconsin. Let's listen into the coach.
Got through the weekend. I hope you guys had a good weekend, and I know you got a lot of information from the coordinators already. But probably one of the things I know I'll get asked is about injuries, and so just hit on a couple guys probably that will come up. Cole Adams got hurt upper extremity injury, and we'll kind of see how he goes through the week here. We wouldn't rule him out, but I think probably be very limited early, and we'll see how it goes throughout the week there. But and then Pritchett played, in the game as you saw last, I think 6 plays or so, and came out good with that. practiced towards the end of the week, Wednesday, Thursday, a little limited, more limited on Wednesday, and as the week went on, practiced and felt okay about him being out there. Felt good about him being out there, and he came in and did a nice job. And the big thing is that he got through healthy, and that was a key there. And then Caden Proctor, he will continue to work on his functional movement and all that kind of stuff early in the week, and keep progression in a way where I feel we're going to be pretty dang close by the weekend of getting him on the football field. So I feel like he's coming along real well, especially at the end of last week, working extremely hard to get back out there. I know a lot of the things that both coordinators talked about. I think a lot of the stuff that needs to be worked on was pretty obvious. I think sometimes you look at a game and maybe statistics don't show the things that we know as a staff we need to work on. I think pretty obvious penalties and takeaway turnovers, creating takeaways and limiting the turnovers is a high priority. It always is. Not something that we don't take lightly. It's something that's an emphasis every single day. So we'll continue to do that. And there were some highlights I thought that you can take from the game. Both sides of the ball as a team continue to fight, continue to play. Didn't feel like our guys ever came up short with the amount of energy and effort. I think they had a ton of energy and want to before the game. At halftime, thought they regrouped, thought both sides were holding themselves accountable for the things that they knew they needed to clean up. We cleaned up some of those things, I think, in the second half. Other issues presented themselves. And, in the end, though, they're going to find a way. And they kept fighting. They kept playing together. They took it on themselves and individually, their unit, to go make the plays and trust the other side of the ball that they'd get it done as well. So I'm proud of that piece. Tomorrow, go back to work. Today's their day off from practice, and the guys came in yesterday excited, ready to go with the challenge that lies ahead with Wisconsin. And there is no other option other than just go to work tomorrow. And I know we're going to have a great Tuesday. Questions?
All right, thanks, Coach. Let's start on the right, Charlie.
Yeah, hey, Coach, just given what he went through last week, just how proud are you of the way that Q Robinson played on Saturday and went through that?
Yeah, he's played a couple really good games here in the 2 games we've played. So I'm proud of him. I told him that after the game, and I thought about him a couple times when I saw him out there flying around. And I know there was a couple emotional times I think that he went through in the game, but he's just a special guy all around. It's you see everyone sees him as a player, but being around him and who he is as a person, he loves this program. He is a guy that just everyone looks to as being consistent, I think, and for him to really get back here, have some urgency getting back here, and feel like he wanted to be around this team the latter half of the week. It just shows everything that I said, about his commitment to wanting to be here and help this program every single day be the best we can be. So, a lot of emotions I know for him, and I was proud of the way he played, and he's done a great job here through 2 games.
Go to the middle of the room to Emily Grace.
Coach, can you walk me through the play calling process and what your input is on each play?
Yeah, Coach Sheridan. You talking offense? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Offense. Coach Sheridan calls the plays throughout a drive. Obviously, I can override something if it is, but I know as a play caller, having done it for 20 years, that you have to be in a rhythm. You have a plan. In between series, I'll ask, what his thoughts are after they've had a chance to get with the players. Now, especially with the iPads, make get a couple thoughts together on what they saw, and as he's up in the box putting the next kind of thoughts in the drive together, I'll be on the defensive side, but then I'll flip over. And if there's a takeaway early, sometimes we don't get that chance to talk much, but usually with TV timeouts and things like that, I get a chance to kind of see where his head's at, give some input there. I think there's always, I don't want to say things you're setting up, but I think there's again, I use the word rhythm. I think that's the biggest way to describe it. That is really critical. And when you get too much input from too many people, you start getting out of that rhythm. And I think we've done a great job. That's something I have made a point ever since I became a head coach again to make sure I do, because I know when I was with head coaches who did that, how much I appreciated that. And I was fortunate for 10 years as an assistant to pretty much have head coaches that let me kind of go about my business the way I thought it needed to be done. So.
Left side over to Chase.
Coach Womack already commented on the targeting call on Justin Jefferson, but apart from that, can you just discuss his play? I think he had 10 stops and his development over the last week or two.
Yeah, again, I think that whole linebacking core has done a lot of great things. Justin certainly flying around. We feel great about the speed he brings. He's into it. He's into it not just, individually. He's a guy that's becoming a strong leader in our football team, and the energy he brings every day. I just love having him in this program. He's involved in special teams, and so, not having him out there in the first half will be tougher. I mean, more, he's an important part of what we do with different packages, and so, and unfortunately that happened late in the game. So, we'll have to work through that here in the first half of Wisconsin.
Stay on the left side with Alex.
You now have 2 games worth of watching film with Jalen Milroe. What do you like from what you've seen, and where do you want to see some improvement from him?
Okay. I think, I think about some touchdown throws that he's made. K-Law in the first game, scrambling on the run. The one to Prentice this week, stepping up in the pocket. I think those are things that I've seen that where he's really improved. He had a scramble to Dupree where he hit him along the sideline. I thought there was another one that he did a really good job, and some other guys could have worked with him a little bit better on a scramble drill. He went to the right, hit Germ on a scramble. And so I think eyes down the field and playing that game that he can play, because people are worried about his legs, where he can run and take off, or he can draw the attention to him and throw it. I think that's been great. When we give him looks where he can make decisions, because there's a lot of times 2-3 choices where he can make, whether it's throw a ball to the perimeter, run a running play. He might even keep it. I think he's getting better with every rep that we do it, whether it's in practice or the games. You're seeing that show up, and we want those options because he can do it with his arms and his legs. And the throw and the touchdown to Ryan Williams, that opportunity to just rip it out there. That's something I think when we first started in spring ball, and I think saw it in fall camp where he was getting more and more comfortable. It's not just confidence in yourself, it's confidence in the guys that are around you. And I think that's the key, and so he's developing that. We're talking through every little detail, not just with him, but we're talking it through with the other positions so that trust can happen on the practice field. We're intentional with that. And so he's I thought, again, this week he made more strides with check and protections with confidence. We can continue to work on that. He had to run around a little bit at times, more than we'd like. But there's a number of factors that come into play. It's not just the offensive line; it's the whole group. And I think the areas you continue to improve. I think we just continue to work together with him to shape and mold. And I think almost every year. I don't care if it's an offense you've been with, and you're in year 2 or year 3. Or more. I think there's an evolution, where you have different personnel than the year before. And right now, we're continuing to find exactly what works for us, what that rhythm is, what he's exactly comfortable with. We aren't going to run something that I think he does a good job of talking and giving us feedback on what he likes and what he maybe is a little bit, hey, let's try to hold off on that as we go through the week. And I love that. I love that, because if there's any question in any player's mind, but especially the quarterback, let's hold off on it. And that's few and far between. But he's done a good job of just giving us feedback on what he saw, and knowing that we can work together to help, get him in the spots that he really wants to be in. So I think we're making progress, great progress.
Yeah, kind of follow up to that. Notice a moment post game where you took a second to talk to Jalen and say something to him, and obviously that's a conversation between the two of you. But what are you willing to share about what your message was to him post game?
Oh, I can't even remember exactly what I said. We've talked in the locker room too. Just I don't remember the exact words. I think it was probably just a lot of like, hey, we're always learning. I think that was the general theme of what I was sharing with him. We're always learning. It's good to grind out a win in the fourth quarter. Just something along those lines that, I think it had to do with you keep fighting for this reason. You're going to find a way. You're going to break through at some point if you just keep playing the game and letting the game come back to you by competing.
Over to Tony on the left.
Back to the Jefferson play. What did you see from that play? And then secondly, just as a head coach, it seems like Wisconsin also had a targeting play like that. What do you feel about the way that I guess, targeting gets called and the ramifications of it at this level?
Yeah, I mean, the helmets hit each other, and so we'll wait to get exactly the feedback. There's not much you can do, when you're out there as a coach at that moment. Anything I say isn't going to matter when they're going through their decision. And so, their helmets hit, and now it's just a matter of whether you met any or all of the ways that they determine whether it's targeting or not. So, face mask versus crown, all those type of things. And I know, they got a player that's out too, and I think that was more of a mid-level hit in that game. So,
Stand left side to go, Steven.
Coach, when you have a position group that may be struggling a bit with penalties, what do you say to that group to keep them calm and keep them mentally engaged?
Well, I think for us in that game, last weekend, we needed to adjust to how it's being called, and I think that's what you try to say, hey, it's getting called, right? Getting called tighter. And, now we're really able to look at replays and understand, if you didn't see it in the game when it happened live or why it was called, because sometimes it's on the other side of the field from where our bench is at, you can go back and you can see the end zone and wide shot and try to determine how tight is it called, and so, trying to stress that, we got to do a good job keeping it right in our hands. We're inside in a lot of cases. We just kept grabbing cloth longer when they were pulling away from us just for that split second, and, holding getting called. And, unfortunately it brought back, I don't know, this is a rough tally, but I wanted to just kind of do my own numbers. I think it was probably at least 180, 190 yards worth of offense, not counting the yards that we lost because of the penalty assessment, and that's a game changer. In the first half alone, I think it was probably at least 180. So we got to adjust and make sure we're playing the game the way it's supposed to be played.
Just a couple questions left. Let's start with Cody in the middle of the room.
2 games in, just curious what your assessment of the secondary is so far.
Yeah, they've done a really good job of changing it up, different coverages and different game plans from week 1 to week 2. We got the 2 picks to start off the season, and I thought, they were 15, I think, were they 15 of 35, I think, in the game. That wasn't their strength necessarily, but we took it away from them, and really no explosives from a passing side of the ball for them, passing for them. So I really like that. I think we, different guys are coming up and making tackles. Malachi did a nice job having to come up. Unfortunately, sometimes, the quarterback did break contain and make some plays with his legs, but guys were there to go get him on the ground and live to see another play. And, that's your last line of defense. And I think we've done a good job of only giving up 1 touchdown so far. And so aside from pass coverage, they're keeping the opponent out of the end zone, and in the red zone especially, forcing field goals. So I like where we're at. Got a lot of youth that are rotating through there. That's not just promising for the growth that they're going to have this year, but promising for the future down the road.
Back middle here.
Hey, Coach, Jonathan Hoppy with WBRC. First road trip for you guys here at Alabama. Obviously, you've coached in some big games. How do you get these guys ready for what will be a great environment up in Wisconsin?
Yeah, there's nothing like playing at home here at Bryant-Denny, but I think there is something to knowing you're going to go into a great environment. These guys really probably haven't been there. Maybe a couple guys from the Midwest that have seen that or been on a visit maybe at one point. But it's going to be a great atmosphere up there, and it's one that I think when you're preparing to go play those games, and we'll of course have that many times here with the SEC schedule too. That hostile environment, taking it on and knowing that it's kind of you versus everyone there. So I think our guys are looking forward to the challenge. They're looking forward to improving on this last week, and knowing that we're going to have to in order to face and get a win versus Wisconsin on Saturday.
All right, let's get one last question on the left side of Jack.
Hey, Coach. Coach Womack touched on it, but what did you make of Tim Keenan's performance, and just have you seen him continue to kind of be a leader for your defense this year?
Yeah, I caught Tim yesterday. I just think we all are on the same page and feeling that he's done a really nice job here the first 2 games as well. Just pushing the pocket and disciplined. His assignment. He's just steady as a person, but he's also just steady as a player. Force inside, So his strength is important. He's making sure he always does his job, and you can count on him. So really, really key piece to the success that I think we've had defensively.
Thank you, Coach.
Awesome. Thank you, Roll Tide.
All right, that's Alabama head coach Kalen DeBoer in advance of Alabama's trip to Wisconsin Saturday at 11 o'clock. Hugh Freeze rescheduled this week, so we will not have Coach Freeze right now as we normally would. After Coach DeBoer, we'll have that on the show for you tomorrow. Don't forget Lance Taylor and Brock Heward coming up with Unlocked at 1 o'clock. If you missed it before we went to the news conference there, the SEC announcing start times for Saturday the 21st. And Auburn against Arkansas will either be a 2:30 Central Time kick, which will be on ESPN, ABC, or ESPN2, or there'll be the 3:15 window on the SEC network. So go ahead and make your plans for those start times down at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Of course, Alabama has a bye that week. Tennessee, Oklahoma, your primetime game on ABC that Saturday night. All right, come back, 1 o'clock. Set your alerts so you know when we go live at Next Round Live. Lance Taylor, Brock Heward with Unlocked. We'll be back with you on the Next Round tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Have a great afternoon.